Hi and welcome to another session of learning new steps on Power BI. Today I'm going to show you what are the ways to share and publish your content with other users or fellow developers or fellow dashboard consumers. So these are the few ways what I've listed down in which we usually share the Power BI content. The first option over here is sharing a .pbix file. The best, simple, cheaper option over here is sharing the files. It is similar to your entire dashboard creation file, which you do it on your desktop to be passed on to other users for them to consume the content. It is little cumbersome process in which you go back to the file what we have, yeah, and we would like to capture a file for the sake of it like this, and we copy the file and we pass this file in a new email, something of this sort like this. Yeah, we can copy the content and pass the file. So moving these files is similar to moving your physical excels, and it is just a different file name, and the functionality is still the same. It passes on the content, it passes on the data, it passes on the visualization, it passes on the relationships. This way is a cheaper way, a free way of passing the data. Microsoft has no issues in passing the data in this way. However, the authenticity of this data is always questioned because it is, as it passes from one hand to another, it has issues of getting modified and edited, which by any chance top management would always not want you to do. The first way of doing things. So this is the first way. Going back, in the second way of doing this is sharing your workspace. This helps multiple people working together. Let me show you how would I share my workspace. I would basically go into my workspace. I would say this, and I would say share. As I say share, what would it do is it would share the dashboards. We can have the members decided over here, who are the members of this workspace, and I can add members over here. So going back, what did we see? This is the dashboard sharing, which we would not ideally want to do it at this stage. Sharing workspace is you go into the workspace, select the workspace what you want to share, you click on the ellipsis icon, you click on it, go into edit or members of this workspace. Once you click on it, it takes you to outlook.office.com, wherein you can say add members, in which I can select somebody like this and I can say add, and you can say closed. I can say remove, and there are two members in this group. I can say edit, I can say please show me who is part of it, discard, and we can have your contacts, and similarly we can go ahead with it. So this is the way in which you would share the workspace. I have edited it, goes to outlook.office.com. Again, I'll show it to you. It goes to the members. When you go into the members, it shows you the member list, in which you can ideally remove if you have to. So there are many peoples in which it is there. You would ideally want to. So this is the way in which two people can now edit the workspace. That's how it is. And this is how it works. Moving forward, the third way of doing it is share of dashboard and sharing of content packs. How do we do it? Sharing the dashboards would always mean you would have to ideally go into the website, select the workspace, and then you can ideally click on share the dashboard. You would have to select the name and the accesses, and then you can add it. So it can allow you to share the dashboard with these three options. One, allow the recipients to share their dashboard so they can in turn further share it with their peers. This is step one. Allow user to build the content using the underlying data sets. So do you want them to create their own dashboard? This is a new option which has come recently in the Power BI. And the third option would be send email notification to the recipients. So do you want to trigger an email when you do this? This is step one. Do you want them to share this dashboard further? It is step two. And while sharing, do you want them to edit your dashboard? That is step three. So these three things are given over here. With this, you can share the content. That's how it is. So we saw how to share workspace. We saw how to share dashboards. we can always share we can always share the workbooks if there are. We can share the reports moreover. So if you want to share a particular report, it takes you to similar screen but with limited content. So when you share the dashboard, it would ideally share the screen what you've built, right? And if you this is how it is, right? So dashboard is different, workspaces are different, and reports is a subset of a dashboard which you want to share. Great. So these are the three things what we saw. Going on, we can also share a content pack, but the only requirement over here is we would need a Power BI Pro license. So to get that content pack, there are two ways. Either we can share it using create a content pack like this. We can select the dashboards, we can select the report. For example, I want to do demo dashboard and I only want to pass this data. I want to enter my name, okay, and this I would say demo content pack, and I would say demo content pack. So if your admin has permitted creation of content pack, it would allow you to do this. It has allowed you to create your content pack. So if you go back and you say view content pack, the content pack what you've built is available over here. So this is one way of doing, and when you click on the content pack, what would you see? So when you say view content pack, you can say edit. This is the content what the user will be able to view, right? And the other users would get this over here. So this is the content pack sharing. Again, we can create another content pack as well. This is the overall group storage which is owned by us. This is how out of the 10 GB limit, 26 MB is being used. This is how it is. You can add, remove the contents over here. When you add or share the dashboard, everything appears under shared with me option. So things which I have shared comes over here, right? This is the shared with me option. Any apps what I have built or I have shared with, it comes under the app option. Okay. So content pack are more like a combination or a earlier version of an app wherein you select the dashboard and its related report and the data sets are given to the end users for their consumption, and it appears under shared with me or under view content pack option in their logins. Now the next option over here is Power BI app. Power BI app, like we saw, we built an app and it's a best way to share the app with end users. So what Microsoft does is it generates an application wherein the user would see its relevant content. So you can always visualize your data as in as per the end user's need, you keep creating apps and the user will come on the same app and probably view the dashboard as they would only those dashboards which you have permitted the user to view. So app is a more evolved version of an content pack and it gives you an option of an application appearing on your mobile phone, and therefore it becomes handy for end users to consume it fast in a very effective manner. Shared with external user is recent addition which Microsoft has added. In this, you can add the content, you can share the content with the users not part of your organization. But for this, you have to have an admin portal option which enables this. So you cannot share till your tenant settings under admin portal is enabled. So which in turn enables the sharing with external user. So it's an MS Office administrator who will be able to give you access to share it with other users or no. But however, if that option is available and already enabled by your admin, what you need to do is you will have to ideally select this. Probably let's go back to this. You can say share and you will have to basically type a name which you want to share the access with. So you might say a personal email ID and I say it always gives you an option that it is outside the domain. It's a warning, it's not an option. You can share it and your dashboard has been shared with that user. However, it will not appear because it has been blocked by the end user. So it is as simple as sharing the content, and as wherever in the Power BI, wherever you see the option of share, you can use an external email provided your admin has given access to this option, right? Now, an interesting thing which I want to demo it to you is publish to web and embed option. Embedding over here, I mean, let's go over here. Let's select a tile which takes you to a report. So these report screens can be done by embedding. So when you see an embedding option, you would see this content, right? Either if you want an iframe, you can decide on it, or if you look at it, this link and this link is absolutely same. There's no difference. So let's compare this. If I say notepad and I say this, right? This is the link available under the link. And if I say this option, Control C, and I say here, the difference what we see is if you want your content to be displayed along with the iframe tag, you can do so by selecting the second text box, or else you can just select this link which appears. So with iframe and without iframe is an option what Power BI will give you. Let's understand if you get it with, and it's the same if you say embed in Power BI. So if you, it's the same. So if you want only the link to be passed, so these are the redundant option. Embed primarily is the same. Let's see something over here that I click on embed as a functionality. I say iframe and now let's go to Power BI. I say, okay, I just open a page as Power BI and I say edit over here. So this is SharePoint. Please ignore the contents otherwise. And I say add and I say embed. You can have file viewer, you can have markdown, list properties, you can have Power BI, right? If I say Power BI, it would say edit that visual. So if you have a link over here, then what we'll do is, let's say notepad, and I say this. Out of this, I only select this link till 9. I say copy, and I say directly the report link. And now I have the page. I want to show this page number 1 in this navigation, and I say save. So when I say save, yes, this section is fine. It is already added. Let's do an iframe option. If I have an embed option over here, I can put an iframe like this or a YouTube direct video. Let's compare the iframe content over here, and I say Control C, and directly that thing can be added over here. The advantage over here is you have all the options over there, whereas you can select what page you want to show, whereas the default option would be shown over here. And I say save as draft. So as I say save as draft, I exactly get the same content. In the embed option, I do see the filters and everything, whereas in this screen I do not see anything else apart from the page I intend to show. So a minor difference. The better way of embedding, I would request everybody, would be by putting this content via a Power BI app. Going ahead. So I have shown you link to content, I have shown you embedding, and the last, one of the most used feature is export as PDF or a PowerPoint. Let's see what happens when you say export to PDF or a PowerPoint. So again, this is publish to web, create an embed code. Once published on the internet will be accessed, data content, Microsoft may display the report to public before publishing. So this is what, if you want some of your content to be marketed by Microsoft, you should use embed in public website feature as an option, so that people can see your content and they can embed it in their websites without any copyright issues. So a good way of either using in the SharePoint or your custom websites for the known users, and for the public websites, you should enable the public option in the share so that people can access it outside your network. This is not what we want. Now, basic option is report download. It gives you a download option of a pbix file which you can circulate it as I've shown you earlier in this session. Let's see export to PowerPoint. What do you want? Do you want the current values or the default values? I want to see the current values what has been selected on this screen. I click on it as an export. Let it download. It is developing a PowerPoint in the background. So it reads all the pages, as many of them they are here, and then gives a consolidated downloaded demo. That file gets auto downloaded. If you click on it, you will see the same page. Let the PowerPoint get opened. This is how it looks like. View in Power BI link has been given. If you want to still go back to Power BI, and when you say play, the next page is this. It exactly shows what was there on your screen. And it also shows the link to go to that screen. So if it has many pages at the bottom, you can have that many pages in your PowerPoint. Similarly, if you say export to PDF, what will happen? File and say export to PDF. We say current values needs to be exported. In this case, what will happen is it would build a PDF file in the background and then automatically download to your desktop. Still building it, and it will download, it will put it in your desktop, and the output would be similar to what you saw in PowerPoint. However, PDF, since it is non-editable, you would like to have it presented or shared for your records, and PowerPoint can be used to change the graph or modify it to a certain extent. So this is your PDF screen. Excellent. So these are the different ways in which we usually share the content. and in the background triggers an email. And let me show it to you. What have we seen right now? We've seen sharing the pbix file from one person to another over an email or a common drive or any network share folder. Sharing the workspace, I showed you how to share the workspace by clicking on three ellipses, and then it takes you to a screen wherein you can add users. You can share a dashboard with the end users. You can share content packs. When you share content packs, it has to be permitted by your organization, and the user can view it under view content pack option. You can make a Power BI app of your limited content, which includes a dashboard and your report and your data set, and then publish it as a separate app. You can, this allows you as for division of departments and silos creation, and people would be glued to the same app in Power BI. Share it with external users, a very exciting, a popular form of doing this. However, you are dependent on your admin to give you the sharing enabling feature first, and then only you can share your content with the users outside your organization. You can use the publish to web or embed functionality. Like I said, if you want to publish it in the SharePoint, you can share the link to the SharePoint related web part, and wherein it would access the Power BI content, and there you do have option to specify the page number of the report you would like to load, and you can title it. And finally, and most used feature would be export to PDF for your handy reference and circulation purpose, and export to PowerPoint for any presentation you would like to make on top of your dashboards. Okay, so here we are. As I showed you earlier that I had shared it externally, I've just got an email from Microsoft which says this person has shared a dashboard with this comment. And if I say click on go to dashboard and I say this, it opens up a pop-up saying someone has shared Power BI dashboard with you. To view it, you must have an account. So when I say sign up, it takes me to a sign up screen. Okay, and I say sign up, enter your work email. So this is something what you need to be taking care of, that you cannot share it with your Yahoos and the Gmails ID and Hotmail accounts. You would have to have a company account wherein the end user would be part of. So no personal emails required. So if they say got it, let's say where does it take? Okay, so things are not that easy. You would have to share it with external corporate users, and then you would be able to use this feature. You will have to change the email address and post which, let me see, times group. And I said this. We can't find this. Do you want to do this? Okay. I do not want to get into this, however. This is the way in which you would be able to share your content with an external user. Moving on. Now, let's see how to schedule refreshes and notification. The idea about refresh is when you publish your content from Power BI desktop to Power BI service, which is online, it gets refreshed once. Then as time progresses, you would have to keep doing this publish feature like this. Let me show it to you on one of my earlier sheets. So every time you want to just move this content online after certain data additions and stuff like that, you would need one person doing this. So let's see where does it take us. Let me open an existing pbix file which has an option to publish something online. Let's do that. Let's see the entire cycle. It's still loading. It's still loading. Still loading. If the file is heavy, it takes time to load. Let it load. It should open. Till the time it loads, I would like to tell you is this is a manual way of publishing a file online in the Power BI service, and this means the control of the content which is getting displayed and data is prone to human intervention, which might be risky in some cases. In some cases it is fruitful to have an observation on what content is going online. So let's say once the content loads, this is the content what you are seeing it over here. The same procurement analysis should be available in the my workspace in my procurement analysis. If I go in over here, I would see this is what it is getting displayed as. What if I change something over here? I want content only from April onwards till December. So what would I ideally be doing here is I would be changing some fields or content, and I would like to have a page level filter. So this is a nitty-gritty of what I am trying to show you. And select all but don't show me Jan, Feb and March. So it shows me April till December, right? For this thing. And I say publish. So what it does is it saves the content locally and puts the file into the server. Where do I want to move that file? I want to publish it in test.env. So if I go back over here and I refresh once this thing is done, right, it would show the content from April onwards rather than this. At the same time, what if I append new pieces of information in this bpix file? So if there are 100 new invoices which have to be added in this deployment or this publish, in this case new content visualization as well as the data has been modified, and that means a person needs to be on the job to keep a track of data changes and keep them pushed into the Power BI service manually online. So this is pretty cumbersome doing the same job. So like I said, I've changed the visualization, assuming I have deleted January, February, March data, right? And if I do refresh, it should show me content only from April onwards. See, this is the change. So for every change, be it visualization or be it data, primarily the data, if assuming I had deleted 3 months data and I had to push the data online, in this case, this would have been an output. Now, to do this manually is cumbersome. A better way of doing things would be scheduling a refresh. So what happens is as soon as the data changes, the person need not be worried about the right data getting reflected on screen. How do we do that thing? Let's have a look. So first we go into test env, then we say dataset, then we say three ellipses icon, then we say settings. Now in this we have a gateway connection, right? We have a scheduled refresh. So to scheduling a refresh, you would have to have a gateway configured on big AWS. This gateway once configured, let's say install here. So I am configuring a gateway on my machine. Alright. So I already have another gateway running on some other machine, which I am not trying to use since I am not on that machine. I am downloading a new gateway. So what is a on-premise gateway? Let me explain it in detail. Gateways are that mechanism which would ensure a data is moved from the database or a file drive or a folder or any kind of data system into the Power BI service. When I say Power BI service, I mean to say app.powerbi.com. So if that connection is enabled, only then you can schedule a refresh. That's a precondition. Please make a note of it. you would need a gateway to automate the data refreshes on Power BI services. Once I have this on-premises gateway, let me install it over here. I'll install this gateway. I'll map it to the Power BI cloud. And once I have it in place, I would get few options. Let's see how this on-premise data gateway is installed. All right. So once I have this running, I would like to update my gateway. It has some minimum requirements. Those are okay. All right. You just need to download and embed it. Let's say update. It's updating the current downloaded existing gateway and it has some error. Let's close this for a second. Let me take you to another dashboard wherein the gateways are enabled and how do you schedule the refresh. So what I mean to say, you'll have to download this exe file, install it in a machine, and with that you would have to pass on your database credentials as well, configure the gateway, which I am anyway going to teach you in the next session. And once you have that gateway configured, let me show you an existing Power BI workspace which has some kind of settings, and I have a gateway connection over here. If I have the gateway connection, I can schedule a refresh. Okay, this is running. Great. So I would say I would have to provide a source. I would have to give them the parameters. I can schedule the refresh. You can have the scheduled refresh on daily basis or a weekly basis, and you can define the time zone in which you are specifying the time. If you see these, there are 8 slots in which you can schedule a refresh. For example, 10, okay, for example 11, okay, then I say 12, I say 10, 30. So these refreshes are scheduled on half an hour basis. So there is nothing known as 15 or a quarter past or quarter to. It's all in half an hour slots. So this is for you to be mindful about. Then you can have it at 2 p.m. Then you can have it at 2:30 p.m. and that's about it. I am not getting ad links. Why? Because there are only 8 times in which you can refresh your dashboard. A very important information for you to realize that since my data is on one particular machine having this server, an IP, something of that sort, in that if I want to schedule the refresh, I can do it only 8 times to refresh the data. So you have to sync these times at which you don't have a high payload on your server, probably in your dead hours after your office hours. And accordingly, you can then fetch all the data automatically with the help of the gateway. And if something goes off or does not work, you can have a failure reason sent to you and to a particular email ID which you say. You can have a Q&A session on a data set and you can add as many questions as you want, and there is an endorsement option in which your colleagues can access it and they can make use of this data set. So this is something endorsement, it's more like an okay or good job or kind of thing, kind of a designation or authorization given to you by your friends and colleagues. Okay, so now we've understood how the refresh works. What if now the end user needs to be notified about the data change happening on the server? So for this reason, let's go into this place and assuming there is a refresh scheduled and the refresh has successfully updated the content. So what the user can do is, you can go to the dashboard. Let's go into the dashboard. This is the dashboard, and you can refresh files is one of the option. That's okay. Okay, it isn't here. Let's see it in this. As you see, if you click on the tiled screen, this is your dashboard. The screen at the top, if you see subscribe, this is what it is. Okay, so you can subscribe it. What do you want to do? Where, how often do you want to do? At what times do you want to schedule? And till what end? So till you can decide the start date of the subscription of this data. How often do you want? And at what times do you want? So it will send you as per the current selection 7:30 every day on this. You can run it anytime. You can dump it as well, and you can decide your subject email and email IDs, and it can select a message, it can the frequency. This is kind of a subscription of and dashboard on a daily basis. This has no relation till now of a data change. A data change probably would be something where you have a KPI tile, or you have a numeric tile, or you have a gauge used in your system. And if that changes, like in our case, if we see if we see the reports, we haven't used a gauge style. If we change the gauge style into this, let's say, let's move into some other zone department, and then if we have an bell icon which will give you an alert option. Coming back, so we've seen what subscribe does. You can subscribe to a particular dashboard as per your convenience, or that is like a pull mechanism. A better way of push mechanism would be you clicking on a dashboard tile, and you say bell icon says manage alerts. You can have an alert rule saying when this condition goes above a particular value or goes below a particular value, you should share maximum notification frequency. How many do you want in an hour or in a day? You can say at most once in an hour, or at most as many in a day. So once in an hour is a good frequency. If it goes below probably 10, I would like to have an alert sent to me, right? So this is kind of an alert which appears in this notification as well as in my mailbox. So this alert is like a push mechanism. The other subscription was a pull mechanism of getting the content delivered to your mailbox. So let us summarize today's session. Today's short session was more about ways to share and publish your dashboard, and we saw how to share the files, we saw how to share the workspace, we saw how to share the dashboards, we saw how to make content packs and share, we saw how to make a Power BI app earlier which can be shared, and then we can share the content with the external commercial users and not the casual users having a commercial email ID. There is another way of sharing your content is by enabling an embed feature in your website or your SharePoint. And also you can circulate the PDFs and PowerPoint. At the same time, we also saw how to schedule a refresh once you have the gateway in place, which we are going to learn in the next session, and how to enable the notification, the push notification as well as the pull notification from Power BI service. Overall, we've understood the process of moving the content from your local desktop onto the Power BI cloud, and getting its services either by pull or push mechanism. Thank you. Welcome. Welcome to another session of Power BI Desktop. Today we are going to learn about data analysis expressions in Power BI. You must have seen me writing lots of formulas in the Power BI language, which is DAX language. And this language has helped us make some formulas into the system, make some modifications in the views, etc. So formally, let's deep dive into data analysis expressions and learn and see why and how it is important. Formally, it is a library of functions and operators that can be combined with formulas to build formulas, expressions in Power BI desktop in specific. Along with this, once you know DAX, you can also use the same query expressions or the formula forming method or the syntax to query Azure Analysis Services, SQL Server Analysis Services, Power Pivot in Excel in general. So why do we need data analysis expressions? This was a question asked to me by one of the student. DAX is needed where a designer wants to have his own formula. They want to have its own measures based on the internal working of the organization. It's not so easy. Like if you want to make your own plus operator to mean something else to you, you would have to write a DAX expression. If it is a formula which is not covering a mathematical expression, for example, what if I want to know what was my sale in the month of January for the values or the object socks, for example? In this case, you would either would have to filter a lot of the items to get to that value, or you can directly build a formula into your Power BI desktop which would give you a value by default in one place. So it saves lots of user clicks to reach the same information. So these are the formulas which end your designer or the owner of this Power BI desktop dashboard would make to make life simpler for him as well as others. For example, if there is a constant query of what is my daily, weekly, monthly, or fortnightly sale, in this case, your user would either have to select those date ranges and get to know whatever it is, but a better way of doing things is write down those measures using the DAX expression, and then you can just put all those formulas into one of the KPI cards as one of the visualization items in your Power BI desktop. On those lines, let's have a look at what are the syntax of the data analysis expressions. In general, you would always see a DAX formula always starts with an equal to sign. That sign means whatever you get from the right hand side of the equal to sign would be shown as an output to the measure or the card. Or in layman's terms, it is a formula. And it would most likely have plus, minus, asterisk, forward slash, less than equal to, greater than equal to, double ampersand operators to the right of the equal to sign. And it will use the tables and the columns as its input to the function most likely, or else it would query the self DAX functions given provided out of the box by the Microsoft. It would either return a scalar value or a table value. When I say scalar value, that means it would be a unique singular value, right? And a tabular value would have number of rows or columns or both. So you can imagine the DAX query beginning with n equal to, having some plus minus multiplication, division, double ampersand operations towards the right of it. After performing those specific operations, what would be returned back as an evaluation of those expression would be either a unique singular value, it can be a word or a number or a percentage or whatever that would be a countable singular finite value, or it would be a table value. If you have background of programming, you would always have a function and that would return singular value or a table value. It's the same concept carried over in this DAX query. Overall, whatever you write with the equal to sign, right, is known as an expression. So an expression can contain all or any of these operators, constants, or references to the column. So when we say references to the column, that means if we want to duplicate a column or if you want to equate a column to the value of another column, at that time it is a reference to the column. So far, so good. Let's see an example. Data analysis expression. See, in this example, we see there's a calculation of total sales being done in which an inbuilt function sum is being called and a sales table's sales amount value is being summed. So if we break the parts of these expressions into these alphabets and if we go through all of them, what it means is A is the measure name of total sales. So you are naming something. The expression has a name that is total sales. Equal to sign indicates the beginning of the formula. When calculated, it will return the result and assign to total sales. The DAX function column sum adds up all the numbers found in the sales amount column, right? So in this, you will learn more about functions later on. Parenthesis is given to surround an expression containing one or more argument. So some function takes one argument. So in programming world, all functions would have a parenthesis, and if there are arguments to be passed, those would be contained in that parenthesis. So that's why parentheses are important. Sum is highlighted in blue if you look over here is because it is an inbuilt function given by Microsoft and Power BI. The reference table is the sales table. So from the Power BI relationships and the tables, whatever you've imported, it's the sales table what we are referring it to. And wherein the column name within that sales table is a sales amount. So with this argument, sum function knows on which column to aggregate the sum. Let's go back and try to replicate this in a Power BI desktop. So in this, if we have a look at here, we have the orders table. And if I drill down a further, I see there is no monetary value assigned, so we can leave it aside. Invoices will have some value of price, right? That's a unit price. Okay. Customers, customer employees, and the products, right? In this, if we have to take the sum of all the orders which are placed, right? So we will have to first see how are we arriving at a value. Is it a revenue? Is it the ticket item? So this is how you should go about going using the function. My ask in this scenario is I want to create the sum or the what would be the total sum of my all the invoices. So I want basically a revenue figure as on date for all the sales what we've done till now, and it has to come from this table as invoices will have all these tables. Let's check the invoice table and its fields. So if I go over here and I see invoices table, I see there is a unit price and then I have quantity. So if I multiply quantity with the unit price, it should give me the revenue from that value. So let's go into the table Okay, and let's open the invoices table. I write a new column which would be total revenue revenue till date. In this, I'm saying unit price, so it by default picks up the column from the same table itself. Invoice table multiplied by quantity. So this is what it should give me. If all is the numeric value, then I will get a value next to it. So this is the value of the dollar amount I'm receiving from every product, its unit quantity, right? So if you look at it, the extended price is same as what we calculated. So if I go back and see, it is extended price coming from the default value. This is the calculated value what we've got, right? So I am looking at the revenue which is bought into the system. So if you evaluate this, this is in our example, previous example, it is the measure name, right? So whatever is being done to the right of the equal to would get assigned to this measure. In this case, it's not a measure, it's a column, right? So you have to take care that DAX expressions will have equal to sign, and it would get assigned to either a measure or a new column. In this case, it's a new column, and the way to decipher this, whether to add a new column or a new value measure, is a question what you would ask yourself, which is, will this formula get applied on every row individually or an aggregated row? So would you multiply something in the horizontal fashion and would be applicable to every row? Then you are most likely to go ahead with the additional column. But what if I am trying to check the sum of a value, a unique value coming out of a column, or few values from particular column? In this scenario, it cannot be a column, rather it would become a measure. I hope it goes down well and it's clear when to use a measure and when to use a new column. I have added a new column so that I get a unique value of the price and the quantity. So this is my unique value for every row. Had it been only one unique value throughout the table, that would have been a measure. So now, after having a column with what value I need, I can. So I can just rename this revenue from invoices, right? And I can save it as revenue from invoices, right? And I can say okay, so it gets renamed, right? Now I right click on it, I can write a new measure. Yeah, it will show me total revenue. Let me give it a title, right? In this case, let's do one thing. This is the total revenue. Now I can call a function like our example, revenue from invoices. This function what would it do is sum up all the values. It doesn't appear as a new column, but it gets shown like revenue, total revenue, like here. Just see, it is some kind of a measure, therefore it shows some calculator symbol in front of you. This is the small indicator how it works. Now you can happily use this value in your chart. So let me call in No, I don't want this chart. Let's change it to a normal chart, and I can add a field that is total. Where is my total? Yeah, from the invoice table, I am adding this field total sales. So as of now, I have 1.35 million sales. Now, if I want to filter some data on top of this, I can add filters at the page level, report level, or I can have these values, slicer values at the top of the screen to help filter the value. So let me show you that as well. Slicer value, let me add a slicer. To that slicer, let me add one field. Okay. Let me add a new field, and that field should be based on product type. So to filter it and show it over here, let's take advantage of my orders. Orders is coming from order details. It has shipper. Where are my products? Where are my products? And if I say product name, do I have anything as categories or anything? If that works, no. So rather what I can do is I can use country or cities as one of the filter, right? So if I want to add a filter as city, so from my orders table, I can say ship city. There you are. I'll just take this off. I will take this off. Okay. I can. So this has to change. It isn't changing. That means we have to check the connection. If it is backward integratable, then probably it will go. So if everything is fine, it will allow me to do a backward integration. In this case, when I change over something over here, it allows me to update something over here and here as well. And if I change from the products, but I have changed it rather, let me bring it to the single. Rather, we are working on invoices and the product ship city, right? So the ship city is over here and the sum is also over here. So in this scenario, it has to flow the data from this to this, both ways. Yeah. Now if I go back and I change the value, it should show. There we are. So now I can have these slicers developed for every placard of the information. This can be a very meaningful information. Otherwise, you would have been struggling to get info from the columns as I showed over here, like these two columns. So such formulas based on these spontaneous scenarios help us get all the information in one place with the limited space on our dashboards. So this is why DAX is important. This is how the DAX is used. And now we would move ahead and try and understand what are the different kinds of operator available to us in DAX and what does every operator mean That would form the base of your DAX learning. And then we slowly move to the next important topic on the DAX, as I'll show you as and when we proceed. Let's move on. Next, what we'd see is operators. So, like our earlier example, we did see why did we use parenthesis. It is used to order and grouping of arguments for a function. That is one. And the second is precedence order. That means if you have certain calculation to be done before the other calculations to take place, system understands by the means of considering the parenthesis value to equate to a scalar or a tabular value first, and then use that value for further outer calculations. So it always is inside the parenthesis and then the moving on to outside. Second is basic arithmetic operators, like is plus is for addition, minus is for subtraction, then asterisk is for multiplication, slash is for division, raised to exponential operator is for exponentiation for mathematical purposes. Also, we do have comparison operators like any of our Excel or programming system, wherein single equal to equate something to something else, like our expression, DAX expressions or a formula like we saw earlier. Second is greater than sign, third is less than sign, greater than equal to, less than equal to. And please check how do we write not equal to. Not equal to is written as left angular bracket and right angular bracket to represent not equal to. Very important to know over here. Next, we move ahead with text concatenation operator, in which single and ampersand is used for concatenation. Again, a very minor trivial case of distinguish between. And second is a logical operator, wherein two things are to simultaneously expressions are evaluated, and only when both are found to be true it moves ahead. Similarly, vertical bars are for OR operator. When you are working with either or condition and you're okay with either or the OR value to take precedence, then you should go ahead with the OR operator. Basically, once you have a grip of these operators and you know how to use, how to make query expression, then half of your base is done, right? So again, parenthesis is used for two of the things, that is precedence and the grouping. Precedence is always inside out. Inside the parenthesis works first, then the outside. Arithmetic operators are basic arithmetic operators to be applied in your expression. No need for any more explanation. Comparison operators, only thing to take care over here is it is a single equal to used for comparison along with the left angular bracket and the right angular bracket for not equal to. Rest of the operators are basic as a commonsensical alphabet or the symbol which would guide you to make your own query expression. And then there comes the text concatenation operator, which is a single ampersand. And then the next is the logic operator. So let's have a look at few of these in our example and then we move ahead. So like we see in this example, let's go ahead. Yeah, in this example, we'll see where has this come from. It has come from total revenue. So if you see this parenthesis and it has this, so that means sum will only take care once this invoice revenue from invoices is calculated and bought in one place. So it is already present, that's why the sum takes over. So this is first part of it. Now if I want to calculate and I want to concatenate something as, I want to say Power BI just for your demo. I say this equal to, it does not fix this, it needs two values. Again, if you see, one part of it is text, the rest of the part is getting converted into the text because I have this thing. if I want something as, if I want to write students with space, students space Power BI. So this gets converted to student space Power BI. A good way of demonstrating an ampersand. And let's say the same placard, I just copy it, I paste it to demo something different. I move ahead. Let me correct my formula over here just to bring in this entity in place. Okay. Now both of them get refreshed. That's okay. I want to change this to something else. So I can write my measures as new measure, right? And I can say I'll show you all these options. Multiplication. In this case, I can say, using parentheses, I can say 8 multiplied by 5 plus 3. So ideally, it would calculate 8 into 5 plus 3, 43. So if I want to show this to you, let's use that as your revenue, 43, like a multiplication. Let's change it to something else. So if I want to say divided by 10, it should return me 4. It returned me 4. This was a division example. Addition is done. If I say minus 43 or minus 40 in this scenario, it would calculate and give me 0. There you are. So this is how I am doing plus minus multiplication division. If I say if, right, a logical test, that means I want to do 8 into 5 equals 40, then I write true, else I write false. So in this case, it says true. So this is the logical operator. It took precedence first to calculate something, then it checked equal to sign, and then it returned a value that is getting shown over here. Again, a very useful stuff to begin with. Then I can do this or operator in a larger context of the scheme of things. However, it is not required over here. So all in all, these operators what we saw today are quite great, and let's check these comparison operator. It is a good way of doing less than equal to 40, true. If I say this, is it less than 40? It would say false. Again, less than equal to, similarly greater than equal to. Let's check not equal to. So this is another way of writing not equal to, but Power BI does not accept that. Power BI has its own way of writing not equal to. A programming background will guide you to write this, but yeah, again, this is not equal to. Then you are left with logical and or. Ampersand is cleared, and logical and or would be taken ahead in our future discussions as and when the case arises. So this is all about the operators in the DAX queries. Simple, easy, break it down and move ahead. Thank you. So now moving on. The third most important thing which will be a part of a DAX expression or a DAX query or expressions if you call it so, is the functions. These are inbuilt formulas pre-saved and given to Power BI Desktop Designer to use and makes it organization specific measures. A more important way of saying this is there are half-baked items already present to use and exploit to generate your org specific formulas. So these are aiders to your work and reduces your calculation on certain areas of usage. There are about 200 functions which are readily available in data analysis expression, that is DAX formulas. These are broadly classified into date and time functions, time intelligent functions, filter functions, information functions, logical functions, parent and child functions, statistical functions, text functions, math and trigonometrical functions. So if I have to tell you, date and time functions are similar to the ones which we use in Excel, as in today, etc. Time intelligent functions are the functions which would, based on today's date, would be able to calculate certain things, as in what is the MTD, month till date, what is YTD, year to date, what is previous year same time, previous year same quarter, what is the first day of the month, what is the last day of the month, kind of a function. Filter functions are those functions wherein, out of the broad data which you would get in the table set, you want to exclude certain data based on certain conditions. Like I said in my earlier example, what if you want to see only the content of the or the revenue of the socks as an item amongst all the items of clothing which you've bought or which you sell? In this case, you can have a filter function, make use of these filter function to make a measure, your custom measure, which will only consider price or the sum of the ranges which are of type socks and ignore all the other items present. Information function is like, if you want to check, is this true, is this false, is it first, is it last, that kind of a function can be called as an information function. Logical functions are basic, if else, if, like we saw today, if something is equal to something, then make it as true. Those are logical functions. Parent child functions are if the child function returns something for the parent to take care and move ahead. So these are like a tree kind of a function wherein you can have a subchild or a subset evaluated first and passed on to the parent. Statistical functions and math functions are those functions which are basically available on your calculator, as in a scientific calculator might ask for a sine, cosine, tan kind of a function, whereas statistical functions are one of those, and the text functions are is text, convert to text kind of the functions. Overall, this is the broad range of DAX formulas. Let's check few of them on our own. If I have to tell you, what if I want to see what is today as a measure? So let's go back to our query and I just rename it first to something known as functions, right? This is multiplication, so I will rename it to DAX functions, right? So this gets renamed everywhere. This gets off, right? If I select it, it gets DAX function. Now let's check if I want to showcase what is today as a function. It does not take any argument. It will show me a value. Today is this date. What if let's go back and see what do I have next. What is the year if I want to check? So, year of a particular date, and I say date of type 2019 comma 10 comma 12. It is YYMMDD, and then I do a parenthesis. First it would evaluate the inner parenthesis and then generate the outer parenthesis. So in this case it should return me a value 2019 as an year. Again, what if I want to check a date diff between two? So if I say date diff between date 1 and date 2. So if I say date and it is 2018-0101-0101 and I say date 2, this is first date, I have to close the parenthesis. Now the second date moves on. It gives you a good prompt in your Power BI as to consider what. So if I say again a date which is 2019-01, close the date and the date parenthesis, and I say interval of how many days have passed or month have passed. Let's say in terms of month, and I say okay. What will it show it to me? As 12 months has been passed from this date to this date. What if I change something like 9 and 8, right? What happens over here? It gives me -12. So it is like a forward calculating date diff, wherein you would calculate from the day going forward. A very important things to do or know while working with dates. Date value. Now let's see what is date value. So you need not know everything, right? However, converts a date in the form of text to date in the date format time. 2019-0101. Let's see if it works. It doesn't work because it is not in the text format. It still doesn't work. So let's see date value. It converts a date in the form of text to the date in the interval. So let's try 201-01-2019. If that's right, it will calculate, or else it won't. Yes. So this is one of the methods. If you try with some other method, let's see what does it say. It does calculate it. Now, is it an MMDDYY or is it a DDMMYY? Good way of doing it is this, right? What if I make this as 13 and I make this as 1? Will it consider MMDDYY or DDMMYY? This is fine. And if I say so, it's intelligent to identify is it a DDMMYY or MMDDYY. A good way of doing that. Date add, my favorite function to make use of. If I say date add, I say dates and number of interval, right? I can say moves the given set of days by a specified interval. So if I say date and I say 2019 comma 10 comma 01, I close this and I say number of intervals is 1 and my interval is day. So it would convert this 1st of October to 2nd of October and display. I have missed something over here. What is it? If you know me, then I have missed this. Okay. Let's check it again. This gets sorted over here. This gets sorted over here. So I have to sort this and I have to sort this. First, today must be specify a column. So in this case, you have to specify a column name which is of type date. In this case, let's convert something available to us. Employee birth date. Example, if I move it, it cannot display. Why? Because that visual cannot handle this value. So if I convert this to this, why does it not display? Calculation measure table of multiply value was supplied where the single value was expected. So in this case, a single value expectation let us down. Let's go ahead. Let's consider a column as first date. From which column? Let me see. Birth date, right? And I say dot date, and I say closed. First date of this, and then I see what happens. There is something different. Let's drill it down. Identify. Okay, and I say this first date, I say this, that's this, yes, then I say this, then I say 1. Too many arguments are passed to the first date function. The maximum argument of this is 1. So let's do one thing. Let's break it down when you are in stuff. First date, then you say of birth date dot date. Is this working? Yes. Then let's move on to calculate date add, that is 1/1/1937. Date add to this function comma 1 comma date. And if I go ahead and I say this, so instead of 1 1 it should be 1 2. There you go. This is what I was trying to demonstrate. Next, dates between. These are certain beautiful functions which we can learn. Dates between two dates, right? Returns dates between two dates. 19, 01, 01 and start date is again this and end dates is month is again 1, but my day has moved ahead. I say closed. Does he need a table valued function? Column date reference is the first. So a column which has that date is brought to be in. So example, let's go ahead with, there you go. There is nobody bought or in this. But if I say 37 and 37, then it gives me certain, not yet. So dates between is not helping us over here. We'll come back to this. We need to give them birth date, comma. What is not helping you? 1, 2. If I say this and I say this, okay, we'll come back to this. Moving on. Now, when we say dates MTB, okay, when I say dates MTB, instead of that, I could have used MTD. Oh my god, it needs a column again. Let's fix this. So dates between and date add would always be a sub element in your major query. Like we see, dates between will not work on its own. Dates between will need, or dates add, like our earlier example or our statement, will need a column which has dates in it, and it will need the start date and end date for which you want to calculate something. So like I said, if you want to calculate the revenues earned in this period, right, then you would have to use the query which is calculate then sum then for these dates, so on and so forth. Then you can say end of the month is a good function which you can easily say end of the month, and it needs one argument. It can again take the similar state like we had earlier, like I say calculate the sum of revenue from invoices, right, and separate it with the other thing saying end of the month of which date. If I have to put, it will take date of again 1996 comma 01 comma 07 comma 01. So for the month of July 1996, right, I want to calculate some end of the month. Am I able to do that? It is not permitting you to do that. Why? Because it has some restrictions. If I take this off, I only want to calculate something based on this. Am I permitted to do that? It must need a column. So these functions will not be a standalone function. It would need something before it to take it further. So for these things, I want to calculate sum is fine. Unexpected parameter. Why? So if I calculate this as one part of it, and then this is my second part of it, then I can safely assume that that's done. No, it's not taking it. So on, we'll come back to this int. This is a good value of int. Let's take this ahead. Int. If I say integer function for a number like 123.34, so it will round it off to a value 123. If I say 5, it would round it off to 123 again. If I say 90, rounded off to 123. So this is the lower rounding. Now this is conversion of uppercase, rounds down to nearest round up. If I say round up to the nearest number, okay, and number of digits are 0, 123. If I say 56, it comes up to 4. If I say 49, it's still 144. It's because I'm rounding off to upward side. So this is all the functions what we have in Power BI for us. Rest of them can be explored using all these values. You can explore it, calculate, ceiling, count, cross filter, join, all of it, date, data table, day, and so on and so forth. So this is where the DAX functions end for us. Thank you. Let's now have a look at some of our earlier examples wherein these queries and expressions have been used in great length. Coming back to our earlier example of human resources sample, wherein the users have built another altogether different calculation which includes all the different types of filters and the query, wherein they have used the term filter where they are filtering the employee table wherein the termination date is blank. So wherever the termination date is blank in the employee table, only those records are calculated for counting. So the ask was, how do we identify active members of right now in the database? So to identify the active values, the user, the designer, made sure that all active members do not have termination date, and therefore for all those records which do not have termination date should be summed and clubbed up to get a value of active members. So to get the active employees list, user wrote this DAX expression wherein he is calculating something and naming it as employee count, that is a measure. And the way to fill this employee count is by accessing the employee table and only taking those rows where the termination date is not blank, right? So he identified the blank rows and filtered them out from the employee table, and whatever was left is shown in this active employees output. Similarly, the same thing can be applied to active supply last year. So same period last year for the date. So for the date range, if you consider, you can get it same period last year of all the actives which we've calculated earlier. Similarly, this is interesting. Divide active YOR by variable by active supply. So if you want certain division to take place, you have one formula, one measure, and this is the other measure. So you can use the term divide to measure one over the other. This is the way. Active minus last year's value is this year's variable. Year on year variation. What is an average age? You can do rounding of an average of age. and rounded to 0 decimal. Average tenure, so these are all average functions. How do you calculate the bad hires? You do the sum of the bad hires for the same period last year. So that's what you get. What is bad hires? Bad hires is hire date minus termination date into -1 to make it positive is greater than 61. Then it is a bad hire. That means anybody who's worked for less than 61 days is a bad hire, right? How do you do the employee count? Only those members in this given period from the max period, only those members are taken which are active and has an employee date. So if you expand this, you get this. Then you have separation, year on year variation. So first, what is separation? Separation is count of employee ID, right? But you filter whose is blank is not blank. So only those active members, right? So is blank. Filter those employees which are not in the termination date. So people who do not have or who rather has a termination date, only those value is considered ahead. Exactly opposite of the active one. When you write the not, it becomes like this. This and active has only one difference is that the not operator negates the blank termination date clause. So that means it is not blank termination date. That means you have to only consider those active values. This means it is only active values and it get assigned to a counting of this. So those many separations would have happened. Separations last year, that is same period last year is what you can do. Year on year change, you can divide and find out. Sum of bad hires, you can do sum of bad hires, and so on and so forth. So this is the way you would ideally would have to check all the different kinds of formulas as per your organizational need, making use of certain inbuilt formulas given to you. Let's have a quick recap of what we've discussed today. We started to analyze how the DAX queries are built. We checked what components make up a DAX expression. What would the DAX query accept? What would the DAX query return? DAX query would accept all the operators and it would return either a scalar or a tabular value. In certain scenarios, like we observed, it would only take or accept a column to begin with as one of the arguments. We saw DAX query having functions. We saw functions can take 0 or more arguments. We saw how to filter it, the data, in one of the HR example, wherein the filter technique is used to exclude certain rows and only use the remaining rows for further analysis. We checked what does sum mean. We checked how does calculate come into picture. We saw how these all expressions when put into Power BI helps us make our own organization or dashboard or Power BI specific formulas. DAX expressions are the body, whereas there are definite parts to the DAX expression which are given to us by Power BI. There are functions. At the same time, these queries will help us give a better formula. So this is how DAX is a building block of Power BI dashboard. We also saw how those DAX expression map back to the dashboard. We also saw how to have the DAX expression filtered, if not via the filter attribute in the query, then by using the slicers. All in all, this is all about DAX in Power BI. Next session, would be the concluding session of our study, wherein we would check some cheat sheets for Power BI in terms of development, in terms of standards, and then we'll move on to a good project. Thank you and happy learning. Hi and welcome to another session of Power BI Desktop. Today we are going to conclude our all learnings which we have done over previous 10 sessions. Today we are going to start with the best practices, what we've gathered by experience and by different forums and from different groups. Overall, Power BI seems to be the best in place product for developing BI solution for organizational uses. A typical best practices of Power BI would include developer or designer would usually keep his Power BI desktop application updated all the time. This update comes monthly. So it's on the developer or the business user who's designing the Power BI desktop to ideally refresh the Power BI desktop application. This ensures that any fixes in the software application are received well by us. Any new updates, new visualization which Microsoft have integrated with Power BI desktop application are in place and available for our use. At the same time, we need to check that every visualization, be it Microsoft Visual or a third-party app source visual, are up to date. So ensuring all the visuals on all the pages are up to date is one of the tasks, along with the Power BI desktop application to be updated every month. The best practice would also include the number of visuals which we have on our dashboards and reports. So the idea is having minimum number of visuals in the dashboards. For example, for the dashboards, you should have at max about 20 tiles on the dashboard screen. Also, in the reports front, if there are more visuals, it takes more queries to load them and therefore slows down the performance. So an ideal threshold would be around 3 to 8 visuals with at most one grid in place in every page of a Power BI report. Then, to improve the Power BI report performance, we have to remove the unnecessary interactions between the visuals. So what does this mean is every different visuals which is available in Power BI desktop interacts with each other by default. So the onus is on the developer or the business designer to ensure that those dependencies or interactions are ironed out and kept to the minimum levels. This ensures good Power BI performance. We definitely know what the row level security is, and we have to use row level security to limit and protect the unnecessary data being leaked to the end users who are not supposed to have that. At the same time, from the Power BI perspective and from the technical perspective, if we have row level security in place, then amount of data which would be flowing from your servers or from the cloud to your Power BI desktop or on the reports and the dashboard would be limited, hence improve the performance. So wherever possible, ensure that use row level security to the maximum. Also, the third-party application source, the app source, which develops brilliant visuals, are certified and kept in App Source, Microsoft App Source. And it's for our benefit to make use of that app source and use them in our day-to-day reports and dashboards. The advantage of using the visuals from the app source would be these visuals are thoroughly tested by Microsoft, so they are as good as the default visualization provided by Power BI Desktop and Microsoft. At the same time, when you do an export to PowerPoint or the PDF of these visualizations, these visuals actually come down well on these export files. Whereas an uncertified Microsoft app visuals which have been imported as a pbix file and then made use of in your reports and visualization and dashboards would not come in the export feature. So while thinking about the extensibility and the shareability of your reports to the users who do not have access to Power BI Desktop, it's fair to use Microsoft Visuals by default and at max visuals from the app source. Also, if you observe there is a lag and there is a performance delay in Power BI while using the report, please check on the filter mechanism. If there are hierarchical filters which are built on, that is like a cascade filters which is in place, it would be fair them to the minimum usage as possible. At the same time, we provide for the data categorization for Power BI reports, which means high business impact, medium business impact, and low business impact. So for certain kind of data which has a very high impact on the business, the users who are consuming it have to be filtered using row level security, and the numbers have to be accurately reported in the right format, be it charts or the cards having a single number. And accordingly, the shareability should be decided of those reports. One way of doing it would be we have a common data set which would help us design different reports, and on top of it various dashboards. So with that, a specific report would have only limited set of information which is built on a common data set and would be shared with the person as per the data categorization. Again, the gateway which we saw we used while pushing the data from the data source to the Power BI cloud has to be as far as possible as an on-premise gateway, because on-premise gateway do not take that bandwidth, whereas the personalized data gateway would download all the information, consume the bandwidth, and it would be a cumbersome task to work with a personal gateway dependent on a person. So the ideal way would be an on-premises data gateway to make use of the transport and transfer of data from the data source to the Power BI cloud. Next set of best practices include using different Power BI gateways for direct query and schedule refresh. As you know, when we schedule a refresh using a gateway, it logs the database for the time the refresh is in progress, just to ensure there is no dirty read in the system. At the same time, if there are certain direct query in your visuals and which refreshes data directly using the gateway from the database, then there are cases where the visuals do not render well and it does not show up well on the screen. So the preferred mechanism to get this going is have a separate gateway, one for the schedule refresh and one for the direct query. So when there is a read which has to happen as a direct query, it can parallelly query to the database and it would ensure that the value is returned back and rendered in Power BI report. So a preferred way of doing things would be keeping the direct query gateway and the schedule refresh gateway separate, speaking to the same data set in the database, and then achieve the purpose of refresh and fetching the data both. Also, testing each custom visual on report for performance to ensure fast report load time, and use an alternative visual if the chosen visual performs poorly. So for every visual which you put on your screen, there is always a check on the performance of that visual to render the content and basis the core volume and the scale of the data. If that visualization renders well and there is no performance lag on your report, then you can continue using it. However, if there is a problem with the visual which delays the rendering of the content on the screen, then it is ideally advised to change the visual with a similar visual looking visual and achieve the reporting need. Then avoiding complicated measures and aggregations in the data models. What this means is when we have measures which are calculated with huge formulas and aggregation done over different data tables in your data source, it is advised that to move these calculations off the Power BI desktop and Power BI space and do these changes, modifications on the data source at the data source level. The idea is all the calculation, further the calculation are from the Power BI and closer they are to the data source, the faster is the performance and access of the data. Use slicers sparingly. So, although slicers are the great filtering mechanism on our screen, we've seen it in the demo for so many times that they are one of the ways in which you filter the data onto your desktop. However, every slicer has two parallel running queries. The first data set will bring all the content of the slicer, and the second query would filter the data and then display it. So, as the number of slicers increases, the performance of your Power BI report and dashboard would drastically reduce. Therefore, use slicers sparingly. Ensure that Power BI report and data source are in the same region. With this, we mean that whichever region you select while deploying your Power BI desktop application or Power BI app, please ensure that they are hosted in the same Microsoft geographic region, which the closer the data and the reports are to each other, the faster and is the refreshes and the direct queries and therefore a better performance. Import only necessary fields and tables instead of entire dataset. So a usual practice, while any naive developer or a business designer would do, is bring all the data from the data source onto your Power BI desktop for the convenience of availability of all content and therefore help the designer design the Power BI reports faster. However, if the number of tables are huge, then it leads to multiple problems. One would be the size of the data which is shared over the network during every refresh. At the same time, default relationships being auto developed in the system during the import, like we saw, is one. And there would be a case wherein a redundant or a non-required or a half-baked table would be used by some other developer using the same Power BI desktop file, therefore causing issues in calculation. So the idea is to in order to reduce the network dependency and the load, to reduce the confusion amongst what table, what measures to use, it is fair to ask the developer or designer to import and use only those content which are ideally getting used in the system and exclude all those data tables and different data sources which are not required in the report. This increases the usage, the performance of Power BI report. Ensure that cache update frequency aligns with the data source refresh frequency. So the settings of cache, which we need to ensure that it is in line with the data refresh frequency. If the cache frequency is lesser than the, if it is higher, in other words, it infrequently updates itself, then there are high chances of data getting displayed in an irregular fashion, leading to confusions. Let's have a look at a cheat sheet of all the visualizations what is available in the Power BI desktop as well as Microsoft certified app source, which is like an app store for visualization. And if I have to classify them, best answer what this cheat sheet will give you is which visual to use when. A toughest challenge for a designer, as in which visualization best fits for your organizational need and the data you are trying to plug into the system. When I say this, it always is the designer's choice of the visualization, what he would like to represent it as. However, the key things what he needs to keep in mind is when you have to compare different things or compare the magnitude of the measures. I mean to say, if you are comparing a volume of two things, sales of multiple areas, gender ratio across different regions, sale across different geographic regions, or you are comparing your different product lines and the sales of your product lines, if you're comparing minimum threshold levels which are available, you are comparing the pipeline of different products what you have, and so on and so forth. So when there is an apple to apple comparison in terms of units, then this comparison chart helps you. So when I say in this figure, let me zoom it a bit and let's see. So if I say in this chart, when these are the different visualization which are available for comparison of the magnitude of measures, and whatever in yellow do you see is the default available made available in Power BI desktop application. Whatever ticks what you see in your visualization are the certified app source visuals which would be available in the Microsoft certified app source. With this, when we compare a clustered bar chart, be it a vertical or a horizontal, please keep in mind that we are also revising all the visualizations available to us in the Power BI desktop application. So what happens is when you have two categories of sales, for example, if I consider this row as unit, and this is sale in month of January and the second in sale of month of February. So in terms of January and February, the product A has sold lesser than product B. If I say orange is product A and blue is product B. Similarly, in the next month, that is February, this product A, the unit sold, however, has increased, but it still is lower than the units sold by the product B in the month of January. This is represented horizontally or vertically. Similarly, if you have a dot plot, you can always have a dot of January and February, which are placed one above the other, February having a higher value. A stack chart would be summing these two charts one over the other and making a stack of different items of product A and top of it the product B. It can be stacked horizontally or vertically. Similarly, stacked bar chart is again, this is a 100% stack chart. So this also gives you the percentage breakup of ratio of the products which are being sold. If 100 is the volume of sale, if there are 100 products sold, how much percentage is of product A vis-a-vis product B. So if you have your finite space and you want to break that content into the percentage, it's like a pie chart, then probably this is another visualization which you can make use of. So the total units sold would be representing your 100% of the value, and amongst that 100% value, what is the percentage share of product A versus product B is shown over here. A stack chart would be irrespective of the percentage. If you remove the 100%ness of the every bar, then the stack chart would look similar to this. Then there is Makiko chart, Power KPI matrix, ultimate variance, ultimate waterfall, which is like an adding things up and down over the period of time. So if you have multiple products and the product A followed by product B, and then there was slack, and then product C, which brought down the sales, and then finally product D, then it happens. If you are a publisher, or if you are working on a feedback or a summary based or a text based data, then you would ideally would like to know what are the keywords used by the end users to search, to analyze, to update, to provide the feedback. So the keywords based on their occurrence would be displayed in a word cloud. a very good way of representing the word usage and the sentiment usage of different feedbacks, and usually this is used in analyzing different feedbacks. Impact bubble, Vitara charts, data insights by MAQ, dot plot. So if this is one kind of formation, the dot plot can be another kind of formation. A drill down column chart would give you a, if there are categories and subcategories and more subcategories for every product, then the drill down chart can help you identify if there are sale of 100, what was the quantity of A product, B product, C product amongst these 100 values. Enlightening stack shuffle, rotating chart by MAQ, bullet chart by them, linear gauge. So linear gauge is where we are, cylindrical gauge by them. So it's more towards target versus achievement kind of a thing. A thermometer by an MAQ where you have a target and then you have an achievement kind of a setup. Then you have a horizontal bar chart similar to these clustered bar chart. Enlightening bubble chart, clustered bar chart in a different representation with some grid around it. 100% stack. This is like an alteration of the default ones given by Power BI. And again, these are not certified ones. These are not available on App Stores. You would have to search it separately. Chart accent bar chart, 3AG bar chart, SAG column chart. So these are available, however, they are not certified and okayed by Microsoft. This is matrix, the table. These are default, made available default into your system. Circular gauge, tachometer, how far the sales have reached, how far the units have sold, etc. How far the units are left, what is the target, and how much you've achieved. Circular gauge. So this is what I was representing. Circular gauge can easily be replaced by 100% stack chart in that scenario, because the circle represents is 100% and this is what it is. So an ideal way of representing an 100% chart would be a circular gauge. However, is an individual's choice which fits well in the organization and the end user should be used. A radar chart based on the sales and different parameters. Bubble chart shows the volume across 1, 2 and 3 things. So blue has sold more in terms of measure magnitude compared to a pink, and then less to the brown. Similarly, a clustered map, and so on and so forth. The next is change over time charts or visualization, which are effectively used to represent something changing and something changing over time and which is continuous nature. For example, if you have a time period of January to December and you have chalked out the count of sale for every month, then it is fair to understand and convert that bar chart into a line chart. If things are moving on the chart, the lines are formed automatically based on the points which are available in the chart. So if these two charts are there, then and again, if you have a continuous data, for example, if you have a data of a day which you want to aggregate for a month or an year, in that case, you can some aggregations which are from arriving from a continuous data at a lower level, then it is fair to make use of these changes over time charts. Which are these? Let's have a look at them. Then there is a card which states the flow of time. Again, there is a ribbon chart which is a continuous nature and it can show you of that content. Then there are candlestick charts, which is a typical stock market charts would ideally have. If you have a script of stock which is running continuously, changing every minute or every day, and you want to make use of that content basis the differences it made for every day, a candlestick chart works best. Then there is a power KPI chart wherein you can have a two continuous measures running parallelly with each other. And for example, the cost reduces, the volume of sales increase kind of a stuff. So if you are tracking two simultaneous measures which are continuous nature, then in this case it makes sense to make use of these charts, which are changing trend of the measures over a period of time. If you are dealing with, for example, an exchange rate, then a KPI ticker would help you to display the change of the rate compared to a previous day and indicate with a green or a red symbol. That's this chart, KPI ticker chart. Then you have a power KPI matrix wherein you can make use of multiple KPIs and put them in place. Then there is a line dot chart wherein you have these bulbs which are available over the lines, which identifies the dip or the increase at a particular point in time, which is at a periodic pace. Then you have a Gantt chart, which is a typical project management chart, which you can make use of tracking different tasks and its length, its duration, etc. Then there is a KPI grid having details of multiple KPIs. Then there is a calendar chart which can show you different content. And then there is different kinds of multiple KPIs, small multiple line charts. So if you are working with multiple KPIs to be tracked, for example, volume, raw material, sales, profit, all of that can be tracked at one go. Advanced card, it's like a one KPI card with few more features. Then forecasting chart when you can make use of R, and then these forecasting models can give you roundabout growth or a fall of those pattern based on earlier history. So R is a visualization language which helps you customize this chart, create a few and make use of them based on your organizational rules. Little bit of an advanced chart, I would say. Then there is dumbbell chart, which shows like a exercise dumbbell wherein it's again and needs R as a language, and then it would be able to process your content. A KPI chart, again a simple KPI chart default made available in Power BI application. KPI indicator is similar to this, but the visualization is different, which includes a line as well as a percentage change. A dual KPI is it's like a modified version of a KPI chart which tracks only one, whereas dual KPI tracks more than one, which is precisely two charts. That's why the name. Then there's a pulsar chart which shows growth and the fall over a time period, and the fall is put into the negative and the growth is put into the positive. Every day starts at the center of the line, and that's how it is. Chart accent, trading charts, again the candlestick charts are best, which shows different states in which that stock was over different time of that day. Gantt chart, again everybody knows a modified version of this Gantt chart available. Both of them are available in the app source. Then there is a timeline chart, clustered column chart, line and a clustered, a very interesting format wherein you are tracking more than two things in one chart and of a different kind. Then this is the way it should be. So this can ideally be the sales or sales pattern or a revenue pattern line chart. Against, in the background it shows individual sales, so an aggregated value with some default broken down values can be shown. So a line and a custom column chart, a very handy, useful and very intuitive explanatory chart made use extensively by all the designers. Keep in mind of this. Line and a stack chart, waterfall chart. Stacked area chart is similar to a line chart, but the area below every line is stacked. Also, it is one over the above chart, a small variation of a stack chart. This is a stack area chart which in that covers an area, and therefore it needs a constant time factor moving horizontally right. Area chart is similar to the stack chart, just that they overlap each other, whereas the stack area chart do not overlap over each other. KPI chart, you know that KPI column by MAQ in the bottom row, drill down chart, table, heat map. This is like a heat map of various products based on sales, etc., which you can think of applicable to your industry in some way for sure. Then there is a heat streams, then there is a horizon chart, clustered column chart, and chart accent bars, wherein you can have this accentuated bars which gives additional info at the top. Alright, we have this ranking chart, spatial chart, and flow charts. These charts help you rank measures in an order. So like you saw in the earlier charts, few of those charts help you rank those items based on some order. So clustered bar chart, you can order it based on the particular product, or in terms of the growth or a height. You can rank them specifically. Matrix charts also. So basically things which you can sort is what you can make use of over here. So you have option to sort in clustered bar charts, matrix chart, tabular chart, and then you have some unknown T accounts, and then there is table sorter. So something which works on sorting is the chart which you can make use of to identify the ranking. So these group of charts are made use of for identifying the rankings. Sortable charts, if I have to tell you the list, these are ranking charts. And the top four, the clustered bar chart, cluster column chart, matrix, table, and at the bottom right, multi-row cards, these are the main charts which you can make use of to identify the ranks of the products, people, growth, etc. Moving on, the next is a spatial star. Spatial chart are used to display measures over spatial maps. So anything with respect to a geographical region, okay, can be made use of using these spatial charts. So spatial means geography, and for them you have the map chart available to you, and the field map chart and the shape map chart available to you by default. There are new arc.js maps in the latest version of Power BI Desktop. Along with that, you have different kinds of charts. One of them are is globe data bars, and there is a drill down cartogram and drill down choropleth. All three of them are available in the app source. However, keep in mind these all charts are to be used when you are working with the content which speaks about different geography. So easiest way to identify this is look for the geographical terms in your data. So probably a column or a region or a city or a state or a location or a street, etc., can be made use of to put the data on these maps. A very a good representative way of displaying geographic information. Then there is a flow, or if there is a flow or a dynamic relation, for example, a funnel, which is the third column, for example, a sales funnel, where you work on lead to opportunity and then moving on to sale and then closing, servicing. So usually those for different stage based dart are the flow charts. So wherever there are different stages which you feel in your system and which you want to separately represent, for a typical developer or designer flow would make use of different approval stages of your system that can be effectively represented in this. It can also tell an assembly line which is also staged by in some manner and which can be represented using these flow charts. There is a waterfall chart which shows different stages. Then there is an alternate version custom developed by a third party and hosted on an app source. Then there is chord, then there is force directed graph. So things when move from one thing to another, that can be shown over here. Then there is a bow tie chart when you have certain sets going into another bucket, that can be represented. A funnel source with an MAQ, horizontal funnel by MAQ, hierarchy chart by elevation, social network graph showing who knows whom kind of representation. So it's like a link as well as a stage based flow which you want to represent. So as you see, these charts are available for usage, but it comes with a brief question which a designer or a developer have to answer, as in which chart is applicable to my current need. And that comes from the business, as in a business would like to see some specific information, and which by default, if you think on that information, you analyze and realize it falls in one of these buckets, like ranking chart, spatial chart, or a flow chart. It's good to know the categorization of these charts. Also, the know every chart at a very cursory level, so that you can always come back to this slide and identify which chart is applicable in my current scheme of things. Organizational chart, again, it moves from one to another. Then there is a journey chart by MAQ. It's an alternate version of a social network graph. Then there is a slope chart by MAQ again, and the R represents there is a need for the R language understanding also in place. Part to whole. When you something in terms of parts adding up to the total, in that scenario you can use these columns, these visualizational charts. So this is similar to those 100% stack charts or those clustered bar charts which we made use of. So in the scenario where you have something which is part of whole, for example, you are working on the sales of multiple products, or you are working on admissions, total admissions in the school. So something where you have a visibility of the total in the area, and you want to understand the composition or the constituents of that product or that individual value, then in that case, or you want to understand the breakup, if for example in an academic scenario you might have 10 subjects and every subjects will have 100-mark exam, and for every examination you must have scored different marks, which would add up to your annual total of marks. So if you want to see the composition of your decomposition of your total marks, in that scenario the part to whole can come in perspective, and for that you can make use of clustered bar charts, clustered column charts, 100% stack bar charts, 100% stack column charts, stack bar chart, stack column chart, line and cluster column chart, a combination of a line and a bar chart. Then a drill down column chart, like I said, if you have multiple things, you can break down in that way. Then there is a KPI column chart by MAQ. Then there is a KPI chart by another company. And then there is a rotating chart. Then there is which keeps rotating in the visualization. If there are more values, then a rotating chart helps to identify those many values without having a scroller. So slight difference in the way that visualization works, and you have already new chart by some company. Horizontal bar chart, then there is a clustered bar chart by Equilion, and then there is a Equilion having a lot of charts which are similar in many sense to the default charts provided by the Power BI desktop. Then there is a table sorter chart, then there's a pie chart. So a typical part to whole would have a pie chart, a donut chart, a sunburst, a ring chart, which are all circular charts. Then there is a tree map, which is like a modified version of a pie chart represented in a squares and the area of that square. And then you have a brick chart, which is like a stacked bar chart. Then there is an enlightener and a waffle chart. Waffle chart is also all the unfilled cells represents the total, and the orange ones are the consumed ones. So the availability versus the consumption kind of a thing, or a target versus achievement of kind of a thing, or a total versus an individual kind of a thing, or a revenue, total revenue versus individual product sales kind of a thing, can be made use of using a part to whole charts. So when you have something in relation wherein whole can be broken down and decomposed into a smaller parts, and you want to track those smaller parts, you have to make use of these charts shown on the screen. Distribution chart. It is used to display the distribution of values. So if you are coming from a perspective that you want to show a distribution of many things, then these charts can help you place your values on a time scale basis or a period scale basis or any other basis and show it to you what are their volumes like. For example, a clustered column chart or a line chart can be used over here. Then there is a histogram chart, then there is a box and a whisker chart, candlestick chart that we have by now very well know where it is used, a dot plot, a typical thing where one falls over the other, a dot plot. Then there is a shuttler's detection chart. Then there is another clustered column and tornado chart. So basically, when you want to show something as a distribution of values over a period of time or any other measure, or that can be done using these charts. Similarly, there is something known as correlation chart wherein to show correlation between the measures. So when I use, for example, a typical example is line and a clustered column chart wherein I have something in terms of a bar chart. It can be a sales for product A and B in this example. In like here, sales for product A and B over a period of time. At the same time, I want to see the probably volume or something totally different, but and which occurs over a period of time. It can be for sales, it can be raw materials or season or growth, right? Of something or a share price of that thing, of that company. The share price is not directly related to the sale, but yes, share prices changes over a period of time. So if there are two distinct measures which are only loosely coupled on a one basis, which is time, or any other basis, then you can make use of a correlation measures. Which why are these required? These are required because if you want to draw attention of an impact of certain items on another, then these charts help you identify those impacts. And wherever you see the alphabet R is in, then the R is required in your visuals and your Power BI and desktop application. Then again, this is again a line and a stack chart. So when you have a two distinct, in short, if I have to brief you on this correlation chart, it would be like when you have to add, if you want to represent more than one or a different kinds of measures which are not compatible directly and they are varied but they have commonality in place, then you can make use of this correlation chart. Next, then there is a single value chart. Single value chart are best known as cards, and these are the KPI charts wherein they aggregate a value of any particular measure or a column or any calculation and give you a single figure. These are most prominently used by the high level execs in your organization, which detect the health of the organization by looking at these values. For example, the revenue for the day, the cost for the day, current liabilities. In terms of banking, there would be a ratio, the repo rate, the reverse repo rate. For example, a gold rate, a silver rate, for example, any other single or a pass percentage or the QA test percentage. So these are single unit values which identify the worthiness of your entire gamut of things, and using this single value. For example, this you can understand. If I have to draw an analogy, you can compare it with a thermometer. Thermometer displays temperature, and if the temperature goes beyond a particular value, that is 98 degrees Fahrenheit, then it means the something is wrong. Similarly, a single value available in these charts can be easily made use of to identify the anomaly in the system if there is. And these are indicators, these are KPIs, these are key performance indicators which converts entire gamut into a single numeric value, which is good enough for the management to take a decision and helps the decision making process faster. So what are these charts? These are cards by status okay Viz. Then there is a card default given to us by the Power BI desktop. Then there is multi-row card, which includes lot many KPIs. Then there is a tabular card. Then there is a matrix. Then there is a KPI ticker, which is like shows a difference over a previous day or something. Then there's a scroller chart. If you want a marquee scroll running over to your visualization report, you can have that in place. Then there's a user list by Cloud Scope. Then there's a timeline by Cloud Scope. Then there's a multi KPI. If you have more than one KPI, singular values, you can do that. Then there's a collage. Then there's KPI indicator. Then there is advanced card. Then there's rotation. Then there's Acteria, gauge, tachometer, dial gauge, circle KPI. So these represent single value and which can have at least one or two attribute to it, but however those single values are good enough for the decision maker to rely their decision on. Then there are filters chart. These are different kinds of slicers and filters available, which helps you control the content used and displayed on the system and accordingly show the values of the selected content. For example, if you are working on different products, you can select a particular product. If you are working on multiple regions in your chart, then you can choose a select single region. Then if you are working on attribute slicer, then you can change the attribute value and find a range. Then there is a smart filter. Then there's a chiclet filter. If there are countable items of your filtration, you can have those button kind of a thing wherein you can click, and similarly that data pertaining to that particular selected item only gets displayed and considered for visualization. Then there is a time slicer. Time slicer, out of all the dates what you're looking for, you can specifically denote which date you would like to have the data represented on the visualization on. Usually it belongs to a current day, current month, etc. Right. Then there is an enlightened slicer. Then there is an hierarchy slicer. Hierarchy slicer typically works on typically if you have a sales hierarchy in place and you're working on a sales data, then you would have your global head having lot many national heads under him, and national heads would have lot many state heads or a region heads, and then there would be a city heads, and there would be a ground level salesperson. So that's kind of a hierarchy. It also can have your organizational hierarchy coming from a CEO to the ground level person. It can have as many hierarchies of whatever things which can be made into hierarchy represented in this hierarchy slicer. Also remember, like we saw it in the earlier discussion, that these slicers have lots of overhead. Use it sparingly, and therefore it improves the performance of your overall Power BI visuals, reports, and dashboards. Then there are narrative charts. These charts tell a story with the data. So narrative charts convert your content into a story or the numbers into a story. So the idea of these charts help you convert the qualitative data into a quantitative data, or quantitative data rather into a qualitative data. So your numbers get easily converted into these narrative charts. Also, the default feature of this narrative is a Q&A section in your Power BI desktop, wherein if you enable your Q&A, you can query your Power BI cloud for a specific data, and then Power BI cloud auto generates a visual and displays it in the best form. The narrative chart is another part of a story wherein you can provide the data and the system these charts displayed in a word based manner. So these are word based charts which convert the numbers into words. A very interesting way. You can always explore them And if you see, none of these are made available in Power BI desktop by default. Also, these are not available in the app source. So since these are not yet trusted tested by the Microsoft and the team, it will take some time for these to evolve to a mark which Microsoft standard is, and accordingly it would then be absorbed in the Power BI desktop. So you can always experiment with these, nonetheless to say that it will take some time to evolve. Then there are certain miscellaneous charts which includes a Power Apps chart, DS Visual, HTML viewer, and these help you use these charts and display that content. So example, HTML viewer would most likely is going to show you the HTML content available in your data source. So a good way is of doing things is having a HTML viewer visual so that it renders the content properly. Then there's a text wrapper and there is a text enhancer, and these are certain experimentative charts which are not directly linked to the line of business, but they are very innovative and creative, and people are advised to explore them on their own and make use of it. Let's have a look at all the tips and tricks what we can make use of while designing the Power BI desktop and making beautiful dashboards and reports. The first one we would like to highlight here is Power Query. When you work with the Power Query, give every step an explanatory name and merge steps of the same type for better manageability of the Power Query. Give queries and column friendly usernames, and this also is necessary to utilize in Q&A. Make sure that each column in each table has the correct data type. This will make the data model smaller, and as a result, the application and the desktop would run faster. Remove columns you are not going to use in your report, and then moreover use remove other columns rather than remove columns option. This reduces the risk of structure changes in your data source break the query. And structure your queries in folders. For example, a folder for facts, your folder query folder for dimensions, a query folder for function, and a query folder for miscellaneous, and so on and so forth. All this is for a better manageability of the Power Query. Enable or turn off the enable load for queries that do not need the data model. So for queries which do not have a data model associated, you can have enable load set to off. This improves the performance. Prefer reference over duplicate of a query. As we saw in our earlier demos and learning sessions, that reference means you point to the same query, whereas duplicate means there are two versions of the same query. Therefore, it would be difficult for a designer or developer to have consistent updates across both the queries, and also would lose track. So the better way of you doing things would be reference over duplicate. In general, prefer import over direct query. So this is another set wherein you have to use import, which brings in the data in the Power BI desktop and in your Power BI pbix file, rather than direct query, because direct query queries do not store local data, whereas it queries the data source as and when required. It also makes use of the caching feature. Also, direct query has to be evaluated for the thresholds of the network bandwidth and the time and the performance needed. So basis that you can take a call of a direct query or an import. This is all about Power Query tips and tricks. Next, now for the data model, always use a separate data table in your data model and mark it as a data table. So this is these are good to have or good to know features which, if you make use of, it will help you work with the data and Power BI in a very systematic, organized and manageable fashion. Only use DAX calculated columns when it is not possible to create using Power Query. This improves clarity and manageability of your report, as transformations are located where you expect them. So columns are to be created only when you cannot use or make use of Power Query, a good learning point. Why it is so? Because and it improves the clarity and manageability of your report, and transformations are located in where you expect them. Also give a prefix to all your measures just to identify or distinguish them amongst the columns, table names, etc. And therefore, if you follow a standard pattern of prefixing your measures with some identifier or a symbol, it becomes easier to look for those measures in one go in your search bar of your data source. Then use standard abbreviations like YTD, LY, PY, which stands for year to date, month to date, last year, previous year, etc. to keep these fields, base fields together. So if you use them, and then it is simpler for you to manage. Then hide columns that are needed but are irrelevant for the user. So certain columns is used by your system for calculating a measure or deriving a measure. However, that column in itself is not needed by the end user. End user is a consumer of the measure which you built your content on. Therefore, you can hide those columns when itself will never render that column either in export, download, or in any visual. Hide the key at the many side of the many to one relationship. So if you hide the key at the many side, so the key is the primary key. So if you hide it, then it becomes simpler and clearer. People will not confuse them with the source column, rather will look for that value in some other export or a data table. A good way of doing things. It's a very trivial case, but it is good to know. Think about using the new filter pane. Why? Because it provides an option to hide and lock filters for end users to use. So for example, if you are using slicers, and slicers reduce your effectiveness on the space of your screen, you can move them to the new filter pane, point number one, then lock those filters so that the end user cannot make change to those values. This is a huge improvement from earlier implementation or earlier versions of Power BI, wherein these new filter pane was not available and filters used to be passed on to the end users. A very good improvement on the product. For each measure column in your data model, make DAX calculated measure instead of using the default summarization. Then hide the original column. This way all measures will have the same icon, and it enables you to change the calculation in the future. So this is more towards the implementation and the design kind of a phase wherein you can manage all your measures in one place. Always use the table name when you need to access the column. So a good idea is when you are preparing a query or a Power Query or making a measure, and if that column name is unique across the ecosystem of that pbix file, you can directly call that column name. However, the best practice would include calling the table and opening a right bracket and then searching for that column, which ensures the correctness of that table. Also in future, if there is another table having the same column, the ambiguity on the errors on the Power BI part can be eliminated. Then use divide function to prevent division by 0 and improve the speed of the division. In DAX, you can uncomment the DAX line by using Alt Shift and A or Control plus slash and Shift plus Enter for line breaks. So these are the line breaks, and then uncommenting. These are the things you will have to make use of. Use aggregations to keep your model small and performant and still have detailed data available. So you can aggregate your content into another smaller summary tables which you can keep displaying in your dashboard, and then you can also have an underlying data somewhere in some detail sheet. Improves the performance. So aggregations is a key term. So this was the another piece of information, as in how do we schedule the refresh. Then the data transformation is fine. Modeling, we did see modeling and its associated capabilities okay today. What is Q&A? What is quick insights? So quick insights are something which is, if you go to the desktop and you go in general, you might want to see your workspace, and there are these arrow mark. These are your quick insights. So this arrow marks would help you if you go to the reports. You would like to see the reports like this. It shows how many people access the matrix and who was the person who accessed it. How many people, since it is nobody's access, since we've not shared with anybody, it shows 0 value. Did they view it on the sharing screen or a workspace? What was the platform? Was it mobile or a web? What was the report page did they use? Is it all few? All that can be tracked based on what they have done. Please remember, the report is automatically generated by Power BI to generate a matrix. Usage data is retained for 90 days. Changes to your report may take 24 hours to appear here. So, of previous 90 days, you can have all the data which is present to be viewed in the system. Coming back to this slide, clustering, we did see clustering, calculated tables, we did calculate columns on it. Quick insights, we saw it right now. Q&A. So based on this, you can have certain Q&As enabled. So how do you enable the Q&A? When you go to, for example, settings, you would be asked, do you want to enable the Q&A or no? So this is the checkbox. Under the dashboard, you have show Q&A yes or no. If you enable it, it would come. If you don't, it will not. So this is one area. Do you want to enable Q&A or no? Coming back to our PowerPoint slide. Yes, if you go back, and change of data connectivity, as I said, it is not possible to change import to direct query, but it's possible to change direct query to import. So let's do one thing. Let's check, is it possible to change direct query to import? If I go back over here, I know I have imported 2 tables today. One was direct query, this was an import. If I change it to direct query, will it permit me? Let's have a look. It's not even selecting, right? Whereas if I go over here and I say import, it is getting changed. It also tells me an implication, as in setting the storage mode to import has the following implication. Please consider them carefully. A warning: setting storage mode to import is irreversible operation. As I said, you will not be able to switch back to a direct query. You would by the way of deleting and re-adding it. In that you lose the columns. You will definitely lose the columns and the measures created in this table. This operation will refresh tables set to the import, which may take time. So this is what the drawback of the system is. So we'll have to be carefully choosing our next step and go ahead with it. Now moving on, what do we have next? We are through with this direct query versus import. We are very clear what we did today. Now some good practice, data and relationship. Query performance over big data. So it is more like, do you want to use direct query or do you want to use import? So you as a users interact with visuals on Power BI reports. DAX queries are submitted to the dataset. Boost queries speeds by caching the data at the aggregated level. As I said, aggregated tables are key columns from most used tables. It is a refined table having all the info. It is more like a summary table which is used over here. Using a fraction of resources required at the detail level. Unlock the big data in a way that would otherwise would be impossible. That is how. So the idea is, when you are dealing with a huge amount of data which cannot be imported in the Power BI desktop, you would definitely fall back on the direct query. But when doing the direct query, you would also have to push on certain filters so that the data which is coming into your system via direct query is up to 10 lakh rows or otherwise 1 million rows. Data refresh optimization. reduce the cache size and refresh times by caching the data at aggregate level. So always have a dual mode enable and the aggregate level, which is a master table or the summary table as I call it, and speed up the time to make the data available for the users. So rather than refreshing your entire table set, you just refresh the summary table based on direct query and you are good to go. Achieve the balancing architectures. Allow the Power BI in-memory cache to handle aggregated queries, which it does effectively. Limit queries sent to the data source in the direct query mode, helping stay with concurrency limits. So there are certain concurrency limits which does not permit more query mode direct queries to be executed at once, the interest of denial of service and security. So please ensure you have that kind of balanced architecture. Queries that do not get through tend to be filtered. Transactional level queries which require data warehouse, big data system normally handle well. So these are certain good practices which we need to keep in mind when we design a Power BI dashboard through the desktop. So today we just added on certain things based on our previous understanding, and we had an in-depth understanding of the models, relationships, the one is to many and many is to one, and then cardinality and aggregate functions, and how we saw how the many to many relationship come into picture. We also saw what are the measures which are available, which we can make use of in an import. We saw the difference, fundamental difference between the import and the direct query. With this, we finished data and its relationships in today's lecture.
Today we are going to cover a case study on Power BI. Let's start. What are the difficulty level or advanced level to learn the Power BI? We need a decent understanding of business and reporting concept, that we are building some reports in Excel or other tools already. We have some basic or beginner to intermediate level of Excel knowledge. You won't be using Excel in Power BI, knowing thing can simply just fine. It will work out. And you need a passion to learn new thing. As a Power BI is a free tool and is similar as almost Excel. What are the objective of this course? You will learn about the Power Query. Power Query is used to extract the data in Power BI. You will learn about the adding a calculated column and calculated measures. And we will also see a different type of charts like waterfall charts, line charts, column charts, other charts we will look into it. And we will create a multiple report which represent a different scenario. What we will learn in detail, we will see Power Query, the structure, how to arrange the data. We also see a filter and slicer, and we will see a different type of chart in visualization screen. There are course requirement or prerequisites. You just need some basic knowledge of programming language and you have some passion or zeal to learn. Who are your target students? The target audience is analyst, a business and intelligent professionals, a report writer or storyteller, managers and executive who need to build reports, and a self-employed consultant. By the end of this course, you will have the following skill set. You will have a theory and concept as strong as many people in your organization wouldn't have. You would have a complete and a clear picture of the data which is falling inside your organization. You will have both technical as well as the business skill set, the blend of which is much needed in the organization always. What are the topics we will cover in this case study? We will explain what is Power BI. We will explain how to open the file and save the file, how to import a multiple file and append the data. Append means add a data. How to append? Yeah, means extract data from a multiple files and clean it and create import data from a single table, single Excel file, and create a relationship. We also see to create a table, calendar table, using a calendar dex formula, and we will also see a calculate column in it to create a date table. We'll also see how to use a dex measures we need for our visualization and table in our dashboard. We will create multiple reports like average daily gross profit, fiscal report, average last 12 month, and we'll see how the report will change and to after adding additional data, and we will publish the report. What is the scenario? The scenario is the company needed a reliable tool to monitor her business sales performance and explore KPI from a different angle and time dimension. They need to quickly identify bad performing product, but the information at hand is limited. Static reports are rarely up to date. Her analysts do their best to mix and match template from their system and Excel file using VLOOKUP and index match. The manual work is extremely time consuming, each of which has to be updated weekly and only provide a narrow, static view, and time to action is too long and problematic. Opportunities are very difficult to identify precisely. In this case study, we will cover the following scenario, like how to import a data, clean it, and transfer using a Power Query, create a DEX table, date table using a DEX formula, create a relationship, create a DEX measure, hide an item, report query to refine data. We'll see a dashboard, visualization table, slicer in multiple tabs, and at last we will publish a report, and we will see how we refresh the data. I will explain how to download a Power BI. There are two options available, from Microsoft download page or from Microsoft Windows Store. I will explain what is the difference between these both the link and which one is the best one and when we use this link. The first link is a Microsoft download page. I have opened that same link in Internet Explorer. This web page is loaded. Here you just need to select your language, preferred language, and click on download. It will download the link. I'll explain the next procedure, what are the other steps we need to do. The other option is Microsoft Windows. There are two links available. I'll select the last one. If you are using 365 window, then use this link. When you insert, it will open the Microsoft Store. Here you can use the link. Because I have already downloaded the Power BI, that's the reason it's showing launch button. If it's not installed, then it will show as install option. Now what is the difference between these two links? The first link is when you want to update each month, you have to re-download and reinstall. And the second one link, it will be automatically download. Now if you want that if there is a new update is come and might be there would be any bug in it, so you don't want to download each month and you want to wait for a few days and then after you want to download, then you can use this option, or else you can use the second option. It will automatically download from each month. It will automatically update your Power BI desktop tool every month, because every month there are changes are coming, so it's better to use the second option. From a Windows Store you can download it, so it will automatically always keep to update your Power BI desktop tool. Now what are the steps? Now I have already downloaded I will explain. I have taken a screenshot to explain what are the steps we need to follow. The first, it will ask you on which version you want to use. Now most of the laptops are and computers are coming with a Windows 64-bit, so you can check your system setting and which version. Most of the people are using 64, so I have selected 64-bit. Then you need to click next. There are few steps you need to follow. It will ask, I have taken the screenshot. The first screen will look like this. You need to click on next. You need to accept the license policy. Click on next. It will auto pick up the destination folder. Click on the next, and it will ask for the finished. Then click on finish. It will create a shortcut on your desktop like this. When you click it open, it will show the screen in this way. If you log in, then sign in with your credentials, or if you can click on sign. If you don't have any login ID, you can create it also. Now this is a procedure you can use. Now there are different versions of Power BI. I will explain. Now if I open this first link in Internet Explorer, now if you can see the products, it shows Power BI Desktop, which we have downloaded. Now there another version is Power BI Pro and Power BI Premium. Now what is the difference between these three is that if you can see the pricing, this Pro version is $10 per month, and the Premium version is almost $4,995. What is the difference? In Power BI Desktop is free. The Power BI Desktop we have installed is free, and here we can only publish to the powerbi.com, and we can share the Power BI file to others. Power BI Desktop viewer, we can create a web embedded code and we can post in the public website. This function is available in free version of Power BI. If we have installed Power BI Pro, so the Power BI Pro will also help to view on any devices. Like if you want to share the Power BI, whatever we report and dashboard we will create, we can share with any mobile device also and any other device also. This functionality is available in Power BI Pro. And what is the Power BI Premium? The Power BI Pro, for each user we need to pay approx $10 per user per month, and in Power BI Premium is help like Power BI report server on premises reporting. This tool will be needed. If for example any company have a own premises server and he didn't want to pay for each user, then this will be a more helpful. This is the three options. We have installed the Power BI Desktop. Now let's have a view. Now this is the first. I have opened it. This is a blank screen. I'll explain what are the tabs and options are available. In Home tab, if you can see, there is an option. The tab is available external data. This is used for a Power Query to extract data from multiple sources. If I'll click it here and will show you. Wait a second. For example, there are more other options available like Excel, the Power BI dataset file, from SQL, from a text and CSV files. There are multiple options are available. If I click it on More, it will show you all the list where we can also extract data from a folder. Like if a folder contains multiple files, so if we just select a folder, it will extract all the files. Like if I use the Excel function, we can select a file one by one. Instead, if we can use the folder function, we can extract multiple files at once. But we need to make sure this all the headers and column for all the files should be same in the folder. There are other options are also available. We can extract from Azure, from Power BI data set, Google Analytics, and there are many more. And here, if we don't want to extract, but we want to put manually, so we can create a new table and update data here, and we can create a table and save it. This option is available whenever we extract any data. We can do any kind of structure changes, we will do in it. This is our report view icon. This is the screen are visible. This screen is a actually this is a table. Whatever the data will be extracted using a get table, whatever the table we will extract, it will reflect in this screen called as a data, but it is actually a table. This is a tab called a relationship. This is a relationship icon which show all the table, and we can use this tab to link one-to-one relationship or one-to-many or many-to-many relationship. This table is useful. Let's go to the visualization screen. Here there are many visualizations are available. The multiple charts are available. Column chart, line charts, waterfall charts, funnel chart, gag chart, and many more. You will see each one. This is our table where we create our set of table in visualization. We can create a multiple tables. This is our report canvas. Now this is a format and paint ruler. This is where we go to format table, slicer, visualization and chart. Here, this is a field. This is where we draw fields in measures. And here we will see are all the tables and fields and measures we will create. Now we will learn how to extract data in Power BI using Power Query. First, I will show you the data format. Sim data set. This is our data. First is contain a date, product ID, sales representative ID, the count of units sold, and discount, and cost of goods sold. Now, if we can see all the different files, other files also have the same format. You need to make sure all the files have the same format. Because why am I asking? Because we will use a folder to extract all the files. That's the reason it needed to be all the file in same format. The column name should be same. The structure is same. Now this is the file path we will use. Now we are using a folder. There are multiple options: Excel and text file, CSV file. The folder option is not visible. We will click on more. Wait a second. Now here you can see a folder option. We just need to click twice. It will give us a path. You can click on browse option and select the path, or you can assign the path. If I click it OK, now it will show me the file's name. Now click on transform data. Now it will open for us a Power Query editor window in which you can see it will show the files and all the detail of the files, where it is saved, what is the location, where it is created, and the extension. We need to make sure all the extension format are in the same format because the Power BI is case sensitive. Now we don't need the other columns, so we will remove other column. How you can do it? You just need to select the first column because we want this column and we don't want other columns. So we will select first column and right click and select remove other column. It will remove other column. Now we want to combine all the files. We have 4 files. So once we click on this below arrow once, it will show the format of our file. The first 200 rows, we just need to click OK. There is option available delimiter. Now the file format is CSV. That is the reason we will use comma. It will auto pick up. You need to use a comma and click it OK. Wait for a second. Now if we can see, all the data are extracted. Yeah, many data. If we can just filter. Alright. So we have extracted for the 4 files. Now if we can see, the data format is in decimal number, in whole number, the date format. So we need to convert this date format into the whole number format into a date format. What is the procedure you need to follow? You just need to first convert it into a text. It will ask you that the selected column has an existing type conversion. Would you like to replace the existing conversation or preserve the existing conversation and add the new conversation as a separate step? So if you want a separate step, you need to click add a new step, or if you want to replace on the same, then you will click on replace current. It will replace the changes in the same row. Just click it once again. Okay. Now the format is converted into a text. Now we again need to click it here, and we need to click on date. Again replace on current. So if you can see, it is converted in a date format. Now we want our unit sold in whole number. It is already in whole number format. Discount is in decimal format. It's fine. If we can see our cost, it is in decimal format, but it is a multiple decimals. We don't want so much decimals, so we will just click it here. Right click and click on transform. Click select round. Select again rounds once. It will open one dialog box. It asks how many decibel you want to reflect. Just type 2 and click it OK. Now if you can see, it is remove other decimals and keep it only 2 decimals. And if you can see here, whatever the step we have made, it is recorded here. In case if we made any wrong step and we want to remove that step, you just need to click on this cross button. I'll show you how it, if I just click it on cross button, it is deleted the last step. Now again I need to do it. Transform round 2. So it is again showing me what are the last function I have used. And last, I will add a file name. SF transactions. Alright. So we have replaced the file name. We have changed the date format and the cost, the amount in 2 decimal format. These are the changes we have made in this file. Now we need to click close and apply. If we click on data tab, data panel, it will show us the table which we have extracted using a Power Query. Now let's extract the data from a Excel file. Now we have extracted these 4 files. We have one table. We have one table file which contain 4 different tables. Now using a Power Query, let's extract this 4 table in Power BI. I will also explain while extracting this file into the Power BI how to use a pen function and merge query. Just for example, I will create a one dummy file, dummy table here to create a append function. Just assume the data format is still here, and I will assign one name. It has a D sales representative name. We'll create into a table. Okay, I'll assign a name to dimension sales representative underscore 1. Now I created another table just in case, to explaining that if we extract any table, if we want to amend the table, so how to do it. Now I will save this file. Now let's move to the Power BI. Same get data. Now we will use Excel file. Now it show all the tables which contain in table file. Now we have one category table, product table, sales representative table. We have created one dummy table which contains few data, and we have supplier table. Now I will select these 4 tables. I'll keep it this. I'm not selecting this. I will show you one other method to update data in Power BI. That's the reason I will not select this. Now click on transpose. It will open the Power Query. Now it will show you all it. This is our transaction table. This is a category table. This is our product table. Now retail price are in decimal format. If you want, you can use transfer function to round up by 2. And now I will explain what is the append query. Select the first table, day sales reps table. Now it contains the 20 records. I will click on append query. Select the first option, to table, and select the table which contains the other data and click it OK. Now if you can see, this table has contained 5 records, 21 to till 25. The same record has been added in this file. You can, if you want to add any rows and data in table, then you can use a append query. Now we have a product table. Okay, now let's close it and wait for a minute. It will load all the queries and it will reflect all the tables here. Now we have left one table, a supplier table. Now we want this data in a file. We can just select and copy it. Move to the Power Table, Power BI. Here, if you want to insert a table manually, you can select Enter Data in Home tab. Select it and just select Paste. Now data is copied here. Click on Load. Now if you can see, our category product. Okay, we have not assigned a table name. That's the reason it's showing us a table. If you want to change it, go to the edit query, select the table. We want a table name as D supplier and copy it, assign a name, press enter, close and apply. Now if you can see, data is extracted. Now again move to the edit and Power Query. We have seen an append query, how to use append query. Now I'll explain how to use a merge query. Now if you can see, in our product table, we have 2 IDs, category ID and supplier ID. In first category ID, we have a category table which contains category ID and category. We will merge it with product table. For that, you need to select a product table, click on merge query. Now it will ask you the second table which you want to merge. We will select a category table and we will match the columns. You just need to select it. Now it is a 16 record on the first table. Click it OK. It is added here, the column. If you click it here, this button, it will show all the options that table was contain. We want a category name. Just select the category and click it OK. Now if you can see, the category is extracted as per the category ID. The same, if you can see, the category as 3 contain the name freestyle. Just check it. So as per the category ID number, the category name has been updated in category ID. Now same we will do it using for supplier ID. From supplier tab, we will use a merge query and we will select supplier table and we will select the supplier column, same in supplier column, and click it OK. Now we just want supplier name. We will select OK. The name is been updated here in product table. Now we will close and apply. Now if you can see our product table, it will show you the product ID, product name, retail price, and the category name and supplier name is updated from a category and supplier tab tables. Now let's go again in Power Query, the query. Now we don't want this power category and this supplier table is load again, because we just need these two table for merge query for our reporting writing. So we just select the table and we will click this enable load. We'll just untick it. Like disable load will remove the table from the report and any visual table that use column will be broken. Just click it continue. Now same we will do it for supplier table and we will do it for this sales representative we use for append query and click on apply. Wait for a second. Now if you can see in our table, it will show only product table, sales product dimension table, sales representative table, and the fact transaction table. Now let's move to the models relationship tab and we will check the relationships are allotted perfectly. I'm just moving so we can see in one screen. Now what is relationship and what it means and why it is needed. Now if you can see here, if you can click the select on this line, it will show it has one to many relationship. One, it means it has a one, and star means it's a many. The table from one to many relationship means the sales ID is available here, and in product table the product ID is linked here. Now why we need, because it helps like for example, if you want to extract data from a sales representative table, like if you want data from a product table in fact table, to create a measures and to find out to get the retail price, product ID, and category names, that time a relationship will help us to create a faster using the data. If link is not available, we can create link also. We just need to select it and drag it here, so it will create a link. It will click a relationship between the two different tables. Now we have seen append query, merge query in edit query options. We have used it. We have see the relationship, and if you can see, we using that we have get this state table. Now let's first save the file. Assign any name. Like I'm assigning file sales analysis case study. So in case if the file is corrupted or lost, our data will be saved. So whenever you perform any task, please make sure that you will click on Ctrl S or click on this button to save your whatever the tasks you have performed. Now if you just analyze the transaction table, the fact transaction table, here we can see a date table, the date field, which has one hierarchy of all the dates, year, quarter, monthly, and day. Whenever we have added any column of a date, it will automatically create a date hierarchy. And whenever we use this date uh, field to represent any kind of visualization, it will always create a multiple hidden table. So if we don't want to create a multiple hidden table, we need to create our own date table. Additionally, if you can see here, it shows a sigma icon. It means this data contain a number value. Here in discount also and unit seller also the same icon is reflecting. So it is called as a implicit measures. We will create explicit measures using modeling tab. We will create a new measures and we will use these measures in our visualization. And we will also create one date table using new column functions. Now first we need to create a new table, a date table. Now let's click on a new table. We will assign a name, dimension, date. Now we will use a calendar function. It is asking for a start date and end date. We will take a min formula to get a date from a financial transaction F transaction table, a date field. It will give us a minimum date. Now we want a year from this date. It will give you the minimum year. Now we will use a date function. In date, first we use a year. Here we have used a min function which will extract the minimum date, and here it will give us the minimum date. We want to represent the first date, so we will write first month and day as the first. Now we'll just give comma, and for end date we will use the same formula, date function in year. Instead of min, we will use a max because we want a recent, the last use date. We will use max from transaction table. The max formula will give you the latest date, last date, and we want month. The month we'll use the last month. For a day we'll use the last date. Once you click it OK, it will create one date table. Here if you can see that new table is created, which have one column date. If you go to the data panel, it will reflect one column of date. I'll click on save. Now I want a multiple column which reflect as day, month, year, and this company is following a fiscal year, means from April to March. So we also want a fiscal quarter, a fiscal year. So let's create a column. The first I'll take a day from this table. From that you can select date. This is one option you can use it from a date table dot colon date, or else the other option is you can write day or a table name. Both the option will work. Now I want a month number. For a month number, I will simply write month and date. Selected the date. The first is date name, and in square bracket it reflect a field name, the column name. I will press enter. It will create one new column which contain a number. Now I want one more column for month. Here I want to reflect a month in Jan February format. For that I will use a format function. Use date from a date table and apply a format in M bracket close enter. That will create a column which contain data for our Jan, Feb, March. Now you can sort by column. So I want to sort month as per the month number. Apply a sorting. Now I want quarter. I will add one more column. Quarter. For a quarter I will use roundup function, and I will divide a month number. So I will take a date table from a month number. I will divide it by 3 and number of digit 0 and click it and click on enter. Now why I have used a roundup function? Because if we divide any value by 3, it will round up. If the value is first, second, third, it will show me value first. If we divide second, 4, 5, 6 by 3, the outcome will show as 2. That's the reason I'll use a roundup function. It will show you the max value of roundup. Now I want to reflect a year. For that I will create a new column. Here also you can add a new column, or if you can click on just click right click. Multiple options are available. You can select a column. Now I want a year. Simple, I want a year. I will select from a date table. Now we have created a day, month, quarter, and year. Let's create a fiscal quarter and fiscal year. To create a fiscal quarter, I will add a new column. I will write fiscal quarter. Now fiscal quarter means the quarter is starting from April onward, means April, May, June is quarter 1. In normal calendar, if we can see, it is reflecting Jan, Feb, March as a first quarter. So we want to reflect this should be the Jan, Feb, March should be a last quarter for the last year. For that we will write a formula, normal if condition. If the quarter is equal to first, means Jan, Feb, March, then reflect 4, or else from a quarter table -1. It means if reflect Jan, Feb, March, reflect 4, or else for other quarter, means for example if there is a quarter is April, May, June, it will reflect a first quarter for fiscal quarter. Instead of previously it was showing second quarter. That's the reason I have used -1 sign. Now adding one more column, fiscal year. Fiscal year we can use the same logic, if function. Our logic is we will use if quarter is first, then if quarter is first, then we will use the last year. So how we can do it? We can select a year -1, or else reflect a same quarter, same year. So if you can see, normal year is reflecting 2017 and in fiscal it is reflecting 2014. Means the 1st January 2017 it is reflecting the fiscal quarter is reflecting the last quarter for 2016. Now let's create one more column which reflect fiscal period. We'll reflect the fiscal quarter and year in proper format. That's the reason we will use quarter. From a date table we will use fiscal quarter. We'll add with the emphasis sign, use hyphen, emphasis sign, and we will reflect use right function and take from a date table fiscal year and comma 2. Now it will create a fiscal period in quarter 4 hyphen 16. We need to create one more column. This column will work as a helper column to arrange a fiscal period in proper form for a sorting purpose. I'll name as short fiscal period. Simply we need to take fiscal year and need to multiply with the 10 and add from a date table the quarter. Now just click on enter. It will create a new column. Now why I have used this formula? Because we have multiplied with 10, so it will add a 0 after year. It will reflect as a 2016 instead of 20160, and we have added a quarter, means it will, instead of 0, it will reflect 1, 2, 3, 4. Because if we normally apply a shorting in fiscal quarter, it will club all the quarter, means 2004, 16, 17, 18, 19, 19, 20 will reflect together. But if we use a short function, short fiscal period, it will reflect quarter 4, 16, quarter first 17, quarter second 17, this way. That's the reason. So for that we will select fiscal period and apply a short function as per short fiscal period. Now also we'll create one more helper column. If needed, we'll reflect a month and year. Month and year. Normally we'll take a month column. He will take first year column, or else normally we will use from a date table, month and hyphen date table year. From Jan 17, and we will create one column for assign a short function for this. We will add one column, short month and year, month and year. The formula is we will use a year from a date table and multiply with 100 and add a month afterward. Sorry, we will take a year, first, and instead of month we will use month number, because month column is containing a text. That's the reason we'll use a month number. Okay, so we'll also apply a short function for month and year, short by month and year column. Okay, now we have created our table. Now we mark as a date table. We'll select a date. It is validated successfully. We'll click it OK. Now our table is created, which contain a date, day, month number, month, quarter, year, fiscal quarter, fiscal year, fiscal period. We have created as a helper column for sorting purpose. We add one column which have month and year, and we added one column for as a helper column for sorting for month and year. So our date table is created. Now our date table is created. We need to create a relationship with the fact table, the fact transaction table. How to do it? Just select a date, this table, and just drag it on the same on date. Now if you can see, it has created a relationship one to many. Now relation is created. Now we will create few measures which help us for visualization. We will create a gross profit, and other, like let's do it. Let's go to the fact table or the fact transaction table. We will create our first measure. What is the procedure? We need to go to the modeling tab and click on new measures. If you click on a new column, it will add a new column, but a measures is not adding any columns. It will just create one icon here which will store the value in it. I'll show you. If we write the first, we want a total units. We have option here, units sold. We want the count of it. We'll apply a sum of it. We want a sum of from F transaction table of units sold. Click it OK. If you can see, our first measure is created, which reflecting as total unit. Now if you can see, we have created one measures. If you just drag it here, if it will show you the amount of amount almost 2 million. If you can use the same unit sold value, it will also give you the same amount. This is explicit measures we have created, and the previously it has implicit measures which will both give you the same value. The difference is that we can use this explicit measure in multiple formulas, multiple DEX formulas we can create. That's the reason we always create a explicit measures and we will use in all the formulas because it is a more efficient. Now we will create more measures. First we have created total unit. Now let's create one more measure. Total unit. Afterward we will create a total revenue. Now how to create a total revenue? We need use a sumx formula. I will explain you what is the difference between sum and sumx. Sum use only a one parameter. If you can see a sum formula, it will only use a one parameter, one column value. But in sumx, you can use a multiple parameters, multiple expression you can use. Sum only use one aggregate column value, but in sumx, it use row wise attributes. I'll explain how it is work. In sumx, first we need to assign a table name. We have assigned a first table name, F transaction name, and we will use to find out a total revenue. The normal formula is what are the units sold and the price of that value. Now the price is available in our product table, and we have used a relationship between product table and transaction table. So that's the reason we can use a product table here. And here, if you can see, we have a discount column also. So we need to minus that discount, which will give us a total revenue. The first, we will use a table name and we will write our expression. We will first take our first measures we have created, unit sold. We will multiply with retail price. To get the retail price, we will use a related function which will help to extract data from a different table. So we want a data from a product table. We have a retail price. We want again a multiply with discount. So for discount, we will use a one minus function from transaction table discount. Now we will first close the related function. We'll close our expression. Now if we want to round by 2, so we just use the round function and apply comma and 2 and click it OK. Alright, so now our new measures has been created, total revenue. Now I will explain what is SumX and Sum. Let's in Excel, I have created a dummy table product wise. Like for example, is have product 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It product 1 have unit sold 10 and the price is 10. So if we use a sum formula will only calculate one column. Like for example, the sum formula is work like this. It will add this value. But the sum x is work in this way. It is work in a row wise attribute. So it will first row wise, it will select P1 for product 1, take first unit sold amount, multiply with price, apply for all the products, and then use sum function. So now using a sum x function, it will give me the value this 1045 because the sum x is create a temporary memory which will store the data by row wise. Whatever the data will create, it will store it, and at last it will sum all the data and give me the aggregate sum value. This is the this value you can get using a sum x formula. So if you want to apply a sum formula, then you can get value from a one particular column, and if you want to use a multiple parameters, then you need to use a sum x formula. Now let's apply a format to this. Select the total revenue and apply a currency sign, English, United States. Also for total unit, it is a whole number, it's fine. Now we will create one new measure of total cost of goods sold. Total cost of goods sold. Just want sum of goods sold. From a transaction table, we will take value and we will apply same format, the English currency. Now we have added total cost of goods sold. Now we have found out the total revenue and total cost of goods sold. So we can easily find out the total gross profit. We will take total gross profit. What we need to do, we just need to take total revenue from a F table. To take any measures, we can use a square bracket. We have a three measures, so we will take first one is as total revenue and we will use minus sign, and for a second we will use total cost of goods sold. Click on enter. Now we'll apply the again formatting to this, English. Let's create one new measure of percent of gross profit. We'll use divide function. Same we want measures, so we'll use square bracket and we will take gross profit, comma, again square bracket, total revenue. Why we use divide function? Because if we get any errors, then it will reflect a blank. That's the reason we have used divide formula. But if we use in between, like if we use total gross profit divided by total revenue into 100, then if the value the denominator is 0, then it will show a error. But if we use a divide function, then it will show a blank if is there any error. We will create one new measure of average daily gross profit. We will write a formula as average x, because we want average of daily gross profit. That's the reason we are using average x, and we will use a date table. We will get a date from a date table using a date table, and we will use the expression as total gross profit we have taken. Now we will apply a currency sign US, and for the gross profit we forgot, we need to change to a percentage, the 2 decimal. Gross profit we want to reflect gross profit as a percentage, and for average daily gross profit we assign a format to the English United States. Now let's create a new function. We want an average daily revenue. We want average daily revenue. We'll apply the same logic. We will take average x function and use date table and use a measure. For measure we will select a square bracket. We will take total revenue, close the bracket. We'll apply a formatting. Just hit enter and apply formatting to the English currency. Now let's create a new measure. Now we want our average transaction revenue. Average transaction revenue. Now how to find out the revenue? We know that we can take a unit sold value, multiply with retail price and minus the discount, and we will round up by 2 value. Round up by 2. So we want average. So we will take a average x function and we will take a transaction table, the fact transaction table, in which we want an expression as, we will take first from transaction table, we will take unit sold, multiply with price we have in product table, so we will use related function, and we will take dimension product table, from we will take retail price, multiply by discount. To get the discount we will minus by 1. From a transaction table we will take discount. Now this is our formula. We need to close related function here. Now our expression we have write down. Now we will use a round function. At last we just need to write 2. Let's hit enter. Now it throw an error. Let's check it out. Might be there are some extra column. First, alright, I have removed the extra column, extra bracket, sorry. Now it's work fine. We'll assign a currency format. The format is English United States. Now we will create one more measure. We want the rolling of 12-month average transaction revenue. Now we will use, in this formula we will use calculate function. We have already calculated the average transaction revenue. So we will take it first. To get the expression, we will take square bracket and we will take average transaction revenue, comma. Now we want a 12-month back, the same date transaction average revenue. So how to do that? We will take a date function, date in period, dates in period. We will take date from date table. We will use a function last date. Also, I will use a date table function in a date table field. Now we want to give a number of interval. So we want last year. So we will use -1, and interval we want the interval we will use a function year. To find out the 12-month average transaction revenue, we have used the calculate function in which we have taken the formula measures we have created, the average transaction revenue, and we have applied a filter to find out the date. We have used date in period function. We have, for the first argument, we have taken a date from a date table, a date field, and we have, for the second argument, we have taken a last date text function to pick out the last date in the current filter context. And in the third argument, we have taken -1 because we want a date from the past 12 month, means last year, and we have taken interval as a year. So it will give us a date for the last year, and the date will be used to get the average transaction revenue measures. Now we have created all the measures. Now if I can view the financial the fact transaction table, it will reflect the small calculator button is measures, and this is the final output. These are the fields we have added, all the measures, the total revenue. And now let's go to the relationship tab. We want to hide few items which we don't want to view in report. When we create a visualization, all the fields are reflecting here. We don't want to view all the fields. That's the reason we will hide the extra fields which we don't want to be visible. For that, we will select cost of goods sold, date, discount, product ID, unit sold. And you just need to right click and select hide in report view. Now same we need to do it in date table. We can select date and month number. We also don't want to reflect day and quarter. This also help a column, short month and year, so we don't want to reflect. Now same we need to hide it from sales representative table, the ID column, and from product table we don't want to reflect retail price and supplier ID. We will hide it. So if we can see final result, we have hide. If the icon will be visible like that, this will be not visible here in report view. And also we don't want to reflect a product ID in our report, category ID and supplier ID. So there is one more options. We just need to go to the home tab, edit query, just select a product table, and you don't want to reflect category ID, just select it and click on remove, and just click on also supplier ID also I don't want, remove. Just click on close and apply. Now if you can see, the columns are not visible in product table. They are deleted. Now let's start to creating our first report. Let's create our first report. Using visualization, let's create our first chart. Let's take first table. I just need to click from in table. It will create a one icon of table here. In table, I can add a multiple value which can represent in as per column wise. For example, if I want to view a product wise total gross profit earned, it will reflect me a product wise gross profit. Additionally, if I want to see how many units are sold, I can also see. If you can see, it is reflecting as per column wise. For example, if I add a region also in the same chart, if I want to add a region, it will add a new column and it will show me a region wise total gross profit earned and unit. It is created a multiple lines. For that, if I want to view a report as per multiple criteria, I need to use a matrix table. For that, I need to click on blank canvas and click on matrix. If in case I will select the same table and click on matrix, it will apply the logic on the same table. That's the reason. Let's undo the process and click on a blank canvas. So it will create a new charts, new visualization. Let's select and click on matrix. It has created a new area. Now here I will add in row label first product. I want a product, and in product I want to view total gross profit, and now I want to see this report as per region wise. So I'll drag the region in column area. So if you can see this report in the first table, when I insert region, it is created a one new column and create a multiple lines. But in matrix table, it is worked as a pivot table and created view for me where I can view each category of product as per region wise. Now let's go to the another one, create another visualization. For that, I will select a stack bar chart and I want to reflect a product wise gross profit. In bar chart, it is showing me the product wise gross profit. And now let's create a funnel chart. Click on a blank canvas, click on funnel chart. In funnel chart, I want to view a total revenue and total cost of goods sold and total gross profit. If you can see, it is giving me the overall result of how many total revenue earned and how many cost of goods sold, and the actual gross profit is 22% of overall total revenue. I also view this by a gag chart. I will add one more chart, gag chart, in which I want to view a percent of gross profit. So if you can see, it will show me the percentage of gross profit. I want to create few more charts. For that, I will create a one new sheet. Here I want to represent a waterfall chart. In waterfall chart, I want to present total sales as per fiscal period wise, total gross profit. It will show me the overall profit earned as per quarter wise. And the next I want to view a pie chart. In pie chart I want to see a region wise gross profit. For that I just need to select region from a sales representative tab and gross profit. Now I will create one more donut chart. In donut chart I want to represent profit, gross profit earned by sales representative. For that I will select a sales representative and total gross profit. It will give me the overall result. Now we have covered most of the charts. Let's rename the sheet name. Here we have represented a gross profit, gross profit by product, and the second one we have created gross profit by region. We can also add a slicer. This is a slicer button. Just select blank canvas and click on slicer. In slicer, I will select a region, and I will add one more slicer. Of sales representative. I've created two slicer here, and in the first report, I want to represent a slicer for product. I will add a slicer, and I want to reflect as by product. Now from this first table, I will remove the extra field of total unit and region. And I will adjust the size, and I will move this slicer below. Here in the first report, we have seen a table where we have taken a product and represent product wise total gross profit. We have added a matrix table. In matrix table, we have seen a region wise product gross profit. We have added a chart, bar chart, which represent a product wise gross profit. Added funnel chart, which represent total revenue, total cost of goods sold, and total gross profit. We have added a gag chart, which represent a percentage of gross profit from overall total revenue. Now, the second report, we have represented a gross profit by region, in which we have seen a waterfall chart in which we have represented a total gross profit by fiscal period. Waterfall chart is represent an increment by every year, every quarter. The same way, if you can see the total amount, it will be a same as overall fiscal year quarter. We have additionally created a total gross profit by region, a pie chart, one donut chart, which represent a sales representative wise gross profit, a pie chart represent as per region wise. We have added two slicer of region wise and sales representative wise. So on selection of a slicer, overall other charts will be changed. So if I select region, of Midwest. If you can see, it will represent in our pie chart and donut chart and waterfall chart of the data of gross profit by region of Midwest. You also can view a particular sales representative name. Will give data for only particular sales representative range as per region wise. If you click on this button, it will clear the selection. Same, we have added one slicer of product. Now let's create one more report. Let's rename the sheet name as average daily gross profit. Now to represent this, first I will select a matrix tab, matrix table, and I will represent a product wise average daily gross profit. From product table I will select product, and from fact transaction table I will select average daily gross profit. You can see on row label it is reflecting product, and on values it is reflecting average daily gross profit. Now if you want to increase the size, you can do that. Go to the format tab, select row header, increase the size. Let's make it 12. You can also increase the size of header. Now I will apply a conditional formatting in daily gross profit to represent which is the highest value. For that I can add a condition. Just select a table, go to the filter and select conditional formatting. Select data bar. You can change the color also. Just select the table, go to the format, conditional formatting, data bar. Just below, click on advanced control. Here the options are available. Select any color, click it OK. This way you can apply a different color also. Why we have used a matrix? Because matrix see a specific number detail, and we have used a data bar with a conditional formatting to get the quick visualized impression to find out which is the highest value of total gross profit sale as per product. Now let's create our next visualization. We need to create a hierarchy. Hierarchy are multiple fields grouped together. For example, region and sales representative. The benefit of a hierarchy are hierarchy allow us to drag a single item to a visualization and have a single item display in multiple fields. With hierarchy, we can also drill down in visualization. Now the cluster chart is representing data as per region wise. There is an option available here. If you can click on this button, this icon, now it is enable the drill down option. Now if I select any region and click it once, it will drill down to sales representative field and show the data as per sales representative wise. If I want to drill up, I need to just click on this icon. Now the next icon, the two below arrow, if I click it once, it will show us the data as per the all the sales representative wise. Now let's drill up. Now if you click on hierarchy, it will show the data as per region wise and also as per sales representative wise. Now I want to represent this data and apply a conditional formatting. You just need to select a format, and on data color, apply conditional formatting, select a rule. If the value is greater than, for example, approx 450 or less than 800, then make it this color. Okay. Now we will add a line chart to represent average gross profit as per fiscal period. Just select the line chart and drag fiscal period into x-axis level and drag average daily gross profit in value. It will create a line chart. Now we want to represent a multiple card to show total revenue and total gross profit, cost of goods sold, and percent of gross profit. For that, I just selected multiple row card and I will select total revenue, total cost of goods sold, total gross profit, and percent of gross profit from F transaction table. Now I will format it. First, I will remove the show bar. I don't want to represent. I will change the background color and I will apply. I will increase the size of category. Same for a data label. If you want to increase the size, you can do that. Now let's resize it. Our first dashboard is almost, the first report is almost ready. Now let's see how the matrix table will interact with other charts and multicards. Just select the matrix table and click on format and click on edit interaction. Now if you can see, let's create a new dashboard to represent fiscal report. First we'll show a multi-card to represent total revenue and total gross profit and other details. From just we need to select a multi-card and just apply total unit in field option, field total unit, total revenue, total cost of goods sold, and total gross profit. Now let's add a bar chart to represent gross profit by fiscal period. So for that we will select a fiscal period in x-axis, a gross profit in value. We can apply a conditional formatting to represent a higher value in different color and lower value in different color. Let's go to the format tab. You can do by using a data color. If you are able to see a three dot, just click on three dot and select conditional formatting. You can apply the color on the lowest value. If you want to a different color, you can change the color and apply it. If you want to show a data label, you can also select a data label in format tab. In format tab, just click on data label. It will reflect a data label. Now let's create a line chart to represent a particular data by quarter wise, fiscal period wise. For that, first we'll select a line chart on blank canvas. We will select a fiscal period and we'll represent here a gross profit. We need to select on a line chart and then we need to apply fiscal period and gross profit. And here in table, I want to use, instead of table, I will select a matrix tab to represent a multiple value. Here I can show, instead of gross profit, a fiscal period wise, a percent of gross profit, the average daily gross profit, total units sold, total revenue, total cost of goods sold, and total gross profit. If you click on blank canvas, you're able to view this matrix tab. If you want to apply any conditional formatting, for that, for example, if I want to reflect total revenue and want to add a data bar, you just select a total revenue, just select conditional formatting, select the table, go to the format and select conditional formatting, select total revenue and click on data bar. So it will show you. If you want to apply color also, you can change it. Now let's add a slicer by region. We have a region value in our sales representative table. We will select a region. As per region wise, we can change the all the other matrix table and charts and other table. If you can select northeast, it will reflect the data for only northeast. And if you can select the southwest, it will reflect the data only for southwest. Our last dashboard to represent a last 12-month transaction revenue. Let's name it last 12-month transaction revenue. To represent this, first we'll add a line chart. We have already calculated measures for the last 12-month rolling 12-month average transaction. So we will use this, and we have an average transaction revenue. The first in line chart, we will represent year in x-axis from a date table and a month also in x-axis, and in table we will add our average transaction revenue first, and then to comparing we will add rolling 12-month average transaction. And we want to view both the values, so we will select this icon that will reflect for all the month and year. So it will help us to find out that what is the average for the last 12 months from the current month. Here in 2018 Feb, the current transaction is average is 1249. In the past month, the average rolling transaction is 1270. That is easily able to for comparison with the previous year to till year. Now we will add a matrix table. Let's click on blank canvas. Here also we will represent first from a date table, year and month, and we will select whatever measures we have created: average daily revenue, average transaction revenue, and the rolling month average. Now I want to represent both year and month. For that I will select the table and click on expand. It will represent me for all the year wise, month wise data of average daily revenue, transaction revenue, and 12-month average transaction revenue. Let's add one slicer, and in slicer we'll add a year. Now year is showing in timeline. We will convert into a list. We can increase the font size by going to the font tab, item, and for the matrix table also we can increase the font size. Select the table, go to the format, row header, and increase the text size. Now let's click it here for ascending order. Now our last dashboard is also created. Now we have created all the reports from gross profit by product, region, average daily gross profit and fiscal period, and 12-month transaction revenue. Now I'll show you. We have added a slicer in some dashboard. For example, in gross profit by region, we have added two slicer. I'll show you how to take the slicer into the next level. For example, I will create one shape, rectangle shape here, and move the region and sales represented here. And now I want to hide this slicer and reflect the slicer again, and click of any icon, any button. For that I will add one left arrow button and adjust it here. Now we have a fourth thing, region sales representative slicer, one button of left arrow and one rectangle. We will use a selection panel. It will reflect two button has added. Remove one. We have a region slicer. Click it twice and assign a name region slicer. A sales rep slicer. Left arrow button and a shape. We will make a group of all these four. Just select everything and just right click on group and select group. It will create one new group for us. Assign a name slicer panel. Now let's use a bookmark. I clicked on a bookmark from in view tab. It will open a new tab for us. Click on add. Now our bookmark is created. First here the first bookmark I will rename as show panel. Now our panel is visible, and now I will create another bookmark and name as a hide panel. And here I will we have created a group of slicer panel. We will just hide it and click on update. So if you can see, if I click on a show panel, on select show panel, click on update. Now if you can see, if I select hide panel, it will hide the slicer panel, and if I click on show panel, it will show me the this panel, slicer panel. Now I will add a new button. On that click of that button, it will show the panel. For that I will go to the home tab and use a right arrow key and just adjust the size and keep it here. And click on and keep it here. And now I will assign a name in selection panel. right button, and I will update our, when I click on a show panel, our right button need to be hidden. So I will select, I click it here, so it will hide the right button, and I'll click on again update, and in head panel I want to reflect the right button. Now it is visible. I click on update. Now if you can see, if I select show panel, it is the panel is reflecting with the region and sales representative, and if I click on head panel, our right button is reflecting. Now we will use and assign an action to these two buttons. We'll select the first button. I'll close the other function. Now if I select a button in visualization, there are multiple options are reflecting. Just go to an action tab, expand, select a bookmark, and on click of this button I want to show a panel. Uh, on tooltip I want to reflect as show panel. So if you click, use control and click on it, it will reflect and will show you the panel. And again I want to apply action on this button, so I will select a left arrow button and apply action, and select a bookmark and hide panel. I will assign a name, hide panel, hide panel. Now if I'll go to the dashboard and select using control, if I click on this, it will hide it, and if I click on the right arrow key using a control button, it will show me the, and let's do some formatting. Select the region button, in visualization tab, format and increase the size, font size, and for the same increase the font size. Now we have seen how to use a bookmark and grouping all the slicer and button, which help us to selecting at once other than selecting one by one. In our report, if you can see, if we click on hide panel, before if I selected west, and using a control, if I click hide panel and again I click show panel, then it is reflecting any instead of west. Why it's happen, if I'll go to the my bookmark selection and on show panel, if I see the field, if you can see the data is clicked, it means at the time of a bookmark, whatever the selection we have made, it will view as it is. So if you don't want to do that, just uncheck it data from from hide panel, and now if we see, if I select west and hide it and again make it enable, it will not change my data. Now we have created all the dashboard, so we can publish this report now. For that we just need to click on publish. Wait for a second. Now if you have not signed in, then it will give you the dialog box for sign in. I already signed in. That's the reason it's giving me this box where I need to select a destinations where I want to publish this report. Now wait. Now we got a successful message. Our report is published successfully. Now if you click on this link, it will open a web page with the link. If you're not logged in, then you need to sign in. Once you logged in, it will open this web page in this format. In Power BI, you are able to see your report just here under my workspace. You can see all the tabs which we have created: gross profit by product, by region, by average daily gross profit fiscal report, and the average 12-month transaction revenue. The best thing is that we can edit the report here in this web page. Here all the tables are available, and the visualization screens are available, that we can make any kind of changes if we want. Now our report is dynamic. We can see on selection of any product, all our data are changing. On select click of button, use Control plus click, that this function will work. Now if you go on a file tab, there are multiple options are available. You can save the report, you can save this copy of the report, you can take a printout. For example, if you want to present this report, if you need a printout, you can take a printout. You also can publish to the web page for that to be a author of the website. You also can export to the PowerPoint, so it will create each report, each dashboard in a new page. You can also export in a PDF. And this function, if you send a report to someone else through emails, so if someone is logged in on a web page, that time he can able to download this report. Now again come back to the reading view. If you go to the right side, right corner, there is option available, shares. If this option will allow to share this report with others through email. For that you need to have a Power BI account, Power BI Pro account. You can also try it for free for 60 days. Now I have used function, I have taken a 60-day trial. That's the reason it's enable me. Now if you can share view in share report, there are multiple options. You can insert an email ID, you can provide a content, the link is available. You just need to update email ID, any message email body you want to add. You can allow a permission to share the report. You can add a function that send email notification to recipient, and you just need to click on share. It will send an email to the person. You can add multiple email. Now let's go back to the Power BI desktop. Now we will see to add a new data and refresh this report. For that you just need to go to the database file, select the report, copy it, move to the our main location, and just click on refresh. Now if you can see, all the report are updated with the new data, which you can see the year are reflecting for 21st, 22nd and 23. Now we will publish the report once again. So our updated data will reflect in web page. Click on refresh. Wait for a few seconds. Done. We got the success message. Now let's click on the link. Now if you can see in web page, our data are updated for the updated period for 21, 22nd and 23. All the report are updated. First, where we have extracted all the transaction table from a folder, and we have extracted a single table for category and product. Then after extracting all the table, we have created one date table using calculative measures, and we have created a relationship with all the tables. And after we have created a multiple dashboard for gross profit by region, by product, average days gross profit, fiscal report, and average 12-month transaction revenue. And then we publish the report on web page, and we have seen how to update our data and refresh this report. That's it, we have covered in this case study. Thank you.
In these points, so we'll be covering these contents as part of our course. So out here We'll be working on managing the relationships within the software, of course. Then we followed by working with calculations. When I say calculations means we'll be working on new measures, quick measures, new columns and tables. We'll also be working with new parameters for what-if analysis. And then we'll also understand the help, community and resources in help menu. Having said that, let's quickly launch the software. Let's load it rather quickly. So, of course, as usual, that's your work canvas for Power BI, which is in the report views format. If you change it over here, it will be in data and the model format. These are your fields, typically filters, fields and visualizations. That apart, we have the pages out here that you can increase or reduce as you want to. So I'll close them. We don't need them anyway, not for the immediate basis. I click on modeling out here. Now modeling out here, what do I see? Well, I can see the relationships section. We also have the calculations section where we can add a new measure, quick measure, new column, new table. You can also change the detection, which is also called as a page refresh, which means if you make any changes and if you refresh it, then the changes will be reflected in that particular page. Also have what if analysis, which covers a new parameter, security, which is typically part of the admin process. The admins will decide what can be viewed by whom and to what extent and what level and what detail. And we have the Q&A, a linguistic schema, language. You can select which language you want out here. We selected English as a default language. We also have the Q&A setup out here. With these points in mind, move towards importing a data set and seeing and working how it all turns out. Let us click on import data from Excel. Let us see what all kind of data set do we have. Okay, let's select financials. I click OK. So it's loading the financials data set. And out here, these are the details that we have. I don't know what's there in sheet 1 though. Let us select financials. Yeah, that's what this is about. And in sheet 1, what do we have in sheet 1? Okay, this table is empty, so we don't need to import it anyway. So fine, we are importing the financials worksheet and I click load. That should appear over here somewhere. No, it will appear here rather. We're working on it. So out here, when I click, these are the attributes. So these are the columns that are available over here. Now we can see that some of these column names are missing. I don't know what this column stands for, so that is something I'll have to look into. Column 15 as well, column 16 as well. But it does appear that these were the tables that were created, although they have never been in use. So let us also click on this and see. Yeah, okay. Sector, sec filings, symbol. Let us go to the original data set and see what is it out there that we are not seeing here. To financials, okay. Come back here, column 14, 15 and 16. Let's look at here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 and 16. So that's 15th and 16th column, but it's not mentioned here. But we do have the SEC filings, the sector, symbol. So these 3 columns are available to us, except that we do not have them as a summation. So we don't know what is 14, 15 and 16. We'll do this a little later. So let's do one thing. Let us delete these 3. We have these, but we're not using them. So we'll come here and I will delete from model. Yes. I'll click here and again select delete from model. Yes. Come in, I'll delete this also from model. Now these 3 are gone, okay, and they are not available out here also on the filters visual. So I'm closing this window, this and this. Fine, so everything is now clear. In the columns also out here, they are not available. So we'll delete these 3 also. And this visual, okay, I'll delete this, remove it. These 3 things are now done. Now let us quickly go on the modeling. So out here we have the manage relationships, but it is deselected, of course. So let's click on this. Do we have any other sheet that we can open in simultaneity to ensure that? Yeah, let's import gold. So let's come here. I'm importing another sheet. I'll click on file, click on get data, and I'll select here drop down, select all files, and I'll select gold data set and I click open. Yeah, so that's what we have here and I click load. Again, the objective is to try and establish a relationship between both the worksheets. So let's see if that's going to work out. So I select here. You see both the gold and the financials. Okay. So I'm clicking here and I'm selecting manage relationships or manage aggregations. I can also select. So these are the additional options that we have. We can select columns. Let's select columns. So which columns do you want to select? Out here, if you want to select this column will be reflected over here. Then you come here and you can create a hierarchy. So I create a hierarchy. So price hierarchy is mentioned over here. Okay. If you want to delete it, you can come here and click and select and click on delete from model. So that price hierarchy will be gone. I have not gone into what is price hierarchy and all that. That is not being done yet. So this is what we have. And if I click on gold, these are the values that are available over here. What do we have here on the data set? Out here, we are seeing the financials. If I click on gold, that particular data set will open up over here. Fine. Then let's go on the modeling here. Let's click on manage relationships. So we can see there are no relationships defined as such. So let's click on new. And if I click on suppose financials. So in financials, these are the set of columns that are available to us. And instead of gold, these are the set of columns that are available to us. So if I click on cardinality, okay, I can select this, whichever we want. Okay. Let us select. I'm selecting symbol. Okay. Now, obviously, there is not much of a relationship anyway, but we are creating one out here. I'll pick another data set also, and I'll also create a relationship there for you to understand. Out here, we're just taking a quick look on how will the entire graphical user interface work like. So I select on cardinality 1 to 1. I can also select many to 1, 1 to many, many to many. I'm selecting 1 to 1. And cross filter directions work both ways. So this is how this relationship has been created, and I click close. So let's come here. So this is what you see here, that since we have created a relationship, we can see that this line, this connector is, the relationship is reflected by this connector. Now if I click on this, right click, it will show us the properties. So I click on properties. So what is it showing me on the property? What is the cardinality of this relationship? Which two worksheets are involved in creation of this relationship? And what is the cross filter direction? Make this relationship active. Okay. Now, suppose if I change this singly, the filter direction selected isn't valid for this relationship. If I want, I can make it many to 1. Yes. Let us make this many to 1 single. So I click OK. So out here it will change from many to 1. So out here you see the star. And here you can see 1. This star is what? Many. And this is 1. Earlier, let's come back here. Right click and click properties. Earlier it was 1 to 1 with both sides. And I click OK. So you can see it's 1 to 1. So for 1 to 1, it's 1 here and it's 1 here. So it is a reflection that it is 1 to 1 relationship. Again, if I come back here and I click properties, and if I change this here from many to many, supposedly, apply security filter in both directions. If it is expected that neither column contains unique values and blah 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 blah. So okay, this is saying it is giving you alarm. So I click OK. So out here, when you change many to many, this will also become a star or an asterisk symbol, and this will become a star or an asterisk symbol. And out here you can see that this is how the relationship will be reflected out here. As the relationship changes, its representative form also changes here on the model. See again out here, it's now connected 1 to 1. This is how you will be creating the relationships. And let me quickly come here on the report views. Go to file. I'll click save as. I'll go on our designated location. I'll write here relationships. I click save it. So that is what we've done. Now what do I intend to do here is, I intend to create a new measure or a quick measure. So choose from the list of common calculations and add the results to a select table. So for that I need to create a table also, but that's fine. I click on quick measure first. Okay, so it is asking me which kind of calculation do you want to use. So I'm selecting here variance per category or max per category. Okay, base values, okay, we don't have any base values out here. I'm selecting 52-week low out here. Okay, we don't have any base value here. Nor is this activating here. Let's click on this. Within the category, if I select the field here is what, 52-week high. Selecting this. Add to the base value. Okay. And, so this is the max per category. The base value we are taking this. You can also change this over here as what is the sum value that we're taking. You can also take it as a maximum value. If I click on field, deselect this, and if I select 52-week high, 52-week low, right click on this and click on add to the category. Okay, then I click OK. So we can see here that this is how we have created a measure, a quick measure. Name of this quick measure is what they have named it. So max of 52-week high, max per 52-week low is equal to max of keep filter values, blah blah blah, and this. Okay, so this is the quick measure that was created. Now if I bring this and drag it over here, so it shows me the max of 52-week high, max per 52-week low. So out here it's 1589. That is a 52-week high that it shows me. So this is how you'll be using a quick measure in the modeling. Fine. So as we continue with this, I'll also take some filters out here and some more visualizations. We'll also be creating some new measures and new columns or new tables in which we'll be further integrating and adding newer measures and newer calculations. So what we did here is we created a quick measure. Obviously, we created a visual out of it. That's what we are seeing here. Let us add the visuals on the filters. And why just that? We can also add some more of the relationships. So let us click on quick measure. Let us create the min category. Okay. We go to the financials and we'll take the minimum dividend yield. So I'm selecting the minimum dividend yield. I'm adding it as a base value. And for the category, I'm selecting structure. Add to category. And I click OK. So yeah, we can see here the dividend yield that we are seeing here. And out here, of course, it has been created. Dividend yield is calculated sums of financials and things like that. So that is how they have created it. I'm going to add another visual out here. So let's add dividend yield. Again, this is also quick measure. So that is the sum of the dividend yields that we have generated. And we are seeing the minimum dividend yield per sector is 22.70. That is the value that we are seeing here. Okay, let's come back to the worksheet out here, financials. Okay. So out here, we have the dividend yield that we are seeing here. Bringing it down over here, we have the maximum value of 12.661 and the minimum value is 0. So anyway, this is the dividend yield that we have taken. Earlier we had taken the 52-week high value out here, and there we had selected 1589. That was the maximum value that we had got out there. So again, coming back on the software here. So this is the dividend yield that we've taken. If we want, we can also add another measure out here. So I click on modeling, I add a quick measure. Instead of quick measure, let's select a new measure. For the new measure, what are we taking the new measure's name as? Yeah, let's go back to modeling and click on new measure. We are taking the sum. instead of taking it as a sum, we will take the price to book earnings is equal to, and let us take the sum. Now we have the entire gamut of entire list of functions that are available over here. So I'm just taking the sum x, or we'll just take sum of what? I'll take the price to book earnings, right? So it is price to book out here. See, out here in this we can read, yeah, price to book, and I'm closing this window and I click enter. So we have created the price to book earnings measure out here. Now let us bring it over here for this visual. Oops, not here actually. I'll select this and I'll bring the price to book earnings out here. Now we can see here that the value is of course quite high compared to the dividend yield that we have selected. We can go here and we can also make the changes here. We have added, so let us take dividend yield on the x-axis. Can we take it on the x-axis? No, we cannot. We've already taken it on the y-axis. So if I were to take these values on sectoral basis, what I'll do is I'll select the sector. I'll bring it over here on the x-axis. So on the x-axis, when I bring the sectoral values, of course, we can see that the book price to book earnings is the highest for the consumer discretionary and second highest for the consumer staples. And we see it's one of the lowest amongst the telecom services, maybe other sectors also, as we can see here. In case of information technology, no, it's high. In case of utilities also, it's low. But in case of telecom services, it's very low, really. Can't even, yeah, it's 11.15. So again, this is how you are creating a new measure that you are adding to your existing worksheet, and we'll also save it. So let's go on file, let's save this. Now if I click on manage relationship, right, we already have manage relationships. If you click on auto detect, there are no new relationships found, so I'll click close. I click close here as well. If I go back to the reports, out here I can see that we created a new measure rather quickly. Now this was for the 52-week high. If I want to do something similar for the 52-week low, again I click on modeling, I click on new measure, and out here the measure is what? 52-week low is equal to what? How do I take that as min? Yeah, so out here it's min of, yeah, min of the 52-week low. I will close this bracket. I click enter. So I can see here the 52-week low has been generated over here. This measure is generated. Now I'll drag it and drop it over here. No, wait, that we have to select this measure, this visual first. So I'm selecting on 52-week low and dragging and dropping it over here. So again, what do I see here? Well, this is the 52-week high that we had, and this is the 52-week low. Oh, that's too low. Okay, let's go back to the report, and I'll deselect this max value that we have here. So the 52-week low is what? 6.59. Now similarly, I'll take another measure for 52-week high. So let's click on new measure. Why am I doing it? Because I want to add the same out here on this particular visual. This is again going to be measure. We are taking 52-week high is equal to max of, let's scroll down over here and select the 52-week high. I'll close the parenthesis, click enter. It's already used in the column, so choose a different name. Okay, let's choose a different name. Let's do one thing. High. Let's see if this is going to work. And I'll change this here as 52WK. And fine, let's click enter. Right, so it has now created a 52-week high. Yes, so that's what we have here. I'll drag it and put it. No, wait, we need to select the visual first, and then I'll drag it and drop it over here. Out here, the 52-week is high anyway, 1589. So obviously we out here the lower value is 6.59. And if I take this out here on a what sector? Yeah, okay, let's take it on sector. Suppose if I take the sector and drag it and drop it out here on the x-axis in the visualizations. So this is how the 52-week weekend 52 high sector wise will appear. So if I take industrials, its 52-week high is 256.40, the low is 30.59. In case of consumer discretionary, it's high. Yes, it is high, 1589, followed by the information technology, of course. This is how you are creating this is how you are using the modeling menu for creating new measures or quick measures. You can also create new columns and new tables. Let's go and click on manage relationships. What do we see here? Close this. Yeah, let's come out here and see it. So out here we're able to see that we have established two relationships between financials and gold. If we wish to add another worksheet out here, we can add it and we can generate a new relationship between them as well. So let us do one thing. Let us quickly go to the report views here, and I'll also create a new page for the gold. Now we are working here. The page one was typically meant for the dividend yield sectoral analysis. Let's rename this page as sector analysis. And we can also add a text box out here. So what do I add here? Sector analysis, and I'll mention here 52-week high and 52-week low. We also have the sector analysis is for this, and the dividend yield analysis for, no, that's not actually, it's sector analysis again, and dividend yield and price to book earnings, price to book earnings comparison. Right, so this is how, okay, there is a typo here. Dividend and then, yeah, right, yield. Oops. Quite a bit of typos. This is how your overall usage of modeling menu will appear and look like. Of course, I'm going to keep saving this. It's working on it. I click on modeling again. Now let's work on new parameter. What if parameters lets you see how the data behaves under different conditions, add them to reports as slices, or reference them in other DX operations also. Country specific comparison that we made, again, individual for each country separately, but country against one country against another country. And the same holds true for Russia. Non-renewables energy consumption is higher than the renewables energy source. And China tops the list. Let's do some bit of analysis on China and United States. See, what do we see? In case of United States, the nuclear electricity is the highest. It's the highest for United States. And when we speak of the non-renewables, yes, overall consumption is higher for China, but when we speak of individual consumption, United States is the highest in fossil fuels and also in the renewables energy. So we can write in China, it's US. US tops the list for both renewables, non-renewables energy. So this is how you'll prepare a comparison. I'm going to save this slide, and then you can go further. You can take, like, out here in this, in the countries that we have, the list that we have. You can identify different countries and you can compare only those countries. So typically if you want, if we take country name, we can add a filter here. That is not something I've picked up, but that's okay. I click here in the filters, you can see that we have the country name. So I'm selecting here. This is basic filtering. Okay, if I want, I can go to advanced filtering also out here. So I can also select top N. So top N. So when I say show items, top what? Top 10 countries. Okay. By value? Yes, by value. And oops, what's going wrong here? Add data fields here. So when I speak of data fields here, well, which field do you want to add? Let us select nuclear energy. And I click apply filter. So these are the top 10 countries that we see here in terms of nuclear energy consumption. Again, we are seeing other sources also, but we have applied the filter for nuclear electricity. Okay, so out here you can see that when we speak of, when you apply for it, it will appear like this in your, so when you apply a filter, that is how your the report will change or modulate. Let's come back here. Now again, you can see here that once I change the page number here, the filters will disappear because the filters that I had applied here, they are for the filters that are applied here, they are applicable for the non-renewables page. If I select on renewables, okay, out on renewables, you will not see any of those filters applied. Again, so these are the features that you'll need to learn and understand. Fine, let us do one thing. I'll remove the filters here. Let's come back here. I'll remove the filter here. Okay, you can lock also this filter so that no one can make any changes here. If you click on this little lock that you see here, you can lock the filter as well. Fine, so this is what we have. That apart, what more can we do? Let us take a third page. Now let us select limited few countries for which we'll perform the analysis of fuel consumption. Or instead of that, let us take another kind of project. Let us select GDP. We'll take the country names also, GDP population and the country name. GDP wise and in terms of population, US is the highest, followed by China, followed by Japan, India, and so on. Wait, I've not applied any filters or anything specific. So we'll come to that a little later. But then if you come back here on creating a report, typically, this is how your report should appear or look like. So we're having a GDP and population on the y-axis and we're having the country name on the x-axis. Obviously, these are the summation values that you're seeing here. See, for GDP, it's what, 664 and 10, 15 zeros. The point is, it is the richest country in the world, of course. Its GDP is supposed to be the highest. Then it's followed by China, and then by Japan, and India comes at rank number 4, followed by Germany, UK, France, Italy. So India is not doing as badly as we see here. Of course, there is a population figure also out here that is probably adding to it. But okay, anyway, so this is one thing. Now, what can we add here? Oh, this is one kind of visualization that I've picked for you all. Let us do one thing. I'll close this page. I don't want this to save this page. Let us select another data. Okay, so I'm saving this and I'll close this file. Still have decent amount of time. I'm saving this file. I'm closing this session. Okay, I'll open a fresh session for Power BI in which I'll import a different data set and then we'll go forward on that. I intend to create a line graph. So let's see how that will unfold. So I'm closing this session. I'm clicking on Power BI desktop again. We opened a fresh session. We have the screen, the home screen ready for it. And I want to import the data. Now let's see which of these is in Excel format. We have the banking data. Most of this. Okay, let's work on Bitcoins. But these are, again, these are also in CSV format. Yes, I think this is an important, interesting data. Oh, I'm importing the data. Let's click on File, Get Data, or let's click Import. No, we cannot import from anything. You have to click on Get Data. The file format is in TXT or CSV format, so I select it. I'll go on the data sets that I have maintained. Bits, that's for the bitcoins. Clicking open here, another file that I have selected for another example. So we see here, these are the first 200 rows. Let's select based on the entire data set. These are the prices, okay, token one, and these are like, oh, that's quite a bit of, quite a quantity of price data that we have. Never mind. So the what is a file type? It's a comma. So particularly it's a CSV file format as we see it. And file origin is in this with Western European Windows format or whatever. Okay, so let's cancel this. Let's not waste your time or my time. Let's click on get data. I click on text or CSV file. Bits, and I click open. So I click on load. Okay, there is one error. So let's view the error. This is interesting. There could be some missing data or some error in the apply changes. Okay, let's click on apply changes and see what comes. Yeah, okay, they have resolved it. No worries, great. What do we see here? These are the prices. Let's bring them out here. That's O byte, O byte 2. I'm taking substratum, I'm taking syntropy, and I'm taking token. Now, what is this token underscore 1? Well, these are the different values. So I'll come to that a little later. I have calculated the returns data. So that is how it will show up. Let's click on date as well. Right. So, and let us select line chart. Should it show up? Yes, we have a line chart here today. Now the difference here is this is a very big file, not substratum. O byte. Yeah, okay. The O byte is gone. We'll retain token. So that is how your line chart will appear on your Power BI. So now what do we see here? Now we are seeing here on the x-axis, we have the year. And on the y-axis, we have the price data, typically for Syntropy, Substratum, and token. So these are the three Bitcoin prices or Bitcoin values that we have taken on the y-axis. On the x-axis, that is the years. So what do we see here? When you bring it here, these are the summation values, okay, for each year, 2019, 2020, 2021, and then we see here 2022 for some parts. This is how you'll be plotting and drawing your line graphs for your time series data. So this is when I speak of time series data, you can see here, let's go on the table format. Okay, let's come to that. Come back to this a little later. Out here, when we plot these details, not all of them, let's select O byte, substratum, syntropy, and token, the dates. That is for O byte. Okay, let's deselect it. This is how you plot your line graph, of course. And out here, we can add, we have added the filters. If you want, you can make the changes here. You can provide advanced filtering, basic filtering for the date or the day type. Again, you can do the same for quarter, year, month type also. Out here, these are the Bitcoins that we have selected. Their data is also reflected over here. So if you want, you can take the token values, you can apply the filter over here. Again, if you want, you can also apply the filters on Syntropy and Substratum also. On the x-axis out here, we can see on the visualizations, of course, out here in visualizations, On x-axis, you see the different periods that are shown over here. Supposedly, if I deselect or if I close year, this will change. Quarter will change, month will change, and the daily price data will appear somewhat like this. Our training here at another session that is on working with the insert menu. So what all do we intend to cover in the insert menu? Okay, let us quickly, as we launch the software, let us quickly go through the insert menu and what all will be the course contents or what all will be the contents covered in the insert menu. Fine, so we'll be creating a new or duplicating page for the report views for starting. Now, when I say inserting new, adding new visuals means what? Visualizations that we have here in this particular field out here on visualizations and the filters and the fields that we have. We'll be adding the new visuals. So we'll be adding the visualizations and learning how to add them. Obviously, we have done this in one of our previous examples also, but we've not gone into the detailings of each of the visualizations as such. So we'll also understand some of the visualizations as to what are they and what all do they mean and what all will they throw up eventually on the screen. Yes, we'll be inserting AI visuals QA. When I say AI visuals means what? When I come here on insert menu, we see AI visuals. These are artificial intelligence related visuals, such as a key influencers, decomposition tree, and smart narrative. That is something we'll cover, of course. And that apart, we'll also be working with elements such as text buttons, text box, buttons, shapes, and images that we see here. Yeah, in the elements that we see text box, buttons, shapes, images. And if you click on buttons, then there are different types of buttons again. The navigator also, there are different types of navigator that we have. Again, in case of shapes, we have decent count of steps, shapes here that are rectangular, basic shapes, and block arrows and things like that. Much of this you will find similar to Microsoft Excel, except that there are some features which we don't have in Excel. So that is, yeah, and this is a very dedicated software for business intelligence and business analysis or business analyst work that we do, which makes work far easier and simpler from the data visualization perspective. In Excel, there is some amount of manual work that goes into it, but out here it gets rather swiftly and quickly done. So that's the significance of Power BI. Moving on. Yes, and the last point will be working with Power Platform Reports, which is on Power Apps, Power Platform Reports, Power Apps, and Power Automate. These are some of the points that we will be working on, contents that we'll be working on for the insert menu. Fine, so now that we have launched the software already, let's quickly go into the Power BI. Fine, let us quickly launch, launch the data set. So let me click on here, import data from Excel. Out here, I'll go on our data set. And let us pick any one random data. Let us select paints. So I click on paints and I click open. So the data set that we see will be loaded out here in the fields section. And yes, we have one sheet here. It's not too much. It's more of the price data that we have. And then we also have the returns values out here, RRR that you see here, they are returns values. So I'm selecting sheet 1 and I click load. One of the loaded queries contains errors. View errors, or we can close the sheet also, that's fine. So we can close it. Let's click on view errors and see what is it. So that's something that came up, but yeah, there are pending changes in your queries that haven't been applied. So apply changes. The queries metadata. Okay, the load is completed. So there was some kind of a metadata error, which is not part of the worksheet error, probably it's internal systemic error. Okay, we've loaded sheet 1, right? So we want to create a new or duplicate page for the report views, right? So what I'm doing is, these are the pages that are, these are the columns that are available. We see most of these are summation values that we see here, but this is not a summation value. This is typically a date, which is a date time data type. Most of these are numeric data types that we see here. Launch this. So I'm adding close. I'm taking all the close values 1, 2, and 3. These are the 3 close values that I've taken here against the respective dates. So what I'm seeing here is Okay, so typically what happened is, now this window out here is creating, it has selected the clustered column chart. It selected this chart on default. If you want, we can also create a custom clustered bar chart. Out here it has taken a clustered column chart. Why did it take a column chart typically? Because the data set is such that a Power BI sometimes itself decides as to which kind of a chart can it throw up or put up. So if you want, we can change it over here as a bar chart also. So this is how it will look like. So your yearly, the year-wise values will come on the y-axis, and these values will come on the x-axis. The close price values will come on the x-axis. Now let us expand this or take this into the focus mode, and I'll close these. So what do I see here? Out here I see Nerolac close, Berger close, and Asian close by year. So that is the description of this that we see here. And out here we are seeing the different years, that is 2020, 2021, and 2022. So in year 2021, the close prices were the highest for Asian close that we see here. And in 2020, it was second highest, and third highest it was out here in 2022 so far, because we are still in 2022, of course. And then we see Nerolac was highest in 2021 and second highest in 2020, and so far we are in 2022. So these numbers are not quite having any significant impact. But still, what we see here is we've gone past like almost the first 7 months of 2022, and this value is practically half of the 2020 value that we see here. That is 477,684 for 2020 for Asian close prices. Out here it's 268. So it's relatively half of that, or slightly higher than half. And there is still quite a bit of time still left. So this is how we create the new page, and this is how we create the visuals. Of course, let us now create a duplicate page for this. We would like to add something also in this. So I'll click on back to report here. I'll reduce the size. So I'll stretch this up and click it over here somewhere in the corner. And I'm adding a duplicate page for the report views. Okay, I added a new visual. And I'm now duplicating a page for the report view. After this, fine, let's come back on the software here. Right now, that was the error that came up out here. It is there, but let us retain it as is. That's a Power Query editor that opens up for any errors that might have come up. Now, there is an error which is shown in the Berger panes column. So date format error, invalid cell, whatever. So there is, but we can afford to ignore it for now. I'm going to insert the duplicate page. So I'm selecting on insert, click on new page, and then I select duplicate page. Again, it's on the insert menu as we are discussing. Thereafter, I'm clicking on new page. Then I'm clicking on the duplicate page. So again, I can see here it's written duplicate of page 1. Out here in the bottom left hand bottom corner, the sheet, the new worksheet that we generate is that of the duplicate of page 1. Now, why did I do that? There is some work that we have. We just created a report over here, but I want to work on the report in a more polished manner. I want to make some changes over here. To avoid doing so on the page 1, I chose to create a duplicate page, and now I'll be making the changes out here. So what I'll do is, I want to supposedly say I want to add a text box. I want to work with elements such as add a text box, buttons, shapes, and images. So I have to work with elements. I come back here on page 1 on Power BI on the duplicate page, and I'm going to select text box here. You can see it here, elements, that is here, that's elements section. I'm selecting a text box. The text box, I'm pulling the text box, placing it over here somewhere. Bit of a stretch, and here. Now you can feel that there is some kind of a blur out here, or blackout out here. Not blackout essentially, but you're not able to see the values here or the chart. That is because this particular window has opened up. If I select to click here, then you will be able to see it. But then there was a text box again. I'm selecting it, comes here, selecting a text box, Dragging it over here in the side. I'm just typing in some comparison. So it's like, comparison of close prices of paints companies. Nerolac, Asian, and Berger paints. Next line. It is noticeable that Asian paints close prices are the highest amongst all the three paints companies. 2021 was the year when Asian paints close prices clocked the highest value. This is the comment that I posted over here. Now what I'll do is I'll process this. Oh, fine. This is how it looks like. Another text box that we had created. So I'm removing that text box. So this is how I'm creating a comment or a text box for the graph. If I take it here, we can see this, what all is there as part of this visual. So this is how we are creating a new duplicate. We are creating a duplicate page of any report view, adding a text box, and adding visuals. Working with the insert menu, as we see here. Now let us work a bit more on the text boxes and buttons and shapes and images, and also with the Q&A, key influences, smart narrative, and decomposition trees. Again, all of this we are doing it on the duplicated page. So let us click on the decomposition tree. Add decomposition tree visual to your report. So I'm clicking on that. As you can see it, it's AI visual. So let's click here. Now, that's the decomposition tree that I'm having here. Let us write. We'll reduce the size of our text box. Stretch it over here. Okay. Now, in the decomposition tree out here that we see, select or drag fields to populate this visual. So as you can see here, out here you can see that we need to select or drag fields to populate this visual. So what fields do we have here? Well, these are the fields that we have here. So let us take all the R values, 1, 2, and 3. They didn't come up, all of them. And the dates. Weight, high value. Okay. The values that we have selected here. Now, we added all these values and okay, let's come back. Let us come to this again. I have added the decomposition tree out here. Now adding the visuals. So I'm selecting all the R, that is the returns values that we see here. And I'm also adding the dates. Let's go back to, I'll click on this plus sign that you see here. Choose how to split your data. So let's click on that. How do you want to click your data? You want to click your data, how you want to decompose your data, what? Monthly, quarterly, or yearly? So I'm selecting quarterly. So you can see here that for our Asian, we have selected the quarterly data, and out here in the quarterly data. So you see here that the given values, they have been decomposed as quarter 1, quarter 2, quarter 3, and quarter 4. And for all the 4 values that we see here, they are for the quarterly data. If you want, you can also change this to monthly data. So if you see here, this monthly data out here, if I stretch this here, this is movable across the sheet on the canvas. And when you drag this on here, this will come to December. So December, November, October, September, all the values that we are seeing here, they are visual, they are viewable out here. This is how you work towards the decomposition trees. So now you can also lock this. If I click on lock level, that's it. So this will only be working for the monthly basis. This is now locked for the monthly decomposition, as we see here. And we can see here for January, it was higher, it was lower. For March, it was higher. So out here, you can see that the blue values here that you see, they are for positives. And the very dark blue values that you see, light blue values here are for positives. And the dark blue values that you see here, they are for negatives. I'm unlocking this level lock. I'm clicking on unlocked. So the level is now unlocked. And now you can scroll down. For scrolling down, you'll have to use your upper key and the lower key, left key, right key on your keyboards, on your keyboard. So, and then you can see and study. Now, if you want to reduce this further, decompose this further on daily basis, then that is also possible. So what I'll do is I drag and drop this over, drag it over here on the sides. And if I click on the month of January, and I'm coming here, I click on this plus sign here. Again, I'm doing all this for decomposition tree. So I click on this. I'm clicking day wise. Now there is going to be a bit of a, now so you can see here what are the days that are available over here. So that is for the 10th day that we see here. You can also scroll down further until the 31st day, as we see here. So if you want, now depending upon how you choose to decompose it, you can either keep it yearly, quarterly, monthly, or even daily. And then, right. So out here we see for our Asian, we are seeing, I'm deselecting Berger and Nerolec. Okay. I'm selecting only Asian Paints returns value for monthly and daily data. If we want, we can also change it over here. I can click here and change it to what? Quarterly. So this will become quarterly. And out here on the, I split here as what? Daily. What you can do is you can arrange this data on yearly, monthly, quarterly, and daily. I have not put in here the yearly data. That's fine. But we can do that also. So if I come here, I can select yearly also. So this is the yearly data. This is how you have to work on the decomposition tree. And once you are working on the decomposition tree, you will come to know where and how all does the data appear to be. First quarter, that is what you see here. That's for the first quarter that we selected. So for the first quarter, we are seeing these values. Again, for the month of March, if I select here, then it will come in the second quarter. So it will show as only second quarter. If I click on month of May, again, that is only second quarter. So it will show only up till June, you will see only second quarter out here. If I click on July, this will change to third quarter. So when you select on quarterly basis, it's the total count of months that are covered on in that particular quarter. So if I speak of first quarter, it will be Jan, Feb, March. Second quarter, April, May, June. Third, July, August, September, and October, November, December. That will be for the fourth quarter. So if I click on September here and scroll down here on October, this quarter 3 will change to quarter 4. So click on that. Yep. Now that's what we have here. Quarter 4. Now for the fourth quarter, in the month of October, how was the performance on the basis of days is visible out here. Now let's see if I click on the model. Nah, it will not show up over here. If I click on the table, again out here also it will show up only the data. Let's go to the report value. So for each quarter, for that particular month, you can see the daily movements also out here as part of the decomposition tree. Again, I'm going back to report and let us keep saving this. Save as what? Let us go to R. That is for working with AI decomposition tree. So this is how you work with the decomposition tree. I'm saving this. Or let us keep it as working with AI only, because we are covering decomposition tree also. And then we'll cover something else too. So let's go back to report and let us insert a small view, a small note text box out here. Text box. I'm dragging this. Oops, where is it gone? This is one shortcoming of Power BI that you're not able to retrace this. Come back here, select it. Okay, let us yeah, okay, there is a text box here that I see. let's delete this one, because what happens is it creates many text boxes that we need to drag it. So out here I'm mentioning here decomposition tree for what? Our Asian. I'll reduce this further, the box, and I'll drag it over here. And I'll place it over here smartly so that, and let us drag this decomposition tree slightly up out here, and also its text box. If I stretch this here, yes, only problem here is this text box does not come with this. But never mind, this is only meant as base dashboard like view. This is of course the duplicate of the page one. So this is how you will be working as far as the decomposition trees are concerned. So fine, I'll put an end to this here, and then I'll come back on key influences and some of the smart narratives also. Working with the insert menu, let's quickly go back to Power BI out here, and now let's work on the key influencers. So add a key influencer visual to your report. And so what do you wish to add? Ask questions about your data in natural language to create new visuals. Okay, let's select Q&A. So that's what we have here, and let's click on the focus mode. Oops, no, that's not this. Okay, you don't get any focus mode out here, is it? Show all the suggestions. Now, what happens is when you add this, it creates a Q&A type pattern, which is, of course, an AI visual feature. So it suggests you which all type of questions can you ask to get a better understanding of the report view. So let's select total R Asian, suppose. Let's click that one. The value is being shown up over here. That's 0.63. That's one such question. So if you have created any visual and if you have any queries arising or pertaining to that visual, you can use this feature. Let us do one thing. Instead of using this window, what I'll do is I'll go back to our previous page. So I'll remove this. I'll come over here. You already have this. So I'll click on Q&A. So we now have the Q&A prepared and ready. Now this is not a good idea. Actually, they should have a focus, but I think as part of the overall process, they do not have this feature. So okay, never mind. So these are the suggestions that they've asked us. So what's the total of R Berger? So I click on total of R Berger. So out here that is showing the 0.36. Again, when I speak of R Berger, okay, it's not Berger. It's only R Berger. That is now R is the returns value that I've calculated. You can show all the suggestions. So sheet 1 sorted by narrow lag, or sheet 1 sorted by R Berger, suppose. Let's select sheet 1 sorted by narrow lag. So I'm selecting this. Now let's see if there is going to be any effect of this choice on the given graph. So let's select this. On this graph, on the given visual, or on sheet 1 out here that we see in the fields column out here. So let's select that. Oh, none of that. However, we see here that the change that was there is now evident over here. So like earlier it was Asian, now we sorted it for Berger close. Now let's see if this effect is reflected on the data set here. Yes, we see that effect out here. And if you want to again select here, no, I don't want this, so I'm closing this. Anyway, let's go on the decomposition on the model. There are no changes in the model really. So out here we see that sheet 1 has been sorted by narrow lag. That is one thing that we see here. Now what is this? You can turn this Q&A result into a standard visual also. And if you click on that to understand people better, view questions and ask and manage terms you added. So if I write here, if I type in here, highest Berger close, suppose if I select highest Asian close, that is what 3.57K. That is the max of the Asian close. If I suppose come here on Asian close, if I select all the values, descending, ascending to descending, or descending to ascending, suppose. What is the value that we saw? C for 3.57K, right? That's the max close. So I'm verifying it out here. So it's 3.57 max. Now this is what we are seeing as part of the AI visuals pertaining to the Q&A. So this is one such feature that we have here. Now I could have added this feature, the duplicate page also, except that we don't have enough space here. So this is how your Q&A feature works in Power BI. You can insert that particular feature in your report views also. This is one particular thing. Let us also work towards the key influences and see how key influences impact or affect the fields that we work on. So again, let's go back on page 1, and I'm selecting here. Okay, we'll reduce this out here. I'll select key influencers and select to drag the fields to populate the visual. Now, that's what it wants us to do. What are the key influences in, let's say, Asian close? Okay, no fields have been selected, so I'm bringing it over here. It's running the analysis, as you can see here, and let's maximize this. Yeah. Now see, now that this feature is available over here, that wasn't quite available in Q&A. What are the key influences? What influences Asian close to increase? It goes up 607.75. The average of Asian close increases by 604.3. When Asian close goes up 607.77, the average of Asian close increases by 604.3. So that is one key influencer. If I click on top segments, we see here in segment 1, when the average is 3.41K, the population count is 30. As the segment count increases, the average of the Asian close reduces. So as this increases from 30 to 59, this reduces from 3.41K to 3.25. So there is a downward trend that I am seeing here. So that is one important learning that you have from the insert features, the inserts AI visuals features, that is that of key influencer. Likewise, when the Asian close is changed from high to low, yeah, we can see that there is an increase. Now that is count increases, then this can also increase. Out here, when the count was increasing, this was reducing. This is one such kind of analysis that we can use on a data set. This again pertains to what? This again pertains to the key influencers. Let us go on the smart narrative. So I'm going back to the report. It looks like we are not having adequate space, so we'll drag this up here, and I'm going to add what? Smart narrative. Across all the metrics, narrow close has the most important. Okay, so across all the metrics, they have created a narrative that we see here. So what do I see here? Now, this is the narrative that has been created, of course, for the data that we have out here on for the report that we are creating. So what do we see here? Well, we see that across all the metrics, a narrow close has the most interesting recent trend and started trending down on 2020, falling by 63.80% in 2 years. Narrow close dropped from 1117,433 to 42,506 during its steepest decline between 2020 and 2022. This is the narrative that the smart narrative feature automatically derives from the given data set or the given fields that we are putting under analysis. So this is something very remarkable when we speak of Power BI, that the AI visuals features that we have herein, they are most usual and most appropriate. And of course, you can use your own brains and you can use your own mind to conduct the analysis. Some of these AI visual features that we have here, they are very good features, and you can altogether generate a report out of it if you are able to use these features effectively or make the choice of your fields more reasonably, of course. Let us save this. This is very interesting and very important. I'm saving this on the current report. I'm also saving this as a duplicate report also. So out here we discussed all the AI visuals we have discussed. We also used the working elements and shapes and images and sizes. We'll come to that again. we now need to work on Power Platform reports, Power Apps, and Power Automate. Some of these features are dependent on other apps also from Microsoft. The insert menu. Let us take a quick and a closer look at buttons, shapes, and images. Now, these are some very frequently used features across the different softwares, but out here we are going to use it slightly differently, not essentially though, but okay, let us do one thing. Let us create another duplicate page. Again, I click on new page. I click on duplicate page. So again, it's creating duplicate of page 1. So that is duplicate 2. That is, make this duplicate 2 of page 1. Now, please don't get confused as far as the duplications are concerned. Understand the objective and the conceptual requirement that we are working towards. Out here, we intend to add some buttons and text. So what I'll do is I'll get rid of some of these AI visuals that we have. So I'm clicking on this, I'm removing this. I'm getting rid of this one as well. The reason we are doing this is we need more space to work on really. So I'm removing that one as well. Again, as I said, the objective is for us to work on the elements. So fine, let us add some shapes out here. Add shape to your report, or we can also add an image to your report. What kind of image do we want to add? But we can certainly add some shape. So let us add some shape here. So that's the block arrow that we have here. That's too big. So I'm going to make it smaller. Let's bring it over here. What does this indicate? Well, we are not indicating it anything so far. So this is, and if I add a text box over here. So let us add this over here. So this text box indicates what? It gives us the reports on paints price data. That is why I'm using this particular arrow or the shape as. So fine, this is how it looks like. And if you want, you can also add another sheet out here. Suppose if I were to, oops, wait. Okay, fine, it is taking the visuals itself. I'm going to make this a clustered bar chart again. So what I can do is, no, wait, that was the clustered bar chart for the price data. I'm going to prepare a clustered bar chart for the returns data. So that's RRR value that we have picked here. And let us see if we can prepare a line chart. No, line chart won't happen. Stacked area chart, no, not that either. Stacked bar chart, no, that's not what we are looking for. We are selecting the column chart itself. That's the clustered bar chart. Okay. I'm going to drag this here somewhere in the bottom, but before that, let us move this. So this comes here, and we'll stretch this a bit further. And instead of this, let us add. We'll add another shape also. This one, right hand. Why are we doing this? We're just trying to understand the shape and how to use the shape features. That's it. That's it. And out here, what I'm doing here is this is a report on paints price data and the returns of the price data. That's it. This is how you can add your shape, any random shape that you want to add. And then that's it. Drop it, drag it over here and put it over here. This is how your report should appear or look like. That's a report view again. If you want to go, we'll have to go individually in this only and then we'll check it. Likewise, the same applies here also. It is not much of a change here. You can either add or remove. So when we speak of the shapes, when you add or remove the shapes, you can only add them or remove them or highlight them. Thanks. This is what we have as far as the shapes are concerned. And for the buttons, if I were to add any buttons here, let us add a right arrow. We can add a right arrow over here as a button. Yeah, so that's the button that you've added. So when you add this button, what happens? Well, it will take you to the format. Which kind of button do you want? What is the button formatting? The shape is out here. These are default shape. It's in rectangular shape. You can make it a rounded corner with certain pixel count, and you can work on its rotation, how you want to have it rotated. This is how you can add a button as well. For the images, if I want to click on an image, we have one. And that's a Bitcoin's data that. So I have selected this Bitcoin's data and I'm clicking open. So that is the image that you have added. Now, of course, in our case, we are not having anything in particular when we speak of in terms of image addition. We are just adding any random image over here. And that's it. So this is how you can add an image file out here. That is the data highway price movement, and it shows us how it looks like. We can also take another slide out here and let us add it over here. So can we copy it out here? No, you cannot actually. Control X. Yeah, oh, it works. Is it fine? Control V. Yes. This is how you can insert or copy paste your file, the image file that you have. And on the image, if you want, you can do the relevant formatting also. Action is what? Off or on. If you want, you can take it back or make it front. You can create a bookmark, create a destination. You can also add a style to it. So fine, this is how you add some of these features, as I mentioned, the buttons, text, and images. That is what we have as far as working with the insert menu. Of course, we are also to work with our platform reports, Power Apps, and Power Automate. Welcome for the Power BI training. Now that is your course description, as we can see here. So we'll be working with the home and file and home menus. We'll be learning to import and export files, get data from different sources, open and save the options and settings, working with report views, assigning fields on Canvas, building visualizations, formatting the report page. So it is going to be quite project-centric approach, although we'll be understanding the various features too. But it is going to be kind of examples and project-centric approach. I have taken at least 2 examples. One example is there, and the second example also I have added data set of which. Okay, we have only one example here for now, but I'll take a second example also for you. Right, let's quickly start. We can't be waiting too long. Right, let's launch the software first quickly. Again, for people who just walked in, these are the course contents that are to be covered. As you can see, we'll be importing and exporting files, and then will be followed by getting data from different sources. This is something that I've showed you. We also open and save the reports. We are also, I also showed you all the options and settings, which was part of the introduction to menus, GUIs, and toolbars. We'll work with the report views. We'll be generating some reports. And we'll also be assigning fields on the canvas, which is something that is going to happen as we work on reports. We'll be building visualizations, formatting the report page as well. It's going to be an interesting session. Let us quickly import the file or the example that we have. Let us open all these fields here. And before that, let us again visit the menus for your easier and quicker understanding. We'll be working towards importing and exporting the menus. We'll be working towards getting the data and how do you import the data, all the different types of data sources that you can work with. That is something that we should today as well. Opening the report, save as options and settings. Out here, when you go on options, there's a long list of options that will come up over here. And then you can decide on what all settings do you want to work upon. There's a Power Query Editor, Direct Query Editor. So this is also something we'll look into. Right, so now that the software is launched, let us quickly import our file. Okay, let's click on import. We'll not import from Excel. We are putting another file which is of CSV format. I'm clicking here on the home menu. I click on Get Data. Scroll down here on text or CSV menu, as you can see, and click on that. I'll go on the desktop, live sessions, Power BI, day 2. Now that is the data file that we have. That's the energy data file that we have. So I'll select that file. Now you can read here that's in the text or CSV file format or .trm format. And why is it showing that? Because that's the file we chose. That's the file we've selected to import. I click open. You can see it's establishing the connection. Now then this is the data set that we have. The row labels, what do we have here under the row labels? And we have the names of the different countries. Data in the preview has been truncated to the size limits. Of course, that will happen because it's a preview. In the preview, it will not show you everything, although it's based on first 200 rows. If you click on based on entire data set, preview is evaluating, right? So now that is what we have all until the that is still Zambia. Well, I think that if you all enroll or if you all subscribe to this, then you all will have the data sets also should be shared. But yes, of course, you all have to take a subscription for this course. And alternatively, you all can also download the data sets online from different data sources that you all want. That's VPN Sun. Yes, we can see that we have loaded the entire data set out here. This is data type detection is based on the entire data set. Out here we can see, right now let's load. So I click load. So once I load this data set, worksheet will appear here on the fields, this field screen, and you can see it's loading. You're applying changes, discard changes. No, we don't want to do anything. Let the file load. You can see here there are 166 rows working on it. And yes, we have the data file connected out here. Fine, so now let us draw. We'll create a visualization. As we can see here, we already imported the file. We also got the data. We like to open and save the reports, but we're not yet created any reports. We are not saving it. Let us go to this. Yeah, on day 2. I have prepared a small presentation for you so that you all can understand what is going to happen. Clicking on the energy data comparison. That's the slide that we have. So what do I intend to do? I intend to create an energy data comparison between the renewables and the non-renewables. So in the data set that we've taken, we have the different data pertaining to the energy sources, which are renewable energy sources and non-renewable energy sources. So when I say renewables, what does that mean? It means wind, solar, hydro is water, nuclear. Now again, we can call nuclear a renewable energies. The source or the materials that goes into that is not renewable. Uranium, plutonium, thorium, you cannot recreate it. I mean, there are, of course, nuclear reactors which do all that, but I'm not going to go into the physics of that. The point again is we intend to study the electricity generation of renewables versus non-renewables. So when I speak of non-renewables, what does it mean? When I say fossils, it can be coal, it can be crude oil, it can also be gas. In non-renewables, what more do we have? Yeah, so these are the prominent fossil fuels or non-renewable fuels that we have. Typically, I intend to create a report that studies the comparison and which conducts a comparative study on the electricity generations. Right, so that's your canvas as we had discussed. That's your reports mode, that's your data mode, that's your model mode. Out here we can see the energy data that's provided here. If you want, you can make it invisible. You can also refresh the data. You can manage aggregation, select columns. Now, these are the additional features that will come up as you walk across different features. Sub features will always come up. Sub features will also come up. So anyway, let's go on the reports mode. I'm selecting renewables first. So of these, which of these is renewable that you see? Biofuel is not, coal is not, fossil is not, gas is not, electricity is. So I'm selecting that. Then followed by that, we also nuclear electricity. Okay, let's keep it debatable. Renewables, electricity. Okay, we'll come to that later. Solar and wind. Now, these are the three sources I've taken. Let us also add renewables, electricity, and nuclear electricity. These are the 5 different sources that, and let us go into the focus. So if I take this in the focus mode, there is one thing missing, though we have not taken anything on the y-axis, but it's okay. I'll come on that a little later. So I'll minimize these visualizations, fields, and filters. And so fine, what do we see here? We see here hydroelectricity that's generated, that is denoted by this color, and these are the different colors that will identify it. If you come here, it will show you this figure 192,868. Now, what is that? That is the summation. Summation of what? Of all the sources that generate nuclear, of all the countries that use nuclear electricity, the total count in terms of gigawatts or megawatts, perhaps. So fine, let's click on fields again. Click on visualizations and also on the filters. We have this data, like, this is the consolidated data of all the countries that are there. Now out here we have row labels. So I'm going to select row labels also. Right now, after selecting row labels, what do we see? Like, the details have changed. Okay, out here we are reading the names of the different countries, and here there is world that is mentioned, right? And let's go into again the focus mode, which we already are in. So you can see here that for the entire world, the figure is quite high, as we see here. But if we get rid of that, then we'll come to know what is, how much is each country consuming. So let us do one thing. Let us get rid of this world data that we have here from our data set. So I'm clicking here on the data set. I have to scroll down here. And there is the world. Now this is the world data. Okay, when you add up all these values, all the biofuel electricity values, when added up, they give us a 7816. Likewise, when you add up all the coal values, coal electricity values, it gives us this value. So we can see here that this world value that we have here, it's a bit tricky. So we would like to delete it. So we can delete it. If I want to delete the row labels, yes. Not that. That's a bit of a blooper. We didn't want to delete that as a row, but deleted that icon. Okay, let's close this. We'll have to import the entire data again. Fine, let's come back to the home page. I'll close this file here. Report. Fix this. Yes, we have to fix this. Delete from the model. Okay, fine. We are going to get the data afresh. That was a text or a CSV file format. Let's click connect. There is one more thing that you can do though. Instead of processing it over here, you can also process the same of the import file itself. So let us do it that way. That will be easier and convenient for us. Okay, let us also understand this data set a bit, because there are a lot many columns here. Let's cancel this for now. Let us work on this a bit. See, out here on the row labels, you can see this country names. These are the names of the countries that we have chosen, for which the electricity consumption data is available. So which countries are using how much of which kind of fuel is available. Now in Afghanistan, Albania, and Algeria, there is nothing called as biofuel or electric or coal. Afghanistan, of course, it's a broken country. So when you speak of Algeria, they cannot have a biofuel electricity. Why? Because it's in a desert. So typically they'll not have any plants they are growing, which you can use for generating biofuel electricity, of course. And they have a high composition of fossil electricity, gas electricity, hydroelectricity. They don't have oil electricity generation. They also, now why is that they are having a very high composition of fossil electricity and even some bit of hydroelectricity? They don't generate hydroelectricity. It's most likely they are importing it from elsewhere. So, but when we see it, the fossil and the gas electricity is the highest because it is one of the largest oil and gas producers in the world. Obviously, it's not as high as Saudi Arabia or Russia, still. So these are the country names that we see here. And when you come here, yeah, let's get rid of this. We are deleting this and saving this here. We're saving it over there. And now let's close this file and get data. So we're selecting text and CS. Wait, let us do one thing. We'll remove this. We'll remove it. Okay, that's better. We click on get data or text or CSV file format. Click connect. Energy data. I click open. And yes, that's the data that we have. I click load. Generating, it's loading, it's working on it. Yeah, okay, the energy data is ready here. Again, we were working on the renewables source. So let's click on solar, which was the hydroelectricity, and we also taken the nuclear electricity. Fine, that is what these are the summation values. Okay. Now, if I select row labels out here as we selected last time, we can see that's the name of the countries that we are seeing here. Okay. And but then again, we can see that China, United States, they have the highest electricity production out here. They are the largest consumers, followed by Canada, France, and yeah, Canada and France also the highest, followed by Japan, Norway, Russia. I can't find India anywhere. Yeah, okay, India is here that we can see. One more thing. This out here we are reading this as row labels, right? Instead, it is supposed to be the country names that we are seeing here. So you can see here row labels out here on the x-axis, and on the y-axis we have the different electricity types that are here. So let us change this row labels to country name. So I'll select this row labels here, right click on that, scroll up here on rename, and I'll change this to what? Country name. Yes, so that you can see it's working on it, and it's changed. So country name is here, and you can see here this country name is changed here. Now, what is this? Typically, this what we generated here is the electricity consumption of different countries for the renewables energy source. This is what we did. And now if I click on this, you can also export this data. You can show this data as table. You can sort the axis. Okay. So if you want, you can sort as what? A to Z also, or Z to A. So I'm clicking on this. Now this is in descending order. That is, we are having it from wind to nuclear or hydro. So now I'm changing this from A to Z. So let's click on sort axis, descending A to Z. Right. Now what happens is the changes here, they are showing up out here in this format. The point here again is the values that are used. Okay. The sorting is not based on the names. It is based on the values of all the energy sources. We see here that's China, United States, Germany. So these are the names of the countries. And let us keep it descending so that we can easily understand it. As we come over here, we can see that there is a very long list of countries where the power consumption is low. And obviously, because they're not as big in terms of economic, not big in terms of economic sizes. So therefore, the electricity consumption is going to be naturally lower. But then again, what is this report about? It is about renewables. So what I'll do is I'll go back to report. I'll come on page 1, right click, rename the page. I'll rename this as what? Renewables. So, and yes, let's keep saving this file, which I haven't since start. So I click on file here. I'll click on save or save as. That's date. I intend to save this file as energy consumption. Let's make this global energy renewables versus non-renewables. Sorry, that's a very long file name. Let's click save. File name is not valid. Okay, we can't take a slash here, it seems. pbix. I click on save. Now you can see here the file format in which it's getting saved is .pbix. So these are the two file types that your data will be getting saved as. So I click save here. It's working on it and your file has been saved. So when your file has been saved, where is your file name? That's your file name you see here on the top. That was for renewables energy that we see here. So we have picked wind, solar, hydro, and nuclear. When it comes to non-renewables, so again, what I'll do is, right, let us select a new page. So I'm selecting a new page here, and I'll rename this page as what? Non-renewables. So I'll rename here. That's non-renewables that we see here. And again, we intend to generate or create the same file type out here that we are seeing here. We'll create the same file types. What I've done is I have taken it on a separate page. I can also take it over here on the same page I can take, but I'm taking it on a separate page for your ease in understanding. Next, what do we see here? We now want to create something on the non-renewables. Yes. Let's open these. So what are the non-renewables? Coal is, fossil is, gas is non-renewable, oil is also non-renewable. And which other ones do we have? Solar, electricity, yeah. Biofuel also is non-renewable, certainly. So here you can see these are the non-renewables that we have selected. We haven't selected the country name. Select country name out here. Yes, we have not selected. We are supposed to select this and then we select the country. Oops. Yeah. There and thereafter we select the country name. Of course, when you go outside, it will show you this as an error. So I'm going to delete this one. Now that's gone. Right. So let us go to the focus mode. Again, what do we see here? We see coal, fossil, electricity, gas, and electricity or electricity and biofuel. They are the non-renewable energy sources, of course. And they are listed out here. So again, we see that China, United States, India. Whoa, India is in the third list. It's on the third positions on non-renewables. Thereafter, you have Germany, Japan, South Africa, Russia, Australia, Poland, and then there is a long list of countries. And there are countries where like you can hardly see anything, except for Saudi Arabia. Now, I'm not surprised about this Saudi Arabia having this like a reasonable count or healthier consumption because it is the largest producer of oil and gas in the world. So yes, they'll have the highest consumption, non-renewables or fossil fuels as we call it. So let us see in specific to Saudi Arabia, where do we see it? Out here in case of oil and gas, in case of non-renewables, it is showing a distinct consumption quantity. Of course, compared to other countries, it's not too high. Again, in case of Iran also. So if you see most of the OPEC countries, oil and gas producing countries, they will be showing a very high account of renewables consumption. So I think, see, yeah, out here, you can see Russia also. Out here, you can see this Russia. That is also the largest fossil fuels, typically oil and gas produced in the world. So we can see that consumption of Russia is the highest vis-a-vis, of course, United States, India, and even China for that matter, because it produces. So if we see it, Russia is the largest consumer amongst all the OPEC countries when it comes to renewable, non-renewable energy sources. Now let's quickly go back to the report. I'm on page 1. Okay. And out here, if I click on focus, now again, I want renewables. Okay. Pay attention. Out here, where does Russia stand in renewables? Well, I can't see it anywhere over here. Nowhere over here. If I'm scrolling slowly, yeah, it comes this far behind. And then where does Saudi Arabia stand in renewables? Well, that's hard to find. It's PQRSSSS, Singapore, yeah, Saudi Arabia. Now, so you can see that's it's just a small spot. Like I said, since it is the largest oil and gas producer, so it will have a greater consumption from non-renewable sources. But in case of India, we saw that is starkly different. We saw when we check it out here, where does India stand? Yeah, India stands here at number 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in renewables. But then when we see it again in case of non-renewables, India's consumption is third largest. And of course, it's not a surprise also because we are energy guzzling economy. We use a lot of energy for our economic development. Out here we see ourselves in number 3. So that is the kind of comparison you will be expected to make. So let me do one thing. Let us write down a few points from the analysis perspective. Comparisons. We have not conducted a country-specific analysis. Okay, I'll pick that in a little while. But whatever we are doing, let us jot it down here on a separate slide for ease in understanding. Country name. Again, I'm not going to write an essay or anything, like just be bullet points, very, very short bullet points. India is largest non-renewables consumer, non-renewables energy consumer world. 5th largest. Wait, let's confirm it again. That is what? That is page 2, right? So that is for the renewables. Yeah, in the non-renewables, we are 3rd largest. And in case of renewables, we are the 5th largest, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes. I'll write it down over here. The 5th largest in renewables. That's no surprise. We are the 2nd largest and the most populated country in the world. So obviously, that is how it will look like. Saudi Arabia shows higher non-renewables energy consumption compared to renewables energy sources because it is the largest fossil fuels producer world. Largest, yeah. This is how you can provide your comparison. Country specific comparison that we made, again, individual for each country separately, not country against one country against another country. And the same holds true for Russia. Non-renewables energy consumption is higher than the renewables energy source. And China tops the list. Let's do some bit of analysis on China and United States. See, what do we see? In case of United States, the nuclear electricity is the highest. It's the highest for United States. And when we speak of the non-renewables, yes, overall consumption is higher for China. But when we speak of individual consumption, United States is the highest in fossil fuels and also in the renewables energy. So we can write it not China, it's US. US tops the list for both renewables, non-renewables energy. So this is how you'll prepare a comparison. I'm going to save this slide. And then you can go further. You can take, like, out here in this, in the countries that we have, the list that we have, you can identify different countries and you can compare only those countries. So typically, if you want, if we take country name, we can add a filter here. That is not something I've picked up, but that's okay. I click here in the filters, you can see that we have the country name. So I'm selecting here. This is basic filtering. Okay, if I want, I can go to advanced filtering also out here. I can also select top N. So top N. So when I say show items, top what? Top 10 countries. Okay. By value? Yes, by value. And oops, what's going wrong here? Add data fields here. So when I speak of data fields here, well, which field do you want to add? Let us select nuclear energy. And I click apply filter. So these are the top 10 countries that we see here in terms of nuclear energy consumption. Again, we are seeing other sources also, but we have applied the filter for nuclear electricity. Okay, so out here you can see that when we speak of, when you apply for it, it will appear like this in your, so when you apply a filter, that is how your the report will change or modulate. Let's come back here. Now again, you can see here that once I change the page number here, the filters will disappear, because the filters that I had applied here, they are for the filters that are applied here, they are applicable for the non-renewables page. If I select on renewables, okay, out on renewables, you will not see any of those filters applied. Again, so these are the features that you need to learn and understand. Fine, let us do one thing. I'll remove the filters here. Let's come back here. I'll remove the filter here. Okay, you can lock also this filter so that no one can make any changes here. If you click on this little lock that you see here, you can lock the filter as well. Fine, so this is what we have. That apart, what more can we do? Let us take a third page. Now let us select limited few countries for which we'll perform the analysis of fuel consumption. Or instead of that, let us take another kind of project. Let us select GDP. We'll take the country names also, GDP, population, and the country name. GDP wise and in terms of population, US is the highest, followed by China, followed by Japan, India, and so on. Wait, I've not applied any filters or anything specific. So we'll come to that a little later. But then if you come back here on creating a report, typically, this is how your report should appear or look like. So we're having a GDP and population on the y-axis, and we're having the country name on the x-axis. Obviously, these are the summation values that you're seeing here. See, for GDP, it's what, 664 and 10, 15 zeros. The point is, it is the richest country in the world, of course. Its GDP is supposed to be the highest. Then it's followed by China, and then by Japan, and India comes at rank number 4, followed by Germany, UK, France, Italy. So India is not doing as badly as we see here. Of course, there is a population figure also out here that is probably adding to it. But okay, anyway, so this is one thing. Now, what can we add here? Oh, this is one kind of visualization that I've picked for you all. Let us do one thing. I'll close this page. I don't want this to save this page. Let us select another data. Okay, so I'm saving this and I'll close this file. Still have decent amount of time. I'm saving this file. I'm closing this session. Okay, I'll open a fresh session for Power BI in which I'll import a different data set, and then we go forward on that. I intend to create a line graph. So let's see how that will unfold. So I'm closing this session. I'm clicking on Power BI desktop again. We opened a fresh session. We have the screen, the home screen ready for it. And I want to import the data. Now let's see which of these is in Excel format. We have the banking data. Most of this. Okay, let's work on Bitcoins. But these are, again, these are also in CSV format. Yes, I think this is an interesting data. Oh, I'm importing the data Let's click on File, Get Data, or let's click Import. No, we cannot import from anything. You have to click on Get Data. The file format is in TXT or CSV format, so I select it. I'll go on the data sets that I have maintained. Bits, that's for the bitcoins. Clicking open here, another file that I have selected for another example. And so we see here, these are the first 200 rows. Let's select based on the entire data set. These are the prices, okay, token one, and these are like, oh, that's quite a quantity of price data that we have. Never mind. So what is a file type? It's a comma. So particularly it's a CSV file format as we see it. And the file origin is in this with Western European Windows format or whatever. Okay, so let's cancel this. Let's not waste your time or my time. Let's click on Get Data. I click on text or CSV file, bits, and I click Open. So I click on Load. Okay, there is one error. So let's view the error. This is interesting. There could be some missing data or some error in the apply changes. Okay, let's click on apply changes and see what comes. Yeah, okay, they have resolved it. No worries, great. What do we see here? These are the prices. Let's bring them out here. That's O byte, O byte 2. I'm taking substratum, I'm taking syntropy, and I'm taking token. Now, what is this token underscore 1? Well, these are the different values. So I'll come to that a little later. I have calculated the returns data. So that is how it will show up. Let's click on date as well. Right. So, and let us select line chart. Should it show up? Yes, we have a line chart here today. Now the difference here is this is a very big file, not substratum. O byte. Yeah, okay. The O byte is gone. We'll retain token. So that is how your line chart will appear on your Power BI. So now what do we see here? Now we are seeing here on the x-axis, we have the year. And on the y-axis, we have the price data, typically for Syntropy, Substratum, and token. So these are the three Bitcoin prices or Bitcoin values that we have taken on the y-axis. On the x-axis, that is the years. So what do we see here? When you bring it here, these are the summation values, okay, for each year, 2019, 2020, 2021, and then we see here 2022 for some parts. This is how you'll be plotting and drawing your line graphs for your time series data. So this is when I speak of time series data, you can see here, let's go on the table format. Okay, let's come to that. Come back to this a little later. Out here, when we plot these details, not all of them, let's select O byte, substratum, syntropy, and token, the dates. That is for O byte. Okay, let's deselect it. This is how you plot your line graph, of course. And out here, we can add, we have added the filters. If you want, you can make the changes here. You can provide advanced filtering, basic filtering for the date or the day type. Again, you can do the same for quarter, year, month type also. Out here, these are the Bitcoins that we have selected. Their data is also reflected over here. So if you want, you can take the token values, you can apply the filter over here. Again, if you want, you can also apply the filters on Syntropy and Substratum also. On the x-axis out here, we can see on the visualizations, of course, out here in visualizations. On x-axis, you see the different periods that are shown over here. Supposedly if I deselect or if I close year, this will change. Quarter will change, month will change, and the daily price data will appear somewhat like this. So that is another important thing that you can look into. Followed by that, if you want, you can also change. You can remove substratum, and you can also remove token. So that is how your Syntropy price analysis for the daily price data will show up. Let's click on that. Move to, yeah, you can go. You can also select these axes out here. Fine, this is what we have for the line data that we are seeing here. Let's select dates. So if you select dates, again, all of these will come up over here. I don't need this, so I'm going to delete it. So if you select this, click on this, and you can select remove. That particular is a visual is deleted. After this, let's take something more. Instead of day, I'll select monthly data. Let us select monthly data. So I'm deleting the daily, quarterly, and yearly data. I'm selecting only the monthly data. As for Syntropy, let us also take token, substratum, and obyte. The obyte will take everyone else out. This is the monthly price movement for all the Bitcoins that are available. So what I'll do is I'm taking this out here, minimizing them. You can also minimize this. What do we see here? Well, we can see that how do you perform your analysis typically? For the month until the month of Feb, it was stable, but since the month of Feb, we saw a spike, a higher spike on substratum, and this one is what Syntropy. But then a token was relatively stable. Substratum spike fell hugely and it stabilized in the month of June. And again, we are seeing an increase out here from the month of November, in the month of November. This is how your analysis you can perform, really. This is how you create your line graph. That apart, what more can we look into? Yeah, we already worked on views, we have built visualizations, we are working on, we worked on formatting, build visualizations, assign fields on canvas. Right, so most of this is being covered. Let us save this file. I'll rename this page as what? We are renaming this as Bitcoin's price movement into bracket. So that's the monthly price movement. And let us also create. Now what I'll do is I'm keeping this aside here and I'm adding another visual out here on the same page. That's something that I was supposed to show you in the previous example. Let us come back here on, let's select this line chart. So that is showing up over here. You can drag this and drop it. So I'm putting it over here somewhere. That is for monthly. Wait, let's rename this, not monthly. I'll just keep it as price movements. Bitcoins price movements. Now this we intend to plot for what? The daily price data. Okay, so let's select date, Syntropy, token, and substratum, right? So I'm selecting Syntropy, substratum, Syntropy, and token. These three are here on the x-axis. That was for monthly data. I would like to select the daily, quarterly data. Let's select quarterly data. So I'm deleting yearly. I'm selecting deleting monthly. Let's also delete the daily. So that is your quarterly data that we are seeing here for the first, second, and the third quarter. Let us go to the focus mode here. Quarters that are being shown over here, and these are the different prices that are being shown out here. Out here it is showing anyways that it's quarterly price data. Now, if I want, I can add a text over here. So I'm going to add text box. Oops, not here. Okay, we cannot add it over here individually. We'll have to add it. Let's come here and remove it. What I'll do is stretch this down here. This can be moved slightly on this side, and this can also be stretched here. So okay, you can do the formatting part out here. Accommodate as many of these we all want. What text do we want to add here? We can add a text box here. You can provide the font size and font type here. 2024. Let's put it 24. What is this? Price points, price movement analysis for monthly data. Obviously, we can see here this is too small in terms of the font, so we'll increase the font. Don't worry. So I'll select this. I'll come and select on the font size. Let's select 24. This is how your file overall looks and appears to be typed. And I'm going to save this. We are not saved as save as what? Price movements. Price movement. Bitcoin's price movements. Provide the names also. Okay, let's do it. These are the Bitcoin names, of course. When I click save, this is what we have. That apart, what more can we look into out here? I guess that is going to be enough for you all for the day. So I think this is all that we can do. Let us do one thing. These are the returns calculations. So let's go to the returns calculations also. Let us quickly open a new page and see if we can include your returns. When you select this, it will show you the default visualization as a bar chart only. You may have to change. You can yourself change this to the line chart, even the area chart if you want. So that is how your area chart will look like. And if you want to change it to the line chart, that is how your line chart will appear. Right, so let us take this. We'll select the daily data, year, quarter, month. This is what returns price movement. So I'm renaming this page as the returns Bitcoins. Returns price graph returns. So these are the returns value. How do we calculate the returns value? Well, we took today's price minus yesterday's price and divided it by yesterday's price. So that is how we got this. And let's come here and see if we can do some bit of formatting here for you all. Okay, there are no filters that we need to add any further. Okay, let's format the visual if you want. Let's see what can be formatted. These are the visualizations that are visualization formats that are available. If you want to add, we can add the grid lines. That is what dotted, we can make it dashed. There's not change out here though. X-axis is on, yes. Y-axis is also on. No, they were off. Okay, initially they were on, we switched it off. Fine, this is what we have. For the legend also it is on. We have selected the legend. You can change the legend position from top left to the center. Top center. Okay, so that will come here. And the title can also be, the text title is what? Let's change the text title. It has taken a default title. Bitcoin's returns. That is how you can. Yeah, so out here you have added the title also, that is evident here. The text is what? The text size is 10. We can increase it to what? 4. Yeah, that looks bigger. And this can be, no, that's way too bigger. So we'll reduce this to say 20. We have white here. So, okay, that is also not a problem. This is how you'll be doing your report formatting. text out here is what I don't want this text. So I'm deleting this text that is gone out there. And header icons, retain the header icons, alternative text. No, we don't want any alternative text either. The tooltips and all that properties also, I'm leaving it as is. If you click on advanced options for properties, these are the options that will pop up, that will come up. So I'm closing this one as well. Yeah, you can reset all the settings to default that we don't want to happen. And what do you have here? Further analysis, add further analysis to your visual. You can do that. Constant line, minimum line, average line, max line, and all. Let's select average line. Apply settings, add a line. Yeah, so you can see here, this is the average line, the dotted average line that we are seeing here. Okay, these are some of the things that you can do. Now, this is all that we have as far as is concerned. Hello and welcome for the Power BI training. Let me quickly take you all to the giving an introduction, significance, and there is a training to you all on the Power BI software, and that will be, so what all contents will be covered. We'll be introducing you to menus, graphical user interfaces, and toolbars. There is also an introduction for the report views and introduction to filters, visualizations, and fields. The entire software, you will get a knack of it as to how it is and what all do you have in this software that you all can use, how important this software is from the data visualizations perspective. And then we also have, as we move into the future sessions, we'll be going through all the menus individually. And yes, so that is what we have. And I'll see if there is some time then, of course, we'll be covering a lot of examples as we go through the course contents, because for explaining these course contents, I'll need to have examples. That is something that will be taken care of. And then perhaps at the end of it, if you have time, I might take a small project. We already installed the software. What do we see here? Well, we see here that is the software has opened, of course. It is launched. The screen, the home screen is visible out here. What we see here is there is also a startup screen that comes up over here, and it is everything out here. What's new into the Power BI and how do you build reports? So there are some videos also that come along with this software. Out here, these are the tutorials, and there is a blog. They have also created forums for that. We start by clicking. You can open other reports. These are the recent sources, and you can get the data. Right. So let us do one thing. Let us click on this, get data. So once you click on open data, it should, yeah. Now it shows you what are the different data platforms it will support. As I click on all, you can see like it supports Excel and text, XML, JSON, folders and PDF, and there's a huge gamut of softwares that are file formats that it supports. When you click on file, these are the files that are supported. Followed by that, if you click on a database, so these are the list of databases that you can import into Power BI. So it's a very extensive and very big software which supports a wide variety of platforms. Now there's the Power Platform that we have here, Power BI data sets. There are data marts, Power BI data flows also you can design here. Common data services, data was data flows. There's some of those Azure services also that you can import here. And there are online services too. That is Microsoft Exchange and Adobe Analytics, Google Analytics, of course. You have Mixpanel, Zendesk. So these are some of the important CRM. There are some of the CRM platforms also that are supported. The eWay CRM, you can see here. And, Zoho is also there. Yes, that is also widely used software. So fine, this is what we have. Anyway, for now, I'll cancel this because out here we are some about the file menus and everything. So I don't want to go into this, not right away. So I'll close this window. Right, so this is the software that we have here. We have like 6 menus, as you can see here. File menu, you click open on this, so it will ask you whether you want to open a new report. You want to open a report. If you click on new, then a new report will open out here. But okay, let's not do it. Yeah, okay. Let's open another window out here. A new report has come up. And then the startup screen also shows up. I'll close both of them. And then you can also click on save. I mean, of course, any project that you have, you can save the project, you can get the data. Now this is the same get data that we saw or that we still used. Click on the previous startup screen. So it will take you to the location where from you want to import any particular file. You can import contents from an existing file. You can export the contents to any new file. You can also publish it online. Much the same way like you have a Tableau online, you also have Power BI online. And there are options and settings. So like if you click on options, these are the long set of options that should pop up. Oh, there is a window on. Yes. These are the different options that are available out here. You can also do some bit of R scripting. If you have done any R scripting, then you can import it out here. These are some of the regional security settings, privacy settings. So much like the conventional Microsoft softwares that we come across, these are the options that are there, the features available. Click on get started, about, and sign out. So this is pertaining to file menu, as you can see. If I click on home, so this on home page, you can see there is a wider spread on home page and on modeling. Okay, out here, yes, out here on the modeling page also, there is a lot of features, additional features that will come up. If you click on home and you click on transform data, so there is another Power Query editor feature that comes up, and the entire window is out here. So you can use these set of features also. We are not doing anything on transform data yet. This is only something that I can show you here for now. On the home menu, we start by clicking on get data, as I showed you earlier. You can also go to any relevant data hub and you can import. Now there is an SQL server also that you can use. Most companies have their own servers and their databases, and you can import directly from the given SQL server database also. Then it's followed by enter data. You can enter the data physically by typing or pasting any data directly from any content or even from the web. And you have the data was connect to data was through its SQL endpoint. These are some of the resources that I had worked on earlier. Just in case, let's click on socio indicators. Suppose if I click on that, these are the date ranges that are available, or these are the worksheets that are part of this file. So I'm selecting all of them. 4, 6. Okay, these are the 6 sheets that we have, and I'm selecting load. It's applying changes. There are pending changes to your queries that haven't been applied. So these are loading here. You can see here. You're creating the model, creating connection in model. You can see there are 6. You want to 3, 4, 5, and that's a 6th worksheet that we have. Those all should, they'll be loaded out here. You can see them here. They have loaded here. That's the report, that window that you have. This is the data window that you have. If I bring it over here, now that's the window that we have. That is for 1973, 1974 table. So this is a data format. In the report format, if you want, we can bring this out here. Yeah, you click on that, and it will give you all the different columns that are part of this particular worksheet. Likewise, let's do one thing. Let me take you to that worksheet. It's the Power BI projects. These are the ones that we have worked on. Yeah, okay, that's the file. It's in a Microsoft Excel format, and it supports the backward compatibility also. So there should not be. Now, these are the different worksheets that we had and that we have imported over there. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. These are all the Indian states, as we can see. Most of these are very known states to India. These are the different provinces, 29 of them. And so these are the social indicators you can see here in Andhra Pradesh. What is a rural number of rural area? What is the number of person in thousands? Percentage of persons? What is the poverty line income that they have? This is data as late as 2011, 2012. So it's a decade old data, typically, or probably at least even more than that. We have it from 1973 until 2012. So it's almost 40, 50-year data. So these are the parameters, the social indicators that are available for each state spread over decades time, difference over decade. So like, that's the data that we had imported. But again, coming back on the Power BI, where's it gone? Coming back on Power BI. So fine, that is the data that we have. And you can also transform the data. So you can go on, click on transform data. You can, if you want, you can add data source settings out here, maybe up to 90 days old. Okay, let's refresh it. Make changes also to the given data out here by transforming it. You can remove columns, you can remove rows, you can keep rows, you can choose columns. And that's a home page again for the Power Query editor. So click on transform. So these are the set of options that are available for transform. Suppose if I click on standard, now that's your calculator. That is what, these are some of the functions also that you can use. Some of the statistical functions that you can use and scientific functions. Noticeably, it is quite different from a Microsoft Excel as we use it. The overall logic that you can use on some points is almost equivalent to Microsoft Excel. You can also perform the transpose functions, transpose, reverse rows, count rows. You can run an R script, you can run a Python script also. But again, all of this is part of what? Power Query Editor. So what I'll do is I'll minimize the screen. And again, I have back to the home screen out here. And then you can refresh the data, get the latest data by refreshing all the visuals in this report. You can add visuals to your report. You can also add a text box. You can add more visuals. So suppose let's do one thing. Let me take one screen out here. Okay. Clicking on this and let us know. I don't want this column. I'm selecting this 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. What I've done here is I have selected these 6 worksheets out here. And these are the fields that I've selected from this particular worksheet. Okay. These are the different visualizations. Now, if you click on this, it'll, if you take the cursor on this mouse cursor, it will show you which kind of chart is that. That is a stacked bar chart. It's a stacked column chart. It's a clustered column chart. And then you also have the donut charts and pie charts. R script visuals, Python script visuals. So these are the different set of charts that are available to us. Fine, so let's select. Let us see. Okay, there's nothing that we're able to see here. So what I'll do is I'll deselect some of these. These are the charts that are available out here in the visualizations. In the fields, you can see that there are, these are the worksheets that are available. Fine, so let's come to this a little later. These are the filters and slicers. If you click on these 3 dots, it will give you more options. So if you want, you can export this data. You can also show it as a table. You can remove it. Suppose if I click on show as a table. So that is how it shows you in the table. We don't need to go into any access yet. I'm not going to do all that. I'm more interested in getting your understanding the different menus. We can select the y-axis, of course, but I'll come to all that a little later. Out here again, where was this? So that's the data format in which we have it. Apart from that, yes, if I click on this, that is the model. So let's click on the model. It's not showing any of the models here because I have not created any models as such. But that is not a problem. Now, if you click on models, these are the set of options. Some additional set of options will pop up typically in terms of managing the relationships managing the roles. And these are the properties that will come when you select the model. If I click on the data here, so you can see here that as you change the reporting structure that you have here, be it in graphical format, in the data format, or in the model format, its corresponding menu will change in accordance. That is one thing that we are seeing here. That apart, actually, let's come on this. I'll remove this. That is how your overall GUI appears for the home page that we have, for the home menu. And then you also have the filters out here that you can use. You can add data fields to filter. So suppose if I take this particular screen out here and add it over here. So it'll tell you what all you can select. You can select all of them. You need not select any of them. These are the filterings that are available, basic filtering and advanced filtering. Supposedly if I select on advanced filtering, then it'll tell you it should contain or it should not contain. So these are the conditions that it will overall will show us. And then you can add that condition along with any other conditions also that you might want. So if this contains something, verify suppose, and out here it's not blank, then I click apply filter. So that filter is now applicable over here. But anyway, I'm not selecting any filter yet. This is just something that I'm trying to demonstrate to you. Apart from that, what more? Yes, so that was about your fields and that was about your visualizations. In visualizations also, you can dig deep. Click on this, you can get some more visuals if you want. You can import a visual from a file also that you may have created a visual. You can remove a visual, you can also restore the default visuals. So if I click on this, suppose, this will restore all the unprinted default visuals to the visualization pane and any visuals will not be affected. Okay. Anyway, we have not made any changes. We have not added any customized visuals. So it will retain these visuals. This is page 1. If you add here, it will go into the new page 2. So you might want to prepare a report out here. You might also want to prepare a report here. So you can prepare reports for different pages and different sheets. But again, noticeably, the fields that you are seeing here, they are both the same for both the pages or whatever the count of pages you want to add. So if you want, you can prepare a report for 1973 on page 4 and 2020, 2011, 2012 on page 1. Out here on page 4, you can see this cross, which is meant to delete the page. So I'm closing this page. Yes, I'll delete it. Here also you can delete it. I'm deleting this page as well. This is what we have as far as the home menu is concerned. Yes, and there is a text block that you can add. You can also add new measures or quick measures. You can write a dx expression that calculates a value from your data. Quick measures are also available here. Wait. Okay, so you can write here the different that you want to put in here. Of course, I have not reached this, so I'll take this a little later for you all working on it. These are the new measure options that they show up. But it's not what I'm looking at right now. I'll click on the home menu. Then you can publish or you can share what you want to do out here. Publish this report online on Power BI service. That is what you can do. And whatever work you are doing, you can save it also. So that's where you can save the file in which it is. The file format is .pbix. That's the file format you can save it on. Okay, opening a report for you all. Open. This is just so that you know how it looks and feels like. Of course, it takes its time to load. Right. So these are some of the work. This is some work that I had done for you all to understand. This is how the look and feel will be. So now we have this pie chart. So if I click on this on the focus mode, that will come up. And if you want, you can minimize these. So the entire page will show up over here, something like this. And when you click on this, it will tell you Mumbai has 9425.76. Then Ahmedabad has certain figure. This is how your visualization will look upon. And let's quickly go back to reports. If I click on this on more options, it can also export data. It can also show you as a table, and select on that as a spotlight also. So there is a spotlight only on this, and this is only what you're working on. And then you click on more options. So that is how it will look like over here. These were the typically already written the real estate price data analysis that was conducted. I'll go back to report. It is on spotlight, as you can see it. So now if you click on this, there is no spotlight. It's gone and it's removed. What next? Right, now we go on insert. So you can insert a new page. If you insert a new page, no, not on this. That's a project that we already worked on. So I'll minimize that. Fine. So let's click on insert. Now, if you click on insert, you can insert a new page out here. You can add a blank page or also a duplicate page. Let me show you the example of adding a duplicate page. Now, this is the page that we already have, right? So I'm clicking on new page and I'm adding a duplicate page. So that is creating a duplicate page of this. So out here it's mentioned also, it says also it's a duplicate page of page one. And then if you want to make any changes or edits, you can make it over here. And then you can rename this page, and then you can prepare a comparative report also. That is also possible. Oh, not this one, that's Power Query Editor. I'm not going into this yet. You can add any new visual that you want. So if you click on that, it will throw up a visual out here. Then you can stretch this visual if you want and drag this chart out here. That's the chart we have. I'm selecting this. So these are the visuals that you can add here. And you can select all the visualizations that you want to select out here. I'll remove these filterings here. On the visualizations, you can also add more visuals from any of also from the files that I showed you all earlier. And you can add Q&A, ask questions about your data in natural language to create new visuals. You can add key influencers, decomposition tree, smart narrative, paginated. I'll take it with examples. You can also have Power Apps, embed a Power App into your report so people can use the app without leaving Power BI. Here's some of the features that are particular to this menu. You can add a text box, supposedly, if you want to get that. Yeah, so that's the text box that you added. You can say hello and welcome our BI session. Then that's the font that you might need. So increase the font size to 14. Select this entire line and increase the font size to 14. You can stretch this out here, and you can change the font type also. I can make it Arial, make it bold, italics, underlined. You can change the font color also. Then when you come back here, yeah, addition of text box can be done. Remove more options, and I'm clicking remove. What more? Yeah, okay, you can also add buttons and shapes and images if you want. You can add a shape. Suppose if you take this, so that's the shape it's adding. You can modulate this shape. You can move it around here by dragging and dropping it also. And then you come on this right click on this shape. You can format the shape typically. In general, what are the different properties? The size is provided. You can change its sizes also. Click on its position, horizontal, vertical. The advanced options are also available. The title is available for this. If you click on, you can add the text over here. These are the different format features that are available particular to your shape. I click on that. So if I click on this, then the format feature will be activated. If I again click on the canvas, then the visualizations will show up. That's how you add your shape. You can also add an image to your report. Let's see if I have an image to show you all. Okay, not able to find any which I used to have. Oh yes, we have one. So if I click open, let's see what comes up. Yes, now that is how you import an image also. You can move it around here. You can stretch it and increase it, decrease it. And if you right click on that and remove it, or you can add a spotlight to that. That is how your you can add image on your canvas. That is for page 1 that we are working. And what more? Format your report page. You can also format your report page and click on this. It will tell you what is the format. So what is the canvas background? Now the background of this canvas we can change. This is the white color. I click on that and I make it. What color is that? Purple, maybe. Yeah. Is it changing to purple? No, it didn't change. That is how you can change the colors for your background also. Remove that. And thereafter, yeah, this is for adding the visuals. If you add data to your visuals, so you can drag these and you can build the visuals out here. Fine, let's click on modeling. Okay, you can manage the relations. You can add, remove, or manage these relationships. So if you want, you can click on new or auto detect any of the relationships, but then there are no relationships that can be found. Let's do one thing. Let us go back to our old project that I already worked on so that I can show you all a few things. I click on modeling here, and when I click now, the relationships out here are already active. They are not active. Close this page. That is a line graph that I've prepared for you all. But okay, let us come back to this a little later. That is okay. You can select the different for each table from. Yes, you should be able to. I've never tried that though. But yeah, you should be able to add. You can certainly connect it online. Out here, there is a publish option that I showed you all. Yeah, so you can keep publishing the report if you're online. In real time, yeah, maybe perhaps you should be able to do it, but that is something we'll have to look into. What next? That is how you manage your relationships. And coming back here, you can select the different worksheets that you have here, and then you can map those tables. So suppose if I select 1973 state to state with 2004, and I click new, it's asking me which tables that are related. So if I select suppose 1973, rural number of persons in thousands. If I select the 1983 and 84, and I'm marking this relationship 1-to-1. Okay. When I click close, there is no relationship, it is finding. Make this relationship active. And add new measures. You can add quick measure, new columns, and the new tables can also be added. You can add any new parameters, what if parameters that you want to add. Manage the roles. You can create, change, or delete the security roles. So suppose so this is how you can select this and filter the data. You can add a filter out here for poverty line, suppose, and you can save it. Yeah, adding a role out here for maintaining the security. You can also view here, see what's visible to people with different security rules and permissions. So typically this all will fall into the admin aspects. Certain access might be needed for only certain set of people. Not everyone would want to see any data that you have. That is, you can manage over here and click on view. Out here, these are the different themes that are available to us. You can select whichever themes you like. If I select this, so that is how your theme will look like. If you want to have plain theme, you can click out here. So it will be the plain theme that you have. I select this theme, that will change here. And that is what you can do here by working on your themes. You can also select on the page view. You can fit to page, you can fit to width, you can, yeah, wait, where is it gone? You can select on fit to width. You can also select on actual size. So this is how it will show up in terms of actual size. So that's your formatting. Grid lines is also available if you want. You can deselect the grid lines, you can snap to grid, lock objects so that they stay as is when you're giving a presentation or interacting with the report elements. You can select also the mobile layout. Yeah, so that is how your mobile layout will appear or look like. And then you can add the page visuals, or any of the visualizations that we have. If you want to add snap to grid, you can also remove it. You can remove the grid lines. That is the mobile layout. Add the bookmarks and selections also. Let's go back to file. So this is how we can work on the views in this. And then if I click on help, let's start a fresh session. Okay, I don't want this at the startup screen, so I'll close that. And find the final menu that we have here is of help. Are we done with here? We are done with all the views. You can also add performance analysis. They assess your report's performance and identify areas for the improvement. We are not preparing the report as such for you also. That's okay. Once that's done, I'll demonstrate all these features for you. You can also synchronize the slicers, control the visibility across pages in your report. Fine, you can click on help out here. In the view menu, yes, you have. Click on the power, it will tell you what features and versions and all that. You can use this, you can keep it for your reference. There is also guided learning applicable. There are training videos, there is documentation and support available. You click on documentation. So it will take you on Microsoft BI or Microsoft website into the BI module. And then these are the documents that are available. So you can go through these documents and you can work on them. And you can install. They also provided a provision of how to install it. Let me show it to you all on the web. The apps. Not here. The app that we have already installed is not showing up over here on the web. These are the different results that are available. So if you click on any of them, so they'll take you eventually to this page, and then you can download it. You can also refer to their documentations. And it's a very comprehensive documentation, 1200 to 1500 pages. So you can choose and work on your projects, or you can use them as a reference project also. You can use these manuals and documentations for learning or creating your own projects. This is what we have. Okay, let's load some data. Let's get some data. We'll have something in the CSV format. Okay, let us take something simple. Let's click on gold. Okay, so it is loading these are the gold prices that are available. Okay, based on first 200, based on the entire data set. Let us select the entire data set. How many do we have? Click load. It's your currency. I don't want the currency. Okay, we'll have the currency. No worries. Close. Low, open, and a volume. And so these are the data that I have selected here, and you can see them. Most of these are selected here as a table format out here. If you click on the table, they'll appear here in the table tabulated format also. And that's the report. So now that is how your clustered stack chart will look like, a clustered bar chart will look like. You can also select a line chart out here. No, it's not. This is, sir, can you please send me these recordings and notes? Well, yes, I think some of this would be available. But if you are paid, yes, okay, thank you. If y'all can, like, take the subscription of all this, it'll be very useful for y'all. You all can take the subscription for this, and all these will be available to you all. You all can contact the given details. I'll share with you all the contact details, and you all can avail of those. You all can use. Right, let's take this on the focus. These are the different fields that we have imported out here. And you can play with the visualizations as and when or whatever you all want to do out here. You can also add them as a funnel. You can add them as a line graph. Out here you can see that's the volume. That volumes generally are going to the highest. So if I deselect volume, then you can see that, okay, this is how your high-low close prices will appear or look like. That is what this is the month. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If you deselect the dates. That is how you will be able to prepare the reports. You can change the axis also out here. On the x-axis, we have the column. On the y-axis, we have close, open, high, low. If you want, you can remove any of these here. So if I remove the close prices and the open prices. So now there are only high and low prices that are available over here. On the y-axis, you are selecting currency. You can move this to any of these. You can move this to the y-axis, line, x-axis, column, legend, small verticals, tooltips. Let us scroll this down further. You can add the column legend over here. Also, small multiples, tooltips. This is how you work on your visualizations. If you want, you can add volumes out here to the filters. So you can select the volumes, and out here you can click on add to filters as a visual or a report level filter. Drag and drop it over here. Yeah, it's already here, so that's okay. Once you have the volume, you can create an advanced filtering, which is less than what? If it's less than whichever value you want. Let's click on that. No, not here. Yes. So out here we have the volumes data also. So if you want, you can select the volumes accordingly. Let us sort it and filter it out here. What are the different volumes that are available to us? That's the volume that is here. We'll select any less than 100 or less than 5,000 supposedly. Let's come here. You can add less than, show items when the value is less than 5,000. It's greater than what? 7,000. Let's click apply filter. Right. So this change graph that we are seeing here is based on these filters, on the application of these filters. So you can add some more data fields here also for the visuals. If I don't want to show the currency, I can remove this. I can show the currency as USD. So let's click on this. In high and low, we are showing everything. So we are not adding any filters for high, low. We have added for only volume. I'm closing this button for volume. Yes. So that is how you can add filters. That apart, what more can we look at as of today? These are all the summation values, as you can see here. These are all the summation values. If you click on this, you can also check. You can expand, you can collapse all, you can view the hidden values also. You can hide this particular. Right, so out here you can see that it's not showing up over here. You can check it. So these are the different features that are available. If I click on, so out here it is showing us relationship format also, although we've not really created any relationship as such, but that is the model format that is showing up. If you have to go back to the report, let's go back to report. Now you can have 2-3 such kind of reports out here on the same page. So I can so I have added one more report out here. So this was for high and low, and this is for open and volume. If I do not select volume, suppose that's the volume that we are seeing here, the bar chart that we are seeing only for the open price. So if you want, you can add the open price over here also and select open. So that will show up over here. You can add multiple reports on the same canvas out here. You can also add a page here and add the different fields out here. Let us take one last example. Let us select which other format do we have. We have only the Excel format, so I'm going to select that one. Does it take any other formats to Data Hub? We do not have any Power BI recent sources. Yeah, okay, let's take the JSON format. Okay, so that's the format that's available. Yeah, that's the file that we have here. Fine, this is a very big file size, but let us see what best we can select here. We can select, let us select computer use for different age groups of female, 16 to 24 years of age gap female, and 60 to 24 for males. We also add another visual here, 25 to 24 females and 25 to 24 male. For higher order, I mean for the higher age group of 55 to 74 for females and for males. So what we see here now, how do you conduct your analysis? This is just one simple example that I've taken here. Let us bring the focus out here. Out here, I see that in case of females and males, there is a difference in the computer use for males and females who fall in the age band of 55 to 74. That's something that we can see here. How big is the difference? Well, that is something that we need to calculate. 18,502 minus 15,141. Let us now check for this one. Out here, what do we see? Well, that's 32,354 for female, and it's 33,220. So out here, the difference is just 1,000 for the males and females computer use who fall in the age band of 25 to 54. And that is the third age band of 16 to 24. And out here, we can see there is hardly any difference. It's 39,755 for males, and that's 39,455. 755 minus 455 is how much? 300. So the difference is just 300. But so what we see is in the younger age groups, the difference in the computer usage is much lower. So males and females in lower age groups, they use computer significantly, and there is not much of a difference. But as the age band increases, the count of females who are using computer has reduced. It's simply because in that age group, computers were not available. So that also shows into how the overall social dynamics evolving. This is just one such example that I showed you all. That is page 2 of 2, right? That's a page 1. Okay, the page 1 was that of the gold prices. Fine. So on the page, now if you want, you can rename this page. Right click on this, and I'm renaming this page computer use analysis. So that's the name of your file, that's the name of your page. And page 1 is what? Asset analysis for gold. Right, this is how we are conducting the entire. So this is how your Power BI is. We have gone through different file menus that were available out here, different menus, and learned some bit of visualization also. Depending upon the data set that we had, we also applied a filter here for slightly easier understanding.